Chapter 275. As for titles, he didn't feel like any of them were good. If it was possible. He really hoped that they could give him a more domineering title and not one that didn't make him feel cool at all. Little Sword God, be careful. This is a chaotic battle and there will be Alliance experts hiding within. When you aren't paying attention, they will deal heavy blows. You have to be careful. The Laos Han City expert that Lin Fan saved said. His injuries weren't light and he should have retreated to rest. But he didn't and wanted to continue fighting. I know. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't expect the Alliance experts to be so cunning, to actually send experts to mix in with normal experts. Wasn't that what he loved to do? At this moment, Lin Fan felt like the situation wasn't right. The Alliance experts knew that they couldn't break through Laos Han City and at most, they would just injure one another. If they had any brains, they definitely wouldn't do that. Moreover, they were the ones who took the initiative. They knew that they couldn't take it down with their current strength, so they definitely wouldn't do useless things. It was obvious that they were plotting something. Lin Fan looked left and right to search for the problem. Those who could fight on the main battlefield were at least God Essence Realm experts. Those below were on the ground and weren't here. After they entered the rich land, they headed in all directions. At this moment, an Alliance expert clashed with a Laos Han City expert. The battle was really intense, True Essence shook and formed a terrifying True Essence domain. Suddenly, just as the Alliance expert was prepared to use his big move to let the native have a taste of it, a hand appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of him. It smacked his face and a strong power exploded. He couldn't help but fly backwards. While flying backward, he heard one sentence. At the same time, he remembered the person's face and provided some rage points. Move aside, don't block the way. Right now, Lin Fan was very calm. Perhaps this was the increase in his strength that gave him the confidence to be able to move unimpeded in this group of people who weren't that strong. Little Sword God, you. The Laos Han City expert who was about to fight to the death with the Alliance expert realized that the Alliance expert in front of him had disappeared. He was stunned. What was going on? Where is he? Be careful, I feel like the Alliance is plotting something. I am searching and hope that I can find them before the plot explodes. Lin Fan said. He was searching for the Alliance's hidden plot. But so far, they have not found it. This was a bit of a pity. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the Laos Han City expert frowned and looked around warily. Looking at the current situation, he didn't notice anything wrong. Suddenly, he looked into the distance, where the 1st Regiment was fighting. Not good, Little Sword God, look at the situation there. Did you notice that Alliance members are gathering our people in one area? The Laos Han City expert was really attentive and actually noticed something really weird. He really disliked the title of Little Sword God. It felt a little tacky. When he looked into the distance, he realized that something was amiss. Although not everyone was there, there were many experts from Laos Han City who were attracted by it. Hey! Don't stick together, there might be a conspiracy. Lin Fan hollered. His voice was filled with power and it turned into a sound wave that struck forwards. Those Laos Han City experts who were crazily fighting the Alliance members were stunned like they noticed something. Damn! 9-star General's eyes seemed to have sped through time and locked onto Lin Fan. He hollered in rage, Evil God Zhen Ming, the moment he said this. There was a loud explosion. The ground shook. Black Death Flame Mountain. At that moment, the world was gray, as if volcanic ash had covered the sky. Pillars of black and red flames shot into the sky from all directions. The Laos Han City experts who were surrounded were shocked like they didn't expect this to happen. Hung long long. The earth cracked open, and black volcanoes erupted from the ground. Scorching black flames erupted and shot out like meteors. Let's go, break this place and get out. The Laos Han City expert hollered. They avoided the black flames, but the temperature actually caused the true essence in their bodies to stop. When they collided with the light pillars, a shockwave spread out in all directions, as if it had dispersed their power. Ha ha ha. Stop asking to be humiliated. Hell Mountain evil god Zhenming raised his head and laughed. He then raised his hand and a furious roar spread out from the Black Death Flame Mountain. Many black-winged dragons with flames on their bodies climbed out. Shortly after, evil god Zhenming looked at Lin Fan. Kid, you are interesting, you can actually see through my goal. Lin Fan stared at him. What a devilish-looking guy, he gave off an evil vibe. Especially the black and red patterns on his face, it showed that he wasn't a good person. Zhao Lishan was shocked. He wanted to help them break the Black Death Flame Mountain, but the 9-star general stopped him. Zhao Lishan, you are dreaming if you want to save them. 9-star general held Zhao Lishan back and didn't give him a chance. I wanted to draw all of you in, but it is enough now. I will kill a portion of you and let you know what pain is. You fellow. Zhao Lishan didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked at evil god Zhenming. The aura that spread out from his body wasn't ordinary. Also, the people around him weren't ordinary. The Alliance actually found such experts. Why hadn't he seen them before? Lin Fan floated in the air and looked at the situation in the distance. He felt a little complicated. The experts of Empty Mang City, who were trapped inside, were bombarding the light pillars around them, but the effect was minimal. Suddenly, a Laoshan City expert charged towards the pillar. His body's power boiled and gathered in his palm as he slapped towards it. Ah! A scream spread out. His hands seemed to have been burned by flames. They actually turned black and gave off a thick black energy. Stop wasting your energy, that is impossible. Evil god Zhenming laughed. When he laughed, it was a little feminine, but more of it was dark and sinister. What a waste of his face. Old Master Wang wanted to help, but he was held up by the Alliance experts and couldn't be distracted. He was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Lin Fan frowned and was in deep thought. He took a look at his rage points. There were quite a few, a total of 240,000. Increase secret technique. Heart cultivation, Emperor Heaven Scripture. A total of 12 stages. Consumed 5,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven Scripture, Grade 1. Emperor Heaven Scripture, Grade 5, to raise it to Grade 5 consumed 75,000 rage points. There was no need to continue as it was enough for now. Improve. The 460 true essence value jumped and he needed 4,000 rage points to increase it by 1. True essence, 470, middle void realm, he continued to increase it. True essence, 480, peak void realm, instantly, he felt like the true essence in his body was charging into the clouds. But he bore with it. Raising his realm during battle was the best thing. But this wasn't enough. He wanted to raise his god body too, but looking at the situation, it was impossible. He had to raise one first. Consumed 30,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven Scripture, Grade 6. Emperor Heaven Scripture, Grade 8, increased true essence. He wanted to charge for 5-element realm. In battle, he directly raised his true essence to 5-element realm. He wanted to break the enemy's attacks. Hung Long. When he stepped into 5-element realm, his body shook like he was being suppressed. An invisible power surged into his body. He was too rash. He hadn't fully grasped the power of Void Realm and he raised it to 5-element realm. That was just too rash. True Essence, 490, initial 5-element realm, ah. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore and hollered in rage. His body was covered in True Essence and a 5-color True Essence pillar charged into the sky. The power of special effects. This was the true power of special effects. The surrounding people looked at Lin Fan in shock, as though they had seen something impossible. Little Sword God, he. The Laoshan city experts were all stunned like they had seen a ghost. Evil god Jin Ming frowned and looked at the movement in the distance. 5-element power, heaven and earth power. Was he breaking through during battle? Sword seed. Lin Fan hollered. He touched his stomach and a small sword that contained terrifying power floated out. This was the foundation of the sword path. It was also the life sword that he formed after cultivating sword seed to a certain realm. Especially since it was a max realm sword seed. Elder Han Qing had a life sword, but at the critical moment, he used it and became a piece of trash. But to Lin Fan, such a situation was impossible. His sword seed came out from his body. Shortly after, thick true essence formed another one. He continued to take it out and repeat it. In an instant, many small sword seeds floated around Lin Fan. But that wasn't enough. Lin Fan opened his arms. Cold City 4 Pinnacle, 9 Dragon Technique, Void True Sense, he used everything he had learned. The space shook, lightning descended, a golden dragon flew, and a golden sun covered his back. Shocking phenomenons repeated. All of these were formed by true essence. It exceeded all logic. No one could do that. The consumption of true essence couldn't keep up with the replenishment. To other people, this might have been impossible. But to Lin Fan, it was really simple. The Laoshan city experts opened their mouths and their eyes were about to fall out. They were really shocked by Lin Fan. How did he do that? That was impossible. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan felt the surging power and laughed in excitement. The 5-element power of heaven and earth was in his control. He finally felt how terrifying true essence was. His long hair danced in the wind and lightning wrapped around his palm. He then used all the true essence on the numerous sword seeds. His hands pressed down and he hollered, "Who dares to block?" Hung Long. The sword seeds were buffed by all sorts of true essence phenomenons and struck into the distance. He wanted to ask loudly. Who dared to block? Chapter 276. In the past, he had been thinking about which was stronger between true essence and God body. Then, he realized that true essence was really good to look at and the power that exploded out was just too terrifying. As for God body, he didn't say that it was weak and just treated it as a life-saving method. At that moment, he didn't dare to say that his true essence was complete, but he could only say that his true essence was his strongest attack. He cultivated sword seed to the highest realm and formed the sword path seed. He used his strongest true essence to form numerous strongest sword seeds and used his entire life's cultivation to fight Lin Fan. At that moment, the sky changed. All sorts of special true essence buffed the numerous sword seeds. He used the most eye-catching and domineering aura to let the alliance members know how strong he was. The Laoshan city experts stood on the spot in shock. They looked at the sword seeds that covered the sky and gave off numerous bright lights. They were stunned. Maybe this was the most beautiful scene they had ever seen in their lives. No alliance member dared to block it. They sensed that the sword had merged with nature. The beautiful sword intent turned into physical form. This was a sword path expert abandoning his own sword path true essence to form the most terrifying sword. No, it wasn't just one sword but many swords, so many that he couldn't even count them. This 9-star general paid attention to the situation. When he saw the sword light that tore open the space, he was terrified and felt like something was going to happen. Zhao Lishan used the chance to push the 9-star general away and looked on in shock. When numerous sword seeds were about to strike the light pillar, Lin Fan hollered. Explode! Hong! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The void was torn apart, and a huge hole was blasted out. The eye-piercing light made it so that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Those who weren't too far away weren't able to do so. They all felt an extremely sharp energy strike them. Some of them didn't dodge in time and their faces and clothes were sliced open. Not only was there the power of the sword seeds, but there were also the power of various cultivation techniques. Endless true essence mixed all these powers together and the aura it formed was just too shocking. No. Disbelief appeared on evil god Jinming's face. He suffered from the backlash and retreated. His eyes opened wide in shock as he looked at the scenes in front of him. The Black Death Flame Mountain was destroyed. He didn't dare believe it. So what if Lin Fan was 5-element realm? He definitely wouldn't be able to break the Black Death Flame Mountain. However, the power that was released shocked him. He really wanted to ask. Kid. How the fuck did you do it? That's not how you play. Not long after. The rumbling stopped, and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. There was a cracking sound. Broken. The light pillars that sealed the Laoshan City experts shattered. The Laoshan City experts who were locked within didn't suffer many losses, but there were people who died. Fortunately, they were saved quickly, otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back. His breathing was steady and he did not look tired at all. The sword seed in his abdomen was still floating there as though nothing had changed. He is worthy of the title of Sword God. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, directly calling him Sword God, finally dropping the word little. Sword God. Sword God. Cheers rang out. They were all shocked by Lin Fan's move. If one had to rate the situation just now, the special effects and strength would be full marks. It was definitely a performance that exceeded one's own strength. Lin Fan listened to the cheers and felt a little helpless. He really wanted to tell everyone that he didn't cultivate the sword. He really didn't, the sword was just his hobby. Why couldn't they see through his true nature? Why did he use a move related to the sword? There was a reason for this. That was because the sword seed was an explosive move. If he didn't use it, who else could he use? Damn, who are you? Evil God Jinming asked. His voice was a little hoarse and it was obvious that he was furious. Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan, remember this name. He will be your eternal nightmare. At that moment, evil God Jinming laughed instead of being angry. He gave out a dark and sunken smile. Good kid, die. The moment he said this, Jinming disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan. His palms burned with black flames as he slapped forwards. But suddenly, his hair stood up and he hollered at the 9-star general, damn, you actually didn't give me. He didn't finish. Zhao Lishan and Old Master Wang blocked in front of Lin Fan. A power that suppressed everything exploded out like an ocean. It was unstoppable. Evil God Jinming was terrified but he still hollered in rage. He went all out but it was too late. There was a loud explosion. Green veins appeared on Jinming's face. His chest felt like it was about to explode. He flew backward and the space behind him exploded. Damn. He looked at the 9-star general in rage. Why didn't he restrict Zhao Lishan? Remember, evil God Jinming, will remember your actions. As expected, the people from the Alliance headquarters weren't reliable. But he didn't just sit there and wait for death. He tried his best to flee into the void current. The moment he entered, the space closed. Zhao Lishan and Old Master Wang appeared where he disappeared from. If he stopped for a moment, he would have died. 9-star general reacted and felt a little awkward. He said apologetically, I am sorry, I was in a daze. Such an apologetic attitude would have infuriated anyone who heard it. Perfunctory, he was just being perfunctory. Unfortunately, evil God Jinming couldn't hear anymore. He disappeared into the void current and whether or not he could survive was a problem. Zhao Lishan and Old Master Wang were both experts. When the Alliance experts were stunned, they came back to their senses and appeared in front of evil God Jinming. Whether or not he was really stunned or not, that was something that needed to be investigated. But it was useless to say anything now. Evil God Zhenming was really killed. 9-star General stared at Zhao Lishan in rage. You despicable fellow, you actually sneak attacked me when I was careless. Do you think you are worthy of your identity? As long as I can kill all of you, I don't care how despicable I am. Zhao Lishan stared at the 9-star General and didn't care at all. To him, talking about fairness with the Alliance was just asking to die. As long as he could chase the Alliance away, he was willing to try anything. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and felt that it was not bad. True Essence reached 5-element realm, using True Essence that would never be used up to use the most terrifying move. That was really strong. He wasn't too willing to use his sword moves because he really wasn't someone who played with swords. However, he had always used his sword to suppress others and had already left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. If he wanted to change this impression, it would probably be very, very difficult. 9-star General locked onto Lin Fan, his face was vicious and he gritted his teeth. Kid, I will remember you. This time, he really remembered him. He didn't expect that just as Hell Mountain evil god Zhenming was about to wipe out a portion of the Laoshan city experts, such a situation would occur. This was something that no one expected. Lin Fan was nervous and a little afraid. After all, he was a low-profile person and the person in front of him was really strong. If he was remembered by an expert, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. But the current situation was a little awkward. He couldn't act like he was a coward, right? There were so many people looking and if he acted like a coward, then he would lose all his face. So, he decisively let the sword seeds appear again. Although there weren't as many as before, it was enough. He just wanted to use his actions to tell the other party about the current situation. Since there was no way to negotiate. In that case, let's not talk anymore. Let's just take action. At the same time, he released his ultimate move. His quintessential essence surged out and covered the surrounding space. Zhao Lishan and Master Wang were very close to each other. When they felt the strong true energy, they looked at Lin Fan in shock. They were obviously in disbelief. Retreat. 9-star General gave the order for everyone to retreat. Those Hell Mountain experts who came to help realized that evil god Zhenming was heavily injured by the natives and they were all shocked. But there was nothing they could do. With their strength, they were no match for the natives of the rich lands. Lin Fan pressed down with his palm. The sword seed gave off a bright glow and struck towards the Alliance member. The 9-star General instantly appeared in front of all the Alliance members. His body gave off a terrifying aura. He frowned and the space around seemed to be squeezed. An unstoppable aura pressed down on them. In an instant, the sword seed was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. He is really strong. Lin Fan remembered everything in front of him. He was really strong and if he faced him alone, he wouldn't even know how he died. Zhao Lishan blocked in front of him and slapped with one palm. There wasn't any shocking aura but it blocked the aura of the 9-star General. Zhao Lishan, rich land natives, cherish this period of time. We will return. When the 9-star General saw that everyone was retreating, he too retreated. However, his fierce gaze made Lin Fan feel really helpless. Why did you remember me? I just used a small skill and didn't deal much damage to all of you. Why do that? Just treat me like I am invisible and don't worry about me. I will wait for all of you. Zhao Lishan hollered in rage. Very quickly. The Alliance members all disappeared. The entrance of the crack slowly closed. Take a look at the casualties. Zhao Lishan instructed Master Wang. A few consecutive battles caused heavy losses in Laoshan City and many died. This was a loss that Laoshan City couldn't take. But they had no choice. In battle, there would be casualties. No matter who it was, they couldn't avoid it. Even he himself was prepared for it. If the city existed, people would exist. If the city died, people would die. When the Alliance really wanted to destroy Lao's Han City, that would be when he died. Lin Fan said, each time, Alliance members are the ones who attack. It would be great if we could. He realized that such a defense was just too passive. Wasn't it just a fight? Who was afraid of who? As long as he could pass, he would fight them right away. Chapter 277. We can't do that, we can only defend. That is the territory of the Alliance, and who knows what dangers are hidden there. If we are too careless, we might be wiped out. Zhao Lishan said. Although Zhao Lishan was strong, after this period of time, he realized that Zhao Lishan was really stable. To put it nicely, he was stable, but to put it bluntly, he was stubborn and didn't know how to adapt. He wanted stability and didn't have the courage to take risks. He was afraid that mistakes would lead to disasters. He could understand how Zhao Lishan felt. No matter who it was, they would be under huge pressure. If Lao's Han City's defense line was broken, there would be heavy casualties. This was why no one dared to take responsibility. Even if Zhao Lishan was really strong and had a firm will, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences of his actions. Lin Fan said, if we continue to be so passive and the Alliance replenishes, in just a short while, Lao's Han City will be wiped out. Will the Imperial Dynasty really not care? Zhao Lishan shook his head and didn't say much. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's head back and rest. Who knows when the Alliance will come again? It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about the Imperial Dynasty. But to Lin Fan, was the Imperial Dynasty really so useless? Since such a thing had happened, they still didn't care. Of course, maybe he was thinking too much. The truth shouldn't have been like that. The Imperial Dynasty definitely did, but because they were too useless, they didn't manage much and couldn't help much. Actually, the Imperial Dynasty wasn't weak. But in Lin Fan's heart, he was thinking that if they couldn't even wipe out 9 Bug Gang, then how strong could they be? Lin Fan looked around. Many people were badly injured and many people who were talking and laughing had turned into ice-cold corpses. Haze. He didn't feel too sad. Since he had chosen this path, he would walk it without any regrets. They were people worth respecting. But whether or not it was worth it, that was hard to say. Back to Lao's Han City. Maybe because everyone was used to death, or maybe they felt that it was normal, so they didn't have much of a reaction. Sword God. When Lin Fan returned to the city, people started to call him this new title. Towards this, Lin Fan could only endure it silently. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have played with the sword. In the end, it turned out like this. Who could he complain to? He was really tired. Instant Noodles Old Shen held Lin Fan's shoulder. Sword God, you are amazing. Lin Fan said helplessly, Old Shen, why are you praising me? This Sword God title is really weird. Old Shen gave him a thumbs up. What's so weird about that? I feel like this is the best way to show off your abilities. The title of Little Sword God is no longer worthy of you. Only the title of Sword God is worthy of you. At that moment, Hu Luo walked over. The left side of his face was a little red like a pimple popped. He probably fought an enemy and was punched on the face, causing the pimple to pop. It was a little tragic. Uncle Shen, what are you saying? Hu Luo asked curiously. Old Shen smiled and then patted Lin Fan's shoulder. I am talking about Sword God. The battle today was just too shocking. Sword God did so much and saved many lives. Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in shock and then said emotionally, Uncle Shen, tell me what happened. We have been blocking the Alliance members and we really don't know what happened. He didn't expect Brother Lin to cause such a huge thing and he was really curious. Lin Fan was helpless. He was a low-profile person and didn't like to show off. As for other people telling him about his achievements, he could only tell them to speak slowly and not rush. It was best if they were more detailed. If they were good at speaking, that would be for the best. Not long later, when Old Shin described the situation, Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in worship. "Brother Lin, you are so amazing." Lin Fan waved his hands calmly. Although he said that it was okay, he was actually a little proud. After all, anyone who was praised by others would feel delighted. Wah! I love sword path experts. I feel that those who use sword techniques are so handsome. Lu Siki said excitedly. There was a wound on her face and also blood. It was obvious that there was an intense battle just now. Leng San looked at Lu Siki, and when he heard that, his body shook. He looked at his empty hands and was in deep thought like he was deciding on something. Yang Shun pressed his hat down and smiled. I thought that Brother Lin had the same cultivation as us, but who knew that he was so much stronger than us? We can't be envious of him. No, we are all fighting against the alliance, so there is nothing to be envious about. Lin Fan was humble. How could he not be humble? Didn't he see that everyone was praising him? If he raised his head and puffed his chest out, he wouldn't be able to take it. As for this round-faced girl, I can see how excited you are. The guy beside you lowered his head and looked at his hands. It was obvious that he wanted to train with the sword. He really wanted to say that the sword Dao was really not fun. Although the pronunciation of the word sword was the same, when it was written, it really was not the same at all. Intent. That's right, the intent was different. Lin Fan was famous in Laoshan City as he saved many people in that battle. Many people were very grateful to Lin Fan. The title of Sword God was indeed very big, but to them, Lin Fan was worthy of it. He accepted their praises and then returned to the room. He wanted to comprehend the mysteries of Void Realm and Five-Element Realm. Truthfully speaking, the sword path's attack strength was really strong. Each person could only form one sword seed as the true meaning of the sword path. When one faced extreme danger, maybe some people would give up their cultivation to fight to the death. But to Lin Fan, he was a little too much. Although no one said anything, he felt that he was a little too much. He could form the sword seed repeatedly and use it as an attack method before detonating it. In the future, when he faced experts, would he really need to use the sword path? He really didn't want to. Maybe he needed to cultivate some stronger techniques. He sat cross-legged. He wasn't comprehending the true essence in his body but the gate of heaven. The gate of heaven was his head. No matter where he was, he noticed a problem. The head was the most important part of the human body. If his arm was broken, he would be fine. If his leg was broken, he would be fine. If his liver was removed, even if his heart was removed, he would be fine. But if his head was sliced off, then he would be left with nothing. Before Five-Element Realm, he couldn't sense anything, but after reaching Five-Element Realm, the gate of heaven was the most mysterious place. Void Realm can rip open space but can't cross it with one's body. This problem has been bothering him. What was the reason? His body wasn't strong enough. He was deep in thought about this. If he could travel through the void, he would be able to reach so close, yet worlds apart. He would be able to reach any place he wanted in an instant. This was his guess and he didn't know the exact situation. Land of the Alliance. They attacked Laoshan City Alliance camp. Haze, I told you, but your Hell Mountain didn't listen. Ocean Emperor Island came to help and everything would become simple, but Evil God didn't believe me. He said that it was only interesting if it was difficult. Now, tell me, will your Hell Mountain take responsibility for this? 9-Star General looked at the Hell Mountain people and asked. He appeared to be very angry. His old face had become incomparably rosy, as if there was a ball of anger burning in his heart. General, this isn't our fault, right? It is because you weren't able to stop Zhao Lishan, causing Evil God to be ambushed and for him to disappear. The Hell Mountain expert who followed Jinming said unhappily. They weren't weak and they weren't pushovers. How could the Alliance just say whatever they wanted? Although the Alliance was strong, Hell Mountain wasn't weak either. Oh. 9-star General raised his tone and then looked at everyone. So, based on what you said, it is my fault. Although 9-star General's tone was a little off, it was even a little threatening, like he was saying that if they dared to say that it was his fault, then they were dead. But to the Hell Mountain experts, they wouldn't give the Alliance any face. Right, it is your fault. We will end the Laoshan City battle and will head back to inform the leader. The Hell Mountain expert said. The situation at that time was witnessed by him. 9-star General was stunned and allowed Zhao Lishan to escape. So, all the responsibility was on him and not their Hell Mountain. Very quickly. The Hell Mountain experts wanted to leave this place. But suddenly, they realized that the surrounding space was locked down and there was a terrifying aura that pressed down on their bodies. You. The Hell Mountain experts turned their heads in disbelief. The 9-star marshal wanted to kill them. At that moment. Pang! A few low thuds spread out. The 36th Legion Deputy General looked at the 9-star general in fear. How cruel, he actually killed them just like that. That was just too heartless. No matter what, Hell Mountain came to help and it was normal for them to throw a tantrum. Was there a need to kill them? As expected, it proved what he said. Working with the Alliance was just asking to die. Bury these experts who sacrificed their lives for the Alliance. They died in rich land and it is a righteous cause. I, 9-star General Xian Long, would like to request an honorary badge from the headquarters. 9-star General Xian Long was filled with respect. The Deputy General looked at the General and said, Yes, General. What else could he do? Whatever the General said, he would do it. If not, he knew that the General wouldn't mind the Alliance sacrificing a Deputy General. No one would suspect his death, and no one would look into it. At that moment, some Alliance members lowered their heads and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. To them, such scenes had never happened before. Everything was done by the natives of the rich lands. Chapter 278. Beside a certain river. Suddenly, the space ripped open. A person fell from within. That person landed at the side of the river. Half of his body was in and the other half laid on the shore made of small stones. Evil god Jinming laid there and didn't move at all. His chest was sunken in and his flesh was a mess. At the same time, there were many wounds on his body which should have been caused when he crossed the void. The injuries that Zhao Lishan and Uncle Wang had inflicted on him were very serious. It could be said that they had almost taken his life, especially when he had escaped into the void and was attacked by the torrents of the void. If it were not for the fact that he was strong enough, he might have really lost his life. But even so, he still fell into a coma. There is someone there. At this moment, a woman slowly walked over from afar. Her appearance could not be considered beautiful, but she was still pleasing to the eye. Especially her eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. She was a nun in Wa's temple who could cultivate on behalf of others. Her master was senior nun Miaozhen, but she wasn't a true nun yet. But she would be able to do so soon. Once she trained and cut her ties with the mortal world, she would be able to do so. She came to the side of the river and when she saw the person lying there, shock appeared on her face. What heavy injuries. But when she saw the patterns on his face and the cold expression on his brow, she knew that he wasn't a good person. However, she wasn't sure if her guess was correct. She couldn't not save him. She walked forward slowly and placed her finger on his nose. He was still breathing, just a little weak. If he was still breathing, then he could be saved. That night. In the broken temple. The flame chased away the darkness in the temple. Everything was so bright. Yu Yunmeng sat there and slowly added wood to the fire. At the same time, she cooked porridge. Although the tools were simple, it was enough to fill one's stomach. Evil God Jinming's brow rose. He woke up but he didn't show it. He felt that the area was really warm and there was definitely someone here. At the same time, when he thought about his injuries, he was furious. That damn fellow actually conned him. If he didn't let Zhao Lishan out, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a figure moving not far away from him from the corner of his eyes. Native? That should be the case. He entered the void and floated around. He had already arrived at an unknown place. He felt that his body was a little strange. When he looked around, he didn't realize that his shirt was gone. Instead, it was wrapped in a lot of gauze. His heart was filled with shock. This native had saved him. While the other party wasn't paying attention, he slowly got up. So it was a woman, that made things even easier. Silently, he slowly came behind Yu Yunmeng. His arm went through her neck and his fingers opened wide, grabbing her neck. Then he said in a gloomy voice. If you don't wish to die, tell me who you are and where is this place, ah. His actions shocked Yu Yunmeng and she had a huge reaction. She got up in a panic and accidentally touched Jinming's wound, causing it to split open and fresh blood dyed the bandage. Ah! I didn't do it on purpose. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I'm a disciple of the Wu's nunnery. When I passed by during the day, I found you lying there and saved you. I'm really not a bad person. Your wound is torn, it is all my fault. I will help you change the bandage, otherwise, it will get infected and make your injuries worse. Yu Yunmeng panicked and searched in her bag. As she was in a rush, many things fell out. There was a comb, clothes, and even a mirror. Evil God Jinming was shocked and a little stunned. But when he saw Yu Yunmeng kneeling on the ground, he smiled. Very quickly, the smile was hidden and what replaced it was a dead man's face that looked like someone owed him a lot of money. The palm behind his back burned with black flames but it was quickly extinguished. I found it. Yu Yunmeng held a brand new bandage and a small healing bottle. She walked beside Evil God Jinming. Don't be afraid, I really don't have any bad intentions towards you. I am Yu Yunmeng, what is your name? Evil God Jinming didn't say anything and just looked at her. If she showed any signs of abnormality, he would kill her right away. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. Yu Yunmeng saw that he didn't care, but her hands didn't stop. She started to remove the dirty bandage and then used a wooden spoon to wipe the wound. How did you get so badly injured? When I found you, you were about to die. I thought that you wouldn't be able to make it, but who knew that you would wake up now? Evil God Jinming realized that the natives of rich land were really stupid. Especially the girl in front of him, she was really stupid. Till now, she still didn't know who she was facing. Very quickly, Yu Yunmeng helped him bandage up and then brought over a portion of porridge. But Evil God Jinming didn't accept her good intentions and just stared at her coldly. I will place the porridge here. When you want to eat, you can eat some. Then, Yu Yunmeng sat on the other side of the fire and hugged her legs. She stared right at Evil God Jinming. When her eyes met his cold gaze, she smiled. I am not familiar with this place and I don't know where I am. With my current situation, if I face rich land experts, it will be tough for me to escape. Evil God Jinming thought about it. Things were a little complicated and it would be tough for him to return to the Alliance. Moreover, to recover from his injuries, he needed some time. Okay. He would let this native live and use her as a protective umbrella. Maybe she would be able to last through this period of time. Your face is so beautiful, but this tattoo is so scary. Yu Yunmeng stared at Evil God Jinming's face and said. Evil God Jinming clenched his fingers. The tattoo was scary. This was the symbol of Hell Mountain and he actually said that it was ugly. What an infuriating fellow. At that moment, the broken temple door was pushed open and several guys walked in. They were topless and had all sorts of vicious tattoos on their bodies. When they saw that there was someone in the temple, they were stunned. But when they saw the situation, they smiled. One of them who had a full beard said, "Old Four, close the door. The wind is strong outside and it is a little cold." "Okay, big brother." The person who was called Old Four obviously didn't know what was going to happen. He happily closed the door. Yu Yunmeng noticed that the five of them didn't seem like good people. She walked beside evil god Jinming and gathered her courage. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Evil god Jinming looked at this stupid native and was actually stunned. "Do I look like a good person? Or is it because I don't look scary? Does it make people feel like they're weak?" Jinming looked at these guys and muttered. As expected, no matter where one was, there would always be such people. The five of them sat in front of the fire and then looked at Yu Yunmeng. They said with a frivolous tone, "Where did you come from? Why are you with this sissy in the middle of the night? Why don't you come over and have a chat?" Evil god Jinming laughed coldly. "What did he say? Sissy?" Evil god Jinming was actually called a sissy one day. That was something that he didn't dare to imagine. Killing intent seeped out and caused the atmosphere in the broken temple to become much more suppressed. "Big brother, it is so hot." A burly man lifted up the thin clothes on his body. "It was a little cold just now, so why did it suddenly become hot?" However, when he saw the woman, he instantly understood. Perhaps it was because he knew what was going to happen next, and a raging fire burned in his heart. Yu Yunmeng didn't bother about him and said softly, "Don't worry about them. Don't worry, I am quite strong. If they dare to do anything, I will teach them a lesson." "Oi, little girl, my big brother is talking to you. Are you deaf?" A guy walked towards Yu Yunmeng in annoyance. The moon was so dark and there was no fun at all. How boring was that? He walked in front of Yu Yunmeng and reached out to grab her. Pang! Yu Yunmeng kicked him aside. "Don't go overboard. Big brother, this girl has some ability." The guy who was kicked felt like he had lost face and shouted towards everyone. Instantly, the five of them couldn't take it anymore. "Hee, I didn't expect it to be a hot girl. Interesting, no wonder the room is so hot. There is a reason for it." Yu Yunmeng held her sword and looked at the five of them solemnly. She said softly, "Follow behind me and don't move. I can deal with them." "Girl, you are asking to die." The guys hollered in rage. They picked up their weapons and charged forwards. In an instant, Yu Yunmeng wielded her sword and fought with the crowd. These five men were all very powerful. All of them were at the 6th or 7th stage of the martial path. Especially the bearded man, he was at the 8th stage of the martial path. This made Yu Yunmeng feel a lot of pressure. Evil god Jinming stood at the side and didn't move. He just let the natives bite one another. He just treated it like he was watching a show. But one had to say, looking at the weak fight was like looking at ants fighting. It was really interesting. Suddenly, a cold light struck. A cold light flashed. A burly man saw that he couldn't take down this little girl, so he was obviously anxious. He directly took out a dagger and attacked the sissy. "Be careful." Yu Yunmeng was trapped, and when she saw those scenes, she was shocked. She stepped forward and the sword in her hand was suppressed. She reached out and grabbed the dagger with her slender fingers. Her fingers were sliced and fresh blood dripped down. It hurt. "Move to the side, don't stand here." Yu Yunmeng turned her head and said. Evil god Jinming looked at Yu Yunmeng and then at the hand that grabbed the dagger. His gaze changed and he flicked his finger. The sword in Yu Yunmeng's hand buzzed and trembled. It then came to Jinming's hand and he slashed out a few times. Puchi! The five of them were instantly sliced in half. Even when they died, they didn't understand how they died. Yu Yunmeng opened her mouth and looked on in shock. Her face was ashen white. Why did you kill them? Just teach them a lesson. How can you be so cruel? Evil God Zhenming said solemnly, I never said that I wasn't cruel. See. The wound tore open and the bandage was dyed red. Zhenming frowned. His injuries were actually so serious that he couldn't even do intense movements. Chapter 279. King Wudong's rebellion continued. For many people, they couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to send troops to occupy various territories. After all, it was really pointless to lead troops to wipe out some bandits every day. Zhu Xiang felt that things were a little off. Recently, he was much more low profile and was trying to understand King Wudong's thoughts. He wasn't a stupid person. Anything that gave off a weird feeling had a terrifying secret to it. The culprit who wiped out the 100-man army was Yu City's Lin Fan. He had already investigated this point and came back to inform the higher-ups. But after waiting for a long time, there was no news. Based on his understanding, how could King Wudong let it go so easily? So, there was definitely a problem here. Before he understood what was going on, he didn't dare to do anything in case he was stupid and attracted unnecessary trouble. Who is this? Suddenly, he saw a girl appear here. She wasn't ordinary. Be it looks or aura, she was really outstanding. What was more shocking was that she gave off a noble aura. He, who had left the imperial dynasty for many years, didn't recognize her or had never seen her before. Zhao Qingma came here to ask who the person in the portrait was. When she went to Rong City, she didn't find anything. But when she was in Kuei City, she saw a portrait that was similar to the one in her hand. She slowly found some clues. As for coming to King Wudong, naturally, she wanted to ask. To others, King Wudong's rebellion was a huge sin. But as a core member of the family, how could she not know the truth? Moreover, she had to call him uncle. Laoshan City. Lin Fan stayed in the room for a period of time. Apart from comprehending the abilities of Void Realm, he also raised his god body to peak Void Realm. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough rage points, otherwise, his god body would have reached 5-element realm. Raising one's realm during battle was a little violent and it increased by a lot. If one wasn't as outstanding as him, one couldn't casually learn such a huge leap, otherwise, something huge would happen. Sigh, cultivating both internal and external cultivation, the further I go, the greater the pressure will be. Fortunately, my will is firm and my comprehension is extremely high, allowing me to persevere. Otherwise, anyone could easily crush me. He muttered to himself. It's time to go out and see what's going on. Lin Fan got up and pushed the door open. When he left the courtyard, he saw Hu Luo squatting under a tree and shouting, Hu Luo. Hu Luo raised his head and walked over weakly, Brother Lin. Lin Fan noticed that Hu Luo wasn't in a good state and asked curiously, what happened? What happened? Why do I see that you are so listless? During this period of time, the alliance members didn't come, so there shouldn't have been anyone who died, right? Brother Lin, something happened. Maigu City was broken and the alliance has occupied Maigu City. Hu Luo said in rage. This meant that the seniors of Maigu City had all died. Lin Fan knew about Maigu City. This was one of the cities in the defense line. When he heard that Maigu City was broken into, he was stunned. What happened? With the current situation, Laoshan City and Yu City can defend, so how can Maigu City be broken through? Hu Luo raged. Traitor, a traitor appeared. Monster Emperor and Alliance worked together to attack at night, catching Maigu City off guard and causing it to collapse from within. Monster Emperor? Lin Fan was unfamiliar and had never heard of him before. Hu Luo said, 9 Bug Gang's gang leader. I thought that 9 Bug Gang was wiped out and Monster Emperor was dead, but who knew that he wasn't? He even colluded with the Alliance to attack us. Lin Fan was stunned. That wasn't right. Nine Bug Gang was on the same side as King Wutong. King Wutong was the brother of the Imperial Dynasty Emperor, so no matter how dumb he was, he wouldn't let the Alliance occupy land, right? Did King Wutong's brain really go haywire to invite enemies to help him rebel with him? If that was the case, then things would become a little complicated. An internal conflict turned into an external invasion. Was the country going to be wiped out? Lin Fan said, then, what should we do next? What did Zhao Lishan say? Should we send people to take back our territory? Imperial Dynasty doesn't care and those sects act like nothing happened and that it had nothing to do with them? I don't know. It was too quick, so quick that I couldn't even react. Hu Luo shook his head. In the end, he knew too little. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get any information from the current situation. He told Hu Luo to rest. It seemed like he could only head to Zhao Lishan to ask. This was a huge matter. One defense line was broken and the Alliance occupied land to use as a base. Then, the pressure on the other defense lines would be huge. Not only did they have to defend the borders, but they also had to defend against enemies from the outside world. Damn! Was the Nine Bug Gang leader really so amazing? That was just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley. Why did it feel like Monster Emperor was so overpowered? He really carried a gang alone and did such things that normal people couldn't do. When he found Zhao Lishan, many people were there and worry appeared on their faces. Sword God! Sword God, you are here. The people around greeted Lin Fan. Although this kid was young, no one underestimated Sword God. Everyone saw his strength and he was really strong. His future was limitless. Lin Fan nodded his head. He could only accept the way they called him. As long as they were happy, he didn't care. Master Zhao, Monster Emperor is too much. Someone raged. If the Alliance broke it, then it was okay as they weren't as strong as them. But now that someone from their side was working with the Alliance, that was unacceptable. I think that Monster Emperor can't do that alone. He definitely has helpers. With Maigu City's strength, it wouldn't be so easy to break. I suspect that the evil sects are involved. I don't agree with that guess. I was from the evil sects in the past, but we have a bottom line. Monster Emperor is from Insect Valley and his methods are really weird. If he sneak attacks at night when no one is paying attention, he might cause huge problems. Instantly, noises spread out from the room. It was obvious that Maigu City being broken had a huge impact on them. Some of them even looked sad. It was obvious that there were people they were familiar with in Maigu City. Enough! Zhao Lishan raged. At that moment, the room was totally silent. Everyone buried their heads in rage. What we will face next will be even more complicated and terrifying. It is hard to say whether or not we can defend. I just hope that all of you can go all out to protect what we want to protect. He wasn't sure whether or not they could defend. He didn't dare to brag, but he could only ensure that they would fight to the last person. At that moment, Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan and said to everyone, all of you listen up. If it really comes to that, I hope that all of you can protect him and not let him die here. Lin Fan was stunned and said unhappily, what do you mean? I am not afraid of dying. Actually, he was afraid of dying, but sometimes when he was dumb, he really wasn't afraid anymore. Zhao Lishan shook his head, no, you can't die. Your talent is something I have never seen before. To be able to cultivate to such a stage at such a young age is really overpowered, but you don't have much time left. If you had more time, we would have one more peak expert. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. No matter what, you are our hope and you can't die. Our martial path has reached its end at this age. The people around agreed. Master Zhao's words make sense. Sword God, let's listen to Master Zhao. But it isn't time yet. When that time comes, I will risk my life to open a path for you. To be able to stay here for decades, none of them were afraid of death. If not, with their cultivation, they wouldn't have a good life. What right did they have to stay here and pretend to be normal people? Lin Fan was a little helpless. Really, give him more time, not too much. Half a year. 1 to 2 months was okay. As for a few years, that was just too long. This was an insult to him. It seemed like he needed to change places. Time was tight and he didn't have that much time. He could only head out and find something to do. Yu City. Old Master, Maigu City has been broken. Old Wu said regretfully. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Lin Wani frowned and shook his head. He then raged, Monster Emperor, I will definitely kill him. Old Wu didn't understand Monster Emperor's actions. What did he ask for to actually work with the Alliance? Or rather, what did the Alliance give him? They actually made him do such a thing. Old Master, what should we do now? Old Wu asked. The current situation wasn't good for them. Even if Yu City was fine, what about Tianshui City, Fengyue City, and the other defense lines? Were they just going to allow the Alliance to advance? Suppress them, we have to restrict them. Lin Wani raised his head and looked at the border. Old Master, this. Before Old Wu finished, Lin Wani stopped him, go gather them. I will head in first and all of you follow behind. Zhang Tianshan felt his blood boil. He was finally going to do something huge. However, the moment he had such a thought, he was splashed with cold water. Don't go in, just guard outside. The moment he said this, Lin Wani held the halberd and slashed towards the border. The halberd in his hand gave off a shocking aura, causing the space around to explode. A crack appeared and he charged in. Old Wu left quickly to inform everyone in Yu City to follow Old Master. Attacking the Alliance wasn't a smart move, but he had no choice. He had to take the risk. As long as they broke the main camp in Yu City, they would be able to give the other cities some time to rest. Maigu City, Monster Emperor was in the corpse pit. Numerous disgusting bugs covered the corpses of the experts that were killed. When the Alliance people passed the deep pit, they all had disgusted expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they despised Monster Emperor and felt that he was sick in the head. A young Alliance girl who was a technician carried a bag and followed the group. When she saw the scenes in the pit, she nearly vomited. What a disgusting fatty, he is just sick in the head. Suddenly. Ah! The girl's legs were wrapped by the tentacles in the pit and she was pulled in. No matter how she shouted, no one dared to enter. Pata! Monster Emperor grabbed the girl. His fat body was like a small mountain as he opened his mouth. The sound of the waves can only be heard close up. Kekahahaha, like a pervert. Chapter 280. Monster Emperor was in the corpse pit in Maigu City, greedily allowing the bugs to swallow the corpses. His actions were just so despicable. Just because others said that he was a disgusting fatty, he mercilessly swallowed a blonde and cute girl. Was there still law and order? That was just too much. Numerous guys felt heart-pained and they really wanted to slice the fatty in the middle of the pit into pieces. But when they saw his perverted actions, their hearts were filled with fear. The Alliance members were rebuilding Maigu City. Their technology was slightly more advanced, but that wasn't the main point. What they were best at was gene development. There were all sorts of weapons installed on the old city walls. Of course, these weapons were basically useless against true powerhouses. However, they had great power against martial grandmasters and other powerhouses. In the meeting room of Maigu City, a 9-star general and 38-star generals were discussing the next situation. After they occupied Maigu City and killed all the experts in the city, they didn't continue to attack other places. They were waiting for the other defense lines to collapse. At that time, they would unite into a defense line, and then they would be able to slowly devour the rich land. We have won the Maigu City battle, but we suffered heavy losses. One 9-star general was heavily injured and we sacrificed 2 9-star generals. We sacrificed 63 8-star generals and 1,000 others died. But we killed all the rich land Maigu City natives, and that is enough to threaten them. 9-star General Mao Shintai looked around. Let's mourn for the heroes who died in battle. Then, the people in the meeting room lowered their heads and looked really sincere. But deep down, they didn't think that way. Some of them were excited. If they wanted to rise up, then someone had to die. If no one died, then the position would be empty. This was why they weren't sad and were even a little excited. But to have a foothold in the alliance, they had to have some fake emotions. After a while, 9-star General Mao Shintai raised his head and was prepared to give out the next mission. They were the first to break through the rich land defense line. If this news spread to the alliance headquarters, it would definitely shock them. At that moment, an alliance member walked in from outside and said in panic, "General, the monster emperor in the corpse pit ate our members." Everyone around was shocked and furious. How was Monster Emperor so bold to actually kill their alliance members? Mao Shintai was really calm. Did he say something? The alliance member said, "General, the girl who was eaten only said that Monster Emperor was a disgusting fatty." At that moment, everyone understood that it was not an injustice to be eaten. People who hadn't come into contact with Monster Emperor might not know what his reverse scale was, but he knew that Monster Emperor hated it when people called him a disgusting fatty. Of all the things you could have said, you just had to say this. Who could you blame? Therefore, he deserved to be eaten. Got it. General Mao Shintai waved his hands and told him to leave. There was no need to report such a small matter. If Monster Emperor started a massacre for no reason, then no matter what, he had to care. But Monster Emperor's existence was an unstable factor. He was one of the more mysterious and terrifying experts and was hard to kill. At this moment, more urgent news came. U-City's Lin Wani brought people to tear open the entrance and enter the Alliance's land. A war had already broken out and the Alliance was at a disadvantage. When news spread out, everyone was filled with disbelief. How did this happen? U-City had 4 9-star generals there to deal with Lin Wani, but now they were actually at a disadvantage. Mao Shintai's expression was solemn. How strong has Lin Wani become? 20 years had passed and he thought that even if he improved, it wouldn't be much. But looking at the situation now, things weren't right. He had probably become terrifyingly strong. However, it was not practical to send people to support them. Forget it. He would let those old fellows at the Alliance headquarters worry about it. He just needed to occupy Maigu City and the rest didn't have much to do with him. Laoshan City. Lin Fan waited for many days and didn't see any Alliance members appear. However, there was one piece of news that shocked him. U-City's Lin Wani brought people to wipe out the U-City Alliance army and occupy their territory. It was similar to Maigu City, occupying their main camp. My father is too strong. Lin Fan was shocked. He knew that his father was amazing, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He was so strong that it was a little scary. He was in the city and listened to the conversations around. He slowly understood why his father did that. Lin Wani did a great job. I thought that Maigu City being taken down would cause us to be at a disadvantage. Now that U-City is counterattacking, it will bring huge pressure to the Alliance and restrict them. But the Alliance definitely won't allow such a thing to happen. There will probably be a huge war. Haze, those damn sections. If they were willing to help, we wouldn't have to work so hard. They discussed. Although some of them were furious, most of them were excited. Lin Fan was in deep thought and was a little worried. Would his father be in danger? After doing such a thing, the Alliance definitely wouldn't let it go. But looking at the current situation, maybe even the Alliance wouldn't be able to distract them. If he could initiate a battle, then he would attack. Why would he wait for the alliance to act so arrogantly? Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Hu Luo patted Lin Fan's shoulder and asked. The difference in strength between him and Brother Lin was like heaven and earth, but he knew that Brother Lin wasn't an arrogant person and treated them nicely. Lin Fan shook his head, nothing, I was just thinking about something. I don't think that defending is a good choice. If we want to win, we have to attack. If we attack the alliance and make them feel pain, then nothing will be a problem. Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in shock. Brother Lin, this suggestion is really dangerous. If we casually enter the alliance's territory, what happens? Before he could finish, he was stopped by Lin Fan. There was no need to say any more. He really didn't need to say anything. He was too timid and afraid of everything. How did he form such a mindset? He should have learned from his father and fought his way into the alliance. How overbearing was that? He could even make the alliance feel pressure. His success was right in front of you, so why didn't you learn from him? Actually, danger and success go hand in hand. If you don't take risks, you won't know whether or not you will succeed. My father. That was what he told me. Lin Fan nearly said that his father had succeeded. He stopped himself and changed his tone. If he said that, then it would cause a huge scandal. He wasn't someone who liked to be high profile and didn't like to use his father's name to act cool. Even if his father was really strong, he wouldn't use it. This was confidence. Hu Luo scratched his head and was a little helpless. Although I think that Brother Lin is right, my position is too low and I can't make such a decision. He was so dumb. Hu Luo didn't have much status in Laoshan City, so there was no point in saying so much. He had to tell Zhao Lishan. Although Zhao Lishan was strong, he was a coward and didn't dare to take risks. So, he knew that even if he went, it was useless. Based on the current situation, the alliance definitely wouldn't appear. The U City situation was about to make their heads explode and all attacks would have to be slowed down. They had to solve the U City situation before they could do anything else. Hayes, it seems like I have to work hard. He decided to leave Laoshan City as it was too dangerous to continue here. He didn't dare to ensure that his luck would continue to be so good. If he was targeted by experts much stronger than him and Zhao Lishan and the others weren't able to deal with it, then the outcome would be terrifying. Lin Fan came to the border. There was no one here. He hollered and his power exploded. He stabbed into the barrier and his power surged like a flood. Open. Green veins appeared on his forehead. God body and true essence stacked together. Weng weng. The barrier trembled, and a very small hole appeared. However, it was as if there was an even greater power blocking it, preventing it from tearing a bigger hole. Damn! Lin Fan retracted his hand and felt a little helpless. This barrier was just so strong. With his terrifying strength, he could only tear such a small hole. If he told others, he wouldn't dare to believe it. What kind of strength do I need? He was confused. Was it really so difficult? No. Too weak. This meant that he was still too weak. He couldn't take it, he definitely couldn't. He had to raise his strength. If the alliance didn't come out, it meant that they weren't giving him food. If they didn't give him food, then he had to think of a way. He took a glance and memorized this place. One day, I will return, and when that time comes, I will tear you apart. Lin Fan went to find Zhao Lishan. When they met, he told him his thoughts, which was to leave Laoshan City to raise his strength. With the current situation, it was tough to improve. Zhao Lishan was really confident in Lin Fan. Any young person with such strength, as long as they didn't die, would definitely become a true expert. It wouldn't be a problem for them to even surpass him. Lin Fan couldn't take it and suggested to Zhao Lishan to let him tear open the tunnel and the bunch of them charge in. But like he thought, Zhao Lishan felt that it wasn't appropriate. He just wanted to fight slowly, so there was nothing he could do. He really wanted to enter alone, but his strength didn't allow him to. His head hurt. His head really hurt. Go, cultivate well. Leave this place to us. If the Alliance really attacks, then we can only rely on you young people. Zhao Lishan said. He had high hopes for Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan would definitely become a peak expert. Lin Fan cupped his fists and said goodbye. One day, he would return. Chapter 281. When he said goodbye to Hu Luo and the others. Hu Luo showed his reluctance and wanted to hug Lin Fan and kiss him face to face. Lin Fan hugged him slightly. As for his face, forget it. The teen was in puberty and his face was covered in pimples which affected his looks. There were even some that were about to burst. He was really afraid as the pressure would cause the pimples to burst. The scene was just too terrifying and it would even splatter. Lin Fan walked in front of Yang Shun and patted his shoulder. This person had a story. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with him, he was familiar with him. Next was Lu Siki. He had always been very friendly to girls and never bullied them. Men who bullied women weren't men. Only men who dared to beat women up were perverted. Ling San looked at Lin Fan. Although he was expressionless, he heaved a sigh of relief from the depths of his heart. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Was he such a dangerous person? Your sword skills are not bad. The moment Lin Fan said these words, Ling San's face changed immediately. It was as though he was ashamed, as though he had just been found out about something that he shouldn't have done. He was noticed. Damn, how could he be noticed? Ling San was expressionless but huge waves rose up in his heart. He was someone who cared about his face and didn't like others to find out his secrets. But Lin Fan noticed. To him, it was like someone had stripped him naked and there was nowhere to hide. Everyone, goodbye. I'll be back. Lin Fan said. During this period of time in Laoshan City, he really didn't lose out at all. His cultivation rose like a rocket, rising continuously. God body cultivation reached peak void realm. True essence cultivation reached initial 5-element realm. This was a realm that normal people couldn't reach. Those who were able to reach this level were all people with great talent, and even people who were blessed with opportunities. If not for the Border Defense Alliance, one wouldn't be able to see so many experts gathered together. One wouldn't even be able to see so many talented people die at once. Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan who left and prayed for him to have a safe journey. A few days later, Lin Fan headed towards Maigu City. Naturally, he didn't want to fight Maigu City alone, but he wanted to take a look at the situation nearby. If he could, of course, he wanted to be arrogant. But safety was the main priority. Now he felt that he was in an awkward situation. His own strength was not weak at all, but compared to some experts, the gap was still a little big. He had to find a way to improve it. At the same time, he also thought that since the world was so big and there were so many sects, if they came in groups, naturally there wouldn't be so much trouble. Unfortunately, human nature was too complicated and his thoughts were too matter-of-fact. If everyone was so united, the alliance wouldn't have lasted until now. An invasion every 20 years. Could it be that every 20 years, the barrier would become weaker, which was why experts could tear it apart? Otherwise, it would be impossible to tear it apart during normal times. That should be the problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. 7 days later. Lin Fan came near Maigu City. He didn't get close and just looked from afar. He noticed that many people were busy outside the city. Their clothes and hairstyles were different from the people here. What are they doing? He had a feeling that these people seemed to be searching for something on the surface of the ground. To others, this might seem very confusing. However, Lin Fan had a feeling that they were searching for something deep underground. Mineral vein? Or was it something useful to them? In the distance, there was a person holding a piece of equipment. He waved it left and right like he was showing people something. This person was the Alliance headquarters publicity staff, Hao Xingyuan. As someone with a position in the headquarters, compared to those who weren't recognized by the headquarters, he was different. The equipment platform and the banner in the room said that the Alliance headquarters was exploring the rich land. Guys, this is the rich land. Under the leadership of the Alliance's Mao Xintai and 9-star general, we broke through Maigu City. To the people of the rich land, they are in deep trouble. Our alliance is suppressing the evil that oppressed them and liberating them. Although the alliance suffered many losses in this battle, we didn't vent our anger on the rich land people that we captured. Instead, we treated them in a friendly manner and talked to them to let them understand why the alliance came here. Hao Xingyuan pointed at the equipment and started to operate it. Most of the people watching the alliance headquarters live broadcast were normal civilians. They were really concerned about the alliance and the alien world. Although the alien world was called the rich land, they still liked to call it alien world. So many of us have died, so how can we let them live? We have to kill all of them. Long live the alliance will save them and lead them to a more glorious future. Let's mourn for the fallen heroes and hope that they have a good journey. Hao Xingyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The normal civilians were unfamiliar with the alliance. At the same time, he used a sense of love to let them know that the alliance wasn't invading them but saving them. That was the only way that the normal people would be willing to send their children to the alliance headquarters academy. Only a small number of geniuses would be selected to be nurtured. In the end, after being brainwashed by the headquarters, they would think that everything they were doing now was to save others. Looking at the comments, Hao Xingyuan said, "Killing isn't our goal. Our goal is to save more people and to coexist peacefully with the rich land people." Last time, a 4-star teacher from Guangwu College said that he wanted to start a massacre and was criticized by the Alliance headquarters. How could such a person be a teacher? Okay, let's not talk about all this. Let me bring all of you to look at the environment here. It is really bad and desolate. Also, their city walls are really broken and they live a very primitive life. Our Alliance headquarters came here to plant trees and renovate houses. When the civilians learned of our goal, they all warmly welcomed us. How would the commoners who watched the broadcast know what the truth was like? Instead, they felt that the Alliance headquarters was just too good. But many people who knew about the situation nearly spat out the rice they ate last night when they heard that. So disgusting. To be able to say such things, as expected from the Alliance headquarters. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything. If they said something that couldn't be revealed here, it would be easy for them to be banned. What was more terrifying was that they would open their doors and check their water bills. It seems like it is a little amazing. Lin Fan muttered. There were definitely many experts in Maigu City, so how could he perfectly cause some problems for them? This was something that he had to consider. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted. I am not willing, I have to cause a ruckus. Lin Fan looked forwards and locked onto Hao Xingyuan. He had to end the battle quickly and teach the Maigu City Alliance a lesson. Hao Xingyuan continued to explain about rich land. At the same time, he talked about how good the alliance was. Suddenly, he realized that the comments weren't right. Oh my God. Behind, there is someone behind you. Native of the rich land, native of the other world, he's behind you. Be careful, child, he's about to attack you. Hao Xingyuan looked at the comments and his expression changed. He lowered his head and there was indeed a shadow on the ground. There really was someone standing behind him. Who was it? Why was there no movement at all? A warm air surged at the back of his neck. He wanted to shout but his throat was blocked. A drop of sweat fell from his forehead. He slowly turned his head and wanted to see who it was. Pang! At that moment, a low thud spread out. Lin Fan grabbed Hao Xingyuan's head and pressed him to the ground. His head exploded. Such a person didn't give many rage points and was even a waste of time. He grabbed the device and aimed it at himself. A smile appeared on his face and then he pointed the camera at Hao Xingyuan, who had no head. The comments stopped like the signal had been cut off. But shortly after, the screen was spammed. No. How can you be so cruel? This native is so annoying, our alliance headquarters is helping them. Damn, in the past, when I visited them when they were locked up, I felt that they were pitiful. Now it seems like they deserved it. Lin Fan frowned. He looked at the foreign comments and his head hurt. Damn, I don't understand. His head hurt. Rage points plus 11. Rage points plus 22. A small amount of rage points. To him, this was a form of humiliation. It felt really annoying to be targeted by the weak. These weak rage points were from the alliance members with some cultivation. As for the normal people, they didn't get any rage points at all. Lin Fan looked at the equipment and grinned, giving out a weird smile. To others, this smile was like a provocation, which caused the alliance civilians to explode. Rage points plus 22. Rage points plus 33. These were all provided by the alliance members with cultivation. As for the normal civilians, even if they were so furious that their brains bled, it was useless. Many experts looked at the scenes in the broadcast. They didn't react as it had nothing to do with them. They just felt that the situation there wasn't good. The alliance broke through the Maigu City defense line, but the U City attack camp was broken by the natives. From this, one could see that both sides weren't at an advantage at all. Or rather, they were restricting one another. You fellows, if you have balls then come over. In just a short while, I will head to your territory. Lin Fan looked at the equipment and said word by word. Then, he made a clean-cut gesture. He was just that domineering. Those scenes terrified the alliance civilians. The natives of the rich land couldn't be saved. They were people who were killed. Heroes of the alliance, who exactly are you facing? Chapter 282. Kacha. A bunch of trash. They were just too trash. The rage points were so small that he didn't care at all. The equipment was smashed into pieces and scattered on the ground. Then, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and went into hiding. He had to find a chance to earn a huge amount. He had already come to Maigu City, so if he left just like that, it would be a huge loss. Danxia Island. On the boundless sea, there were many islands, and there were many birds circling around them. The location was not bad. If Lin Fan saw the situation of Danxia Island, he would raise his thumb. The old ancestor of Danxia Island had good foresight. Dong! Dong! A bell rang out, spreading far and wide. The vast ocean was filled with a pleasant bell sound. The empty space in front of the hall was filled with people. At the same time, quite a few disciples hurried over. They found their places and stood there, waiting for everyone to arrive. Then, the sect leader, who was standing on the platform, would speak. Not long later. The Danxia Island disciples all stood there with their backs straight. Their eyes focused on the sect leader and elders. It was really quiet and no disciple spoke. Everyone was waiting for the sect leader. All the disciples are here, right? Danxia Island sect leader Dan Yongdao opened his mouth. Although he was old and his hair hung down, he was really energetic and one couldn't see any signs of weakness from him. Sect leader, all the disciples are here. The elder at the side replied. Dan Yongdao looked at all the disciples. He couldn't bear to do it but he had to. Although it wasn't their responsibility, someone had to do it. Disciples, I gathered all of you here because I have something to tell you. Something is happening at the border and the alien alliance has invaded. Our Dansha Island is a righteous sect and our goal is to uphold justice. So, I will use the entire sect to head to the border to fight with the alien alliance. Who is afraid? If you want to back out now, I won't stop you. There was no hesitation at all. All the disciples said in unison, Sect leader, we are not afraid. Our goal is to defend justice and defend against the enemy. Dan Yongdao nodded his head in satisfaction. Dansha Island's culture wouldn't change and would never change. To have such disciples was Dansha Island's blessing. But he knew that to these young disciples, Dansha Island wasn't their lucky land. Those who have been in the sect for less than 10 years, please step back. For those who had joined the sect for less than 10 years, although their cultivation was not bad, it was only good. It was not enough to defend against external enemies. Even if they went, they would only be cannon fodder. This was why it was for the sake of the disciples and to leave fresh blood for Dansha Island so that their legacy and future wouldn't be cut off. Only, no one backed out. Everyone stood there without moving. It was clear that they were looking down on them, believing that they were afraid of death. So what if he became cannon fodder? At the very least, he could delay them for a period of time. During this period of time, earth-shattering changes could occur. Huh? Dan Yongdao shook his head. After that, his tone became more forceful as he said, those who have been in the sect for less than 10 years will withdraw. Under the sect leader's tough tone, some people retreated unwillingly. There were quite a number of people who were almost 10 years old, but they were just a little bit away from being able to stay. How detestable. Elder of imparting arts, elder of enforcement, both of you stay here. Sect leader Dan said the names of some elders. These elders couldn't be lost in the sect. At the same time, they could ensure that Dansha Island continued to exist, so he didn't let them go. Junior brother Yongyun, from now on, you are the sect leader of Dansha Island. Sect leader Dan looked at his junior brother and said. Dan Yongyun was stunned and then said, Senior brother, what do you mean? Why don't you let me go? Why don't you just pass the position to junior brother? Junior brother's cultivation isn't as high as mine, so even if he goes with you, he might not be much stronger than me. When junior brother heard this, he was very unhappy. He blew his beard and glared at him. Senior brother, you sound like you're very powerful. I was standing in front of you back then. Seeing how impatient you were, I gave up my position and let you stand in front of me. If I had known that the person who entered the sect earlier would be the senior brother, do you think I would have given up my position to you? You. Dan Yongyun was unhappy. What did he say? As a junior brother, he had the courage to talk back to his senior brother. Junior brother didn't want to say more. He understood that some positions couldn't be given up. Enough, I am the sect leader, so you have to listen to me. This matter is settled. Dansha Island can't be wiped out and has to be passed down. Master did the same, do you remember? Sect leader Dan said. He was walking on the same path as his master, but he definitely wouldn't regret it. At the same time, this was also the reason why Dansha Island couldn't become a top sect. How many people could return from this trip? No one knew. 20 years ago, none of those who went came back. 20 years ago, none of them returned. So this time, he didn't have any hope. Dan Yongyun was unwilling. Not only was he unwilling, but those elders who were named weren't either. They didn't want to stay on Dansha Island, but they knew that Dansha Island couldn't fall. Otherwise, what would happen after another 20 years? Sect leader Dan said, disciples listen up, go back and make some arrangements. We will leave tonight and leave the island with me. Yes, sect leader. All the disciples replied. Their expressions were firm and they didn't fear anything at all. Although they didn't know what alliance was, as long as they were on the right path, even if they died, they would die willingly. White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. In the hall. The few monks were like old pines in meditation, not moving at all. At this moment, a monk was spinning his Buddhist beads. Suddenly, the beads shattered and he stopped. He opened his eyes and a golden light shone. He said solemnly, Amitabha, old ancestor Su is outside the mountain. The world is facing a calamity once more, so we should seal the mountain and not bother about worldly matters. We should focus on comprehending the Buddhist intent. Once the calamity is over and the hearts of the people are unstable, we can head out to help them. Good. Good. The monks were calm and passed down the order. From today onwards, they would seal the mountain and not bother about worldly matters. Only when the calamity was over would they open the mountain. Outside the White Lotus Sacred Purity Mountain, just as the Su family's patriarch was about to ascend the mountain, he realized that a golden light screen had suddenly appeared outside the White Lotus Sacred Purity Mountain. Then, the mountain disappeared into thin air and was hidden in the dimension. Top sects are just like that. Old ancestor Su looked at those scenes and shook his head helplessly. As expected, there is no Buddha in this chaotic world. Haze. Old ancestor Su turned around and left. He still had to head to the other sects to persuade them. He knew about the Alliance's situation and it was obvious that they had to take down this place. With the current defense line, it was impossible to block. He could only hope that the top sects could send experts to help. But he knew that the chances were slim. All of the top sects had been around for a long time and were all scheming. To them, this was a chance to overturn everything. The destruction of the imperial dynasty was something that many sects wanted to see. Very quickly, Su family's old ancestor entered the void and headed towards another large sect. A few days later, Lin Fan waited outside Maigu City for a long time and didn't gain anything. To him, the situation was really awkward. It was really awkward. Damn, are you all going to come out or not? You have already occupied the territory, so at least come out to play. Give people a chance, right? Just as he was complaining, something happened. A small team came out from Maigu City. They walked into the distance in an orderly manner. Each of them held various tools in their hands. One didn't understand them, but one just had to remember that they weren't good things. Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was a little perverted, like he had found prey and he was about to drool. He didn't alert them and waited for them to get far away from Maigu City before he attacked. If he caused too much of a commotion and attracted the attention of the Alliance experts in Maigu City, then things would be bad. He followed. He didn't get too close and just needed to be within his control. That Alliance team was a professional scouting team from the Alliance headquarters. At the same time, they were protected by dozens of Guangwu College teachers. Although there were no natives around Maigu City, just in case, they still had to pay attention. The teachers of Guangwu College talked and laughed along the way. They were really excited to come to rich land. There were many things that they couldn't do in the past that they felt really good about now. To them, rich land was filled with treasures. It was just that the natives didn't know how to use them. Moreover, as long as they returned, they would be rewarded by Guangwu College. I heard seniors say that the cities at the border are old and the true prosperity is within. Now, the prices of natives are really high outside. It would be good if we can get some. Hey, aren't you being too greedy? I remember that you've taken quite a few good things. You've taken all the weapons of the experts in Maigu City. I heard that they're made from some kind of extremely precious ore. In the rich land, they're called sky crystal stones. It is okay, I snatched many but most of them are broken. Their prices are greatly reduced and they aren't worth much. God Essence Realm and above experts all used weapons made of heaven crystal stone. When Lin Fan and the 3 Danxia Island elders were on Black Mountain, they saw heaven crystal stones in the deep hole. They were really expensive and were the best choice for crafting weapons. Precious materials were the same no matter where they were placed. After a long while, the team stopped in a desolate place. Occasionally, a strong wind would strike and sweep up sand. The scouting team played with their tools while the teachers hugged their shoulders and chatted casually. They were really relaxed and didn't care about the situation around at all. To them, this was their territory, and what danger could there be? Pata. There were footsteps not far away. The teachers present weren't weak, and when they heard the soft footsteps, they turned their heads. When they saw who it was, they exchanged glances with one another like they were asking who it was. Chapter 283. It was foreign. This was their territory, and it was impossible for natives to appear. They were very confident in this. But the situation was a little weird, and they felt like it wasn't the case. Looking at his clothing and hairstyle, he didn't look like one of them. The experts who were surveying the area glanced at Lin Fan and didn't take him to heart. There were so many experts here, so why would they worry about a kid? Who are you and where did you come from? Chao Xiongyi asked. He had the highest position out of all the teachers here, so he had to be the one to question. The others didn't have such a position. Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled at the other party and counted. There were a total of 26 people, and 13 of them seemed to be stronger. Such an irritating smile naturally annoyed the 13 of them. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Kid, what are you smiling at? Chao Xiongyi was annoyed. He had an urge to smash his mouth if he continued to smile. That smile made it seem like they were weak prey that someone was targeting. Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled. He liked such a way of meeting. He liked it when they were so impulsive. They didn't even allow him to smile. How overbearing, how terrifying. Another wave of rage points struck him. He was used to being mocked, but Laos Han City's mockery was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would collapse. There might have been just a dozen of them, but it was a good harvest. As the saying goes, a thin stream flows. With the current situation, his gains were decent. Damn, where did this dumb native come from? He is asking to die. Chao Xiongyi was furious. Even the teacher beside him was furious. Let me teach him a lesson. One of the teachers hollered and instantly attacked. With a pang, he disappeared from the spot. A God Essence Realm expert had a really strong true essence that shook the area. Pang. A little weak, I won't kill him for now. Lin Fan laughed. Just as the other party appeared beside him, he stretched out his hand and slapped the other party's head hard onto the ground. Lin Fan then stepped on the other party's head. Hee hee. Another overbearing smile. That was just too much. Chao Xiong was taken aback, as if he did not expect his opponent to be so strong. Although the instructor's strength was much weaker than his, he was suppressed by his opponent so easily. Wasn't it a little too fast? So, you're an expert. Is this what you're relying on? You think you're strong enough, so you dare to come here and cause trouble for us? You're really ignorant. The teacher who had been stepped on by Lin Fan was infuriated. He felt that his face was hurting and the friction with the ground made him very unhappy. He really wanted to tell Lin Fan to move his stinky feet away. Rage point struck him. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at Chao Xiongyi and the others. Then, he grabbed at the air with his other hand, but he stopped. How could he do that? Was he going to take the sword again? How could he develop such a habit? He was confused. That's right, what do I need a sword for? Was he really going to be a sword god forever? Retracting his hand, Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had really gotten used to being addressed as the sword god, and he couldn't help it. It was okay. If he didn't use the sword, he would just use his fists. While Lin Fan was in deep thought and smiling bitterly, Chao Xiongyi and the others were furious. He was disregarding them. Did he think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some cultivation? If that was the case, then that was just too much. Kid, you are asking to die. Chao Xiongyi hollered in rage to vent the rage in his heart. In Guangwu College, he was a demon teacher that everyone feared. He terrified many students and they didn't dare to shout in front of him. Now, a native dared to be so arrogant. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, Chao Xiongyi struck. His palm was really strong, cracks appeared around his fingers. Void realm cultivation, to be able to reach such a realm at such an age, one could be called a genius. The people that Lin Fan killed now were all geniuses. Pang! Lin Fan raised his hand to clash head-on with him. With a loud explosion, a low and heavy sound spread out. The two palms shook and the cracks in the void became even wider. However, Lin Fan was still a little stronger and forced Chao Xiongyi back with a palm. Shock appeared in his eyes. He bent his body and covered his chest with one hand. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. A little weak, not really strong. Middle void realm cultivation is indeed strong. Looking at your age, you should be around 50 years old. For you to be able to cultivate to such a state, you can be considered a genius. If you were slightly younger, you would be considered a genius. But tell me, for me to have the strength to suppress you at my age, what kind of genius would that be? Chao Xiongyi said, idiot. Lin Fan shook his head and thought to himself that he should have died. Attack together, I am afraid that all of you won't be able to live that long. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said. His true yuan boiled, forming an image of a strong true yuan phantom behind him. The air seemed to twist as a demonic ape proudly appeared, bearing its sharp, snow-white teeth, exuding a peerless ominous aura. Chao Xiongyi and the others looked at one another and hollered in rage, kill. Lin Fan stood on the spot and smiled. He raised his head and looked into the sky. He opened his arms and said, I am not a sword god. The moment he said that, he hollered. The gap in realms is huge. I don't need any moves, just my fist will be enough to crush you. Chao Xiongyi saw his fist land. There were no changes at all, but the air was suppressed and ripped apart. An extremely terrifying fist aura struck him. Pang! 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 12 sounds, like firecrackers exploding. Shortly after, there was a loud explosion. The ground cracked and a deep hole appeared. At this point, the 13 teachers all fell to the ground. He wanted to ask them to turn around because he wanted to pass. Since they didn't give him face, then he would just hammer them. There was no need to turn around. How did this happen? Chao Xiongyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to get up but his bones felt like they were broken. His fingers felt like they were being pressed down and he was unable to move. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Why did this happen? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Rage points plus 999. Not only was he angry, but those nameless teachers were too. They felt really frustrated and provided rage points for Lin Fan. Do. The 13 members of the investigation team held on to their machines. They turned around and looked at Lin Fan with their mouths agape. What was going on? They had just started working. The 13 teachers were here to protect them, so why were they laying on the ground? Could they get up? Don't do that, they still had to work. If everything that happened was real, then didn't that mean that they were about to lose their lives? Pa-ta! Someone released his hand and the machine fell to the ground with a thud. Shortly after, that person knelt on the ground and raised his hands above his head. His face was ashen white and cold sweat flowed down his face like he was begging for mercy. They didn't want to come and were forced by others. You have to understand us. With the first one, there was a second one. The members let go of the machines in their hands and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled like they were electrocuted. So boring, can you be more angry? Lin Fan asked. These people really disappointed him. If he wasn't angry, then everything he did would be meaningless. Spare me. The 13 members of the investigation team lowered their heads and begged. They wanted to live and didn't dare to think about what being angry meant. They just wanted to live. Lin Fan shook his head and walked around them. They were all really timid and cowardly. He walked a circle around them. To them, it was like the god of death was floating beside them. Boring. Puchi. A sword light slashed across and the 13 members of the investigation team were beheaded. Haze, unbearable, I actually used a sword move again. Lin Fan didn't expect that he couldn't help but use a sword move to harvest them. However, it didn't matter. He just killed some technical members who wouldn't provide rage points. There were 13 teachers here, and it was enough for them to provide rage points. To make them even angrier. He didn't mind ripping off their clothes. That was an extremely humiliating act and he just hoped that they would be angrier. Each person had a limited amount of rage points. This was the conclusion he came to after many attempts. You fellow, you dare to kill people here. You will pay a price for your actions. Chao Xiongyi could still speak but he couldn't move. The other teachers were all numb. They wanted to say something but their throats felt like they were frozen and they couldn't say a single word. Lin Fan kicked Chao Xiongyi's butt and replied half-heartedly. Oh. Rage points plus 999. Tianshui City. One of the border defense cities. At that moment, two strangers entered the city. One was a male and the other was an old monk. There was nothing special about the male. His expression was cold and expressionless like he was in a sad state. At first glance, the old monk looked very ordinary. But when he looked again, he realized that the old monk seemed to be very extraordinary. The old monk looked really merciful and his body was thin. However, his Buddha ears were really eye-catching like they were formed naturally. Master, why did you come here? The male asked with a hoarse voice. The old monk said, to repay good and evil karma. This is also the place where I will repay good and evil karma. The male looked at the old monk in disbelief. Master, why do you have to do this too? The old monk placed his palms together. My sins are too heavy and I have let down the Buddha in my heart. This is a border city to defend against the alliance. Although you have repented and put down your blade, you are unable to become a Buddha. You are unable to let go of your stubbornness and can only use this life to repay. You can become a Buddha in your next life. The male seemed to understand but he nodded his head. It was like he had comprehended something but he didn't understand anything. When the people in the city saw the two of them, they asked softly about who they were. However, many of them didn't know who they were. In a corner of the city, a one-armed old man was drinking wine. When he saw the old monk, he was shocked and then he smiled. An old monk from White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. He was really famous. Legend had it that 60 years ago, the Alliance chased experts and blocked White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. The monk was sweeping leaves in front of the mountain and when he saw those scenes, he ignored them and continued to sweep the ground. He allowed blood to dye the stone steps outside before he turned around and left. From then on, not long later, White Lotus St. Purity Mountain had one less old monk and the world had one more who loved to meddle in other people's business. Chapter 284. All of you old men, why don't you look at how old you are? You aren't feeding your grandson at home and actually came here to cause trouble. You really make me feel helpless. Lin Fan sighed and didn't want to say anything. He was young and should have fought with a bunch of geniuses of his age. That was what he should have done when he was young and arrogant. It was also a form of recognition of his youth. But what was he doing now? He was facing a bunch of old men and some of them were old enough to be his grandfathers. The type of person he spent time with would change his mentality, causing his mentality to be a little old. This was a really terrifying thing. He wanted to change and didn't want to hang out with the middle-aged and old. But he had no choice. If he hung out with the young, it would be like entering Nanshan kindergarten, punching and kicking. He wouldn't feel any joy at all, and people would even say that he was a five-element realm expert, so how could he bully the younger generation? If that was the case, then he would have nothing to say as what they said was true. Haze. Lin Fan stepped on the Alliance teacher and looked into the sky. What was the reason for him to hang out with them so quickly? Was it love or was it fate? No, it was all because of the small support system. It was just too much. Although it was good, it took away his happiness as a young man. Maybe this was what people often said, that there was nothing perfect in the world and that one had to pay a price for anything good. His current price was that he couldn't hang out with people of the same age. Rage points plus 999 inch. Can you not step on my butt? The Alliance won't let you off. Do you know my identity? If you... don't step there, it is going to break. Chao Xiongyi cried out. His two balls were being squeezed and his body was shaking. He felt numb and pee flowed out uncontrollably. The stench spread out. Lin Fan quickly retracted his leg and apologized. But when he saw the wet ground, he frowned and said in disdain, "You have no image at all." Chao Xiongyi bore with the pain and the rage in his heart exploded. He couldn't take it anymore and even wanted to fight him to the death. Lin Fan didn't feel like he was bullying him. Lin Fan was much older than him and at most, he didn't respect his elders. After a long while, the rage point stopped and it ended just like that. Was it because he was so angry that he was numb and knew that it was useless, so he gave up? If that was the case, it would be a pity. The 13 Alliance teachers were decent and provided him with many rage points. Wasting time with them till now was to dig out all their rage points and wipe them clean. He definitely wouldn't let them hide anything at all. "This is your limit," Yizichin said. Lin Fan shook his head and felt slightly regretful. However, this was to be expected. The 13 teachers provided tens of thousands of rage points, that was indeed not easy. But he found a problem. Everyone who was bullied by him seemed to be able to explode 4 times with 999 rage points, which would disappear after that. He pondered. Could it be that when one's anger reached a certain limit, one would become accustomed to being oppressed, just like sleeping clothes? That was very likely. Chao Xiongyi was afraid of the native in front of him. He was really unwilling to die just like that. When he entered Guangwu College, he had always been a top student and was highly regarded by the college. Until he graduated, Guangwu College kept him as a teacher. Over these few years, he used his talent to climb to become a 5-star teacher. He belonged to the upper echelons of the college and just a step further and he would become a deputy principal. He really wasn't willing to die here just like that. "Maybe, we can, Peng." Lin Fan stepped on Chao Xiongyi's head like he was stepping on a cockroach. With a poochie, the scenes filled in his head. It was a little disgusting, a little terrifying, and it was hard to describe with words. If you don't have rage points, then you are trash. He wouldn't show mercy to the Alliance, especially since he had to defend around Maigu City. Naturally, he couldn't leave any of them alive and had to deal with them all. But that wasn't a long-term plan. The Alliance members in Maigu City would notice that something wasn't right. This was why he had to be fully prepared during this period of time and not let anything happen. When the remaining teachers saw those scenes, their faces turned ashen white. That was the most terrifying thing. When did the natives become so cruel, especially at such a young age? What would happen to them in the future? They wanted to move and leave this place, but their bones felt like they had been shattered. It was tough for them to even lift a finger. Lin Fan walked over slowly and came in front of a teacher. He raised his leg and with a poochie, there was a shattering sound. He then walked towards another teacher. The aura of death covered them. No, they really didn't want to. They were so afraid. Although teachers had to have a fearless attitude, they couldn't do that. If death didn't descend upon them, if someone asked them if they were willing to give up their lives for Gwangwoo College, they wouldn't hesitate. They would definitely say that they were willing to give up their lives for the college. But when death truly descended, no matter who it was, they would doubt whether or not their death was worth it. Dying for the college, dying for the alliance, was it really worth it? Lin Fan stood in front of him. The Gwangwoo College teacher raised his head and looked at the smiling native. His throat was hoarse. I don't want to die. What welcomed him was a foot that covered his eyes. It landed and with a pang, it shattered. He didn't give him any chance at all. Lin Fan laughed coldly. They didn't want to die, but who in Maegu City wanted to die? But when they faced death, no one fled. They were willing to die to contribute to the alliance. Each defense line had experts like Xiao Lishan. Naturally, Maegu City had them too. There were also many experts of similar strength. With their strength, they could escape from anyone. But they didn't. All of them died here, which meant that they had such thoughts. Respect, respect. He obtained a few pills from these people. He licked them and they tasted a little. Pooey, he spat them out. Trash, they had no taste at all. But they were useful to Cousin. He wanted to bring these things back to Cousin. Even if he was outside. He was thinking about Cousin's situation. If Cousin knew that his strength couldn't keep up with his cousin, he would be sad. He couldn't let that happen. He had to think of a way to help Cousin raise his strength. Maegu City, I am definitely going to eat it. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. He wanted to continue hiding. At least at such a moment, he didn't have the ability to fight the entire Maegu City. His request was simple. He was going to beat up a bunch of them. Hao Xingyuan was a member of the Alliance's official streaming platform. He was brainwashing the people and introducing the situation of the other side. Suddenly, a person appeared behind him and was killed. Alliance headquarters. A bunch of people sat around there. The image on the wall was Lin Fan's face. This native has appeared many times. He appeared in Laoshan City and now he is near Maegu City. The news he revealed is really interesting. Inform the people there to pay attention. Naturally, such a small matter wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups. Those people were all wary of Lin Wani and discussing how to chase the U City people back to rich land. They spread the news to Maegu City. Although it didn't affect the overall situation, it wasn't good to have natives jumping around in Maegu City. Many of the Alliance civilians saw the live stream. The cruelty of the natives infuriated them. The Alliance took this chance to spread the news. The heroes fell and died to the hands of the rich land natives. Instantly, it infuriated the people. Numerous people requested the Alliance headquarters to flatten rich land. If they couldn't change them, more Alliance heroes would be sacrificed there. This was what the Alliance wanted. What they wanted was for everyone to be united. As long as their actions were supported, everything would be easy to do. On a small village path. Why did you kill those bandits who were begging for mercy? Yu Yunmeng asked. She realized that the person in front of her was really murderous and his methods were really cruel. She was really afraid, but she hid the fear in her heart. She wanted to persuade him not to be so cruel. There was no benefit to killing too much. Evil God Jinming glanced at Yu Yunmeng with a teasing gaze. Not only do I kill bandits, but I also kill normal people. What can you do? Yu Yunmeng panicked and didn't know what to do. She gritted her teeth and said, I will kill you. Kiki. Evil God Jinming laughed. You were begging for the bandits just now and now you want to kill me? Yu Yunmeng said, that is because they know how to repent. However, you want to attack normal people and show no signs of repentance. If you insist on doing that, I will definitely attack. A commoner passed by. Suddenly, evil god Zhenming attacked and grabbed his neck. He smiled, I am going to kill him now. I will count to 3 and you can attack. If you don't, then he will die. 1. Puchi. Yu Yunmeng stabbed forwards and stabbed right into evil god Zhenming's chest. Zhenming lowered his head and looked at the sword that stabbed into his chest. He then looked at Yu Yunmeng in disbelief, are you serious? I am just joking. Rage exploded in Zhenming's heart. He wanted to break the sword with 2 fingers and slice his neck. But he suppressed it. Pata. He released the commoner. That commoner was so terrified that he peed his pants. He crawled and rolled, lunatic, 2 lunatics. Yu Yunmeng panicked. She wanted to head forwards to take a look, but the sword in her hand moved forwards a little more. Don't move. Zhenming hollered in rage, if you move, my heart will be pierced by you. Yu Yunmeng released her hand and didn't know what to do, I really didn't know that you were joking with me. I have always treated people seriously. Evil god Zhenming pulled out the sword. Fresh blood flowed and another wound appeared. This native woman was really fierce. As expected, be it the alliance or the rich land, women were terrifying existences. When they were serious, they could do anything. Chapter 285. Brother Su, it isn't that I don't want to help, but you know about the situation of my sect. Look at the disciples and they can't help at all. Guixian Island was one of the top sections. The one who welcomed old ancestor Su was Guixian Island's sect leader Su Yuanming. He expected old ancestor Su to come, but at the same time, he didn't. Old ancestor Su smiled, Brother Su, you know about the situation. If Alliance enters, even if your Guixian Island is one of the top sects, you might not be able to block them. Why not put down all grievances and defend together? We don't need to counterattack, we just need to chase them back. He was really calm and didn't get angry. He just hoped that he could use logic to let Su Yuanming know that it wasn't good for them to put down some things and work together against outsiders. Haze, Brother Su, it isn't that I don't want to help you. Although I am Guixian Island's sect leader, I don't have the final say. Since Brother Su came to find me, naturally, I have to give you face. How about this, let me discuss with the elders and give you a clear answer. Su Yuanming hesitated for a moment and then said. Naturally, old ancestor Su wouldn't believe him so easily and asked, how long do you need? It's hard to say. According to the rules of the sect, all of the sect's elders must be present for any major event. Furthermore, more than half of the elders must agree to it. Right now, there are quite a few elders outside, so we need to inform them to return. From start to finish, it will take at least 3 months to half a year. But to old ancestor Su, not to mention 3 months, even a month was too late. Old ancestor Su looked at Su Yuanming. His tone slowed down and he cupped his fists, sect leader Su, I am begging you for one thing. As long as you chase the alliance away, if Guixian Island needs anything, I won't reject it. Haze, Brother Su, why are you so polite? It isn't that I don't want to help, but rules are rules. I have to get half of the elders to agree. Don't worry, I will tell the elders to return quickly and give you a satisfactory answer. After all, it is too rushed. Su Yuanming acted like he was helpless and hoped that Brother Su could understand. Old ancestor Su looked at Su Yuanming and slowly put down his hand. He understood that he couldn't do anything. Su Yuanming didn't even want to help. All right. Since that's the case, I won't trouble sect leader Su. Goodbye. Elder Su turned around and left without another word. Su Yuanming walked forwards, Haze, Brother Su, don't be angry. Actually, I am anxious, but I really need time. Why not stay here for a period of time? I can reminisce with you. There's no need to reminisce about the past. I just hope that Headmaster Su won't regret the future. Old Ancestor Su glanced at Su Yuanming and left. He went to many top sects and the outcome was the same. At the same time, he was even more convinced. These sects were waiting for an opportunity. The changes in the world were not important to them. In their eyes, the common people were like weeds. As long as they strengthened their sects and seized this opportunity, they would be able to soar into the sky and become the master. Like an emperor, they would be able to take everything within tens of thousands of miles and even hundreds of thousands of miles. Numerous cities became affiliated. The commoners worshipped the sects or supported the imperial court, becoming puppets of the sections. This was what countless top sects were thinking. Now, the opportunity had come. How could they let it go? Kiki, old man, even if you run till your legs break, no top sect will help you. This is life. Su Yuanming looked at Su Changsen and laughed coldly. After old ancestor Su left the imperial dynasty, he didn't return and just ran outside. He hoped that he could use his face to convince some top sects to help. But he felt that he overestimated his own face. None of the top sects helped him. How detestable. Even the Zhao family, which was an eyesore to him, knew how to put in the effort. Damn. The gap between people was sometimes just too huge. Maigu City. The 13 teachers and 13 scouts disappeared for a long time and didn't return. This attracted the attention of the Maigu City Alliance members and they started to search around. You still haven't found him? Mao Xintai was Maigu City's 9-star general and he felt like many things had happened recently. Yesterday, he saw a native's photo and the Alliance official streamer died just like that. Wasn't that a slap to his face? The person beside him shook his head, not yet. At that moment, an Alliance member ran in a panic and said, General, I found it. Mao Xintai looked at him in confusion, how is it? This, location of the incident. 9-star General Mao Xintai personally came. When he saw the situation, he frowned and didn't say a word. His expression was a little complicated. When the people who came saw this, they all discussed softly. Obviously, he was stunned. How did this happen? How cruel. Damn native, he actually killed so many of us. When they occupied Maigu City, they massacred everyone in the city. As no one surrendered and they fought to the death, the Alliance suffered heavy losses and dealt them a heavy blow. It caused one of their 9-star generals to be heavily injured, 2 9-star generals to die, and 63 8-star generals. Their high-end combat strength had suffered such heavy losses that the Alliance wanted to curse. Lin Fan's methods were really cruel. With one slash, he had beheaded the 13 investigators, and with 13 feet, he had crushed the heads of the 13 instructors, leaving them all over the ground. Sigh, it was indeed a little cruel, but there was no helping it. When Lin Fan made his move, he liked to be simple and quick. He didn't want to think for too long. Search every inch of the area. Find him. Mao Xintai said coldly. It was obvious that he was furious. To him, this was like defecating on a tiger's head and then asking whether or not it smelled good. Wasn't he just asking to die? Of course. Lin Fan would definitely think that it felt good to defecate and that there was nothing wrong with it at all. Yes, General, I will arrange people to search every inch of the area. We will definitely find him. The follower beside the general replied. He could already feel a raging fire burning in the marshal's heart. This person had totally infuriated the general. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Maybe his death would be really tragic. When the girls who followed saw such a tragic scene, they wiped their tears and felt that they had died so tragically. These were all their comrades. Find that fellow, I will skin him alive. The Alliance girls hated Lin Fan to the bone. The next day, late at night, Lin Fan hid in the cave and didn't light a fire as it would attract too much attention. Hiding was the safest choice. He was waiting for the Alliance to come out. He believed that as long as the Alliance members in Maigu City knew that those people had died, they would search for him. Hayes, I was a rich family young master, eating and waiting to die. I drank tea every day and teased other rich kids. How happy, how blissful. Now, Lin Fan shook his head and was a little sad. This was different from what he thought. He wanted to return to the past. But he knew that it was impossible. U City was a defense line city and there were battles everywhere. How could he live the life of a rich family young master? However, he wouldn't let it go just like that. He would work hard to become strong. Once he became a true expert, he would beat up all unstable people. Then, they would know who they could offend and who they couldn't. They would just stay somewhere and not dare to disturb his life as a rich family young master. His thoughts were his goals. With that as his goal, he got closer and closer. Peng peng. Suddenly, he heard movement outside. The footsteps were far away but they were really dense. It was obvious that the Maigu City Alliance members were searching for him. Lin Fan walked out of the cave and looked into the distance. He saw a white light shining all around. What a dense search. So many people were gathered together and they were really aggressive. I can't be careless. There are experts among the teachers. The Maigu City Alliance members definitely know that and won't send cannon fodder to fight for me. Lin Fan didn't think that he was stupid. Instead, he was really smart. If they were all cannon fodder, he could not be too careless. It was very likely that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was not impossible for them to use cannon fodder to lure him out. So annoying, can't you all be more stupid? Lin Fan hoped that the Alliance members could be more stupid. That way, he would be happy and everything would be easy. But looking at the situation, that might not be the case. Let's see what they were up to. After which, he hid into the darkness. After roughly counting, there were a total of 10 groups searching for him. As for whether or not there were others, that was hard to say. Be careful around, inform me if you notice any movement. The Alliance members had a speaking tool in their mouths like they were informing others. Understood. Roger. There is no movement. The people who came out to search were all 40 and above. None of them were young. Their auras were calm and their eyes pierced through the darkness to search for any clues. The rich land natives really knew how to cause trouble. Maigu City was already their territory and they actually dared to come. They were just asking to die. 5-star teacher Chao Xiongyi was at Void Realm and naturally wasn't weak. But he was killed just like that. That person was definitely peak Void Realm or 5-element realm. Naturally, they had to be strong to deal with such a strong enemy. Based on the Alliance's analysis, there were 2 of them. One was skilled in the sword while the other had a strong body and they had to pay attention to it. But even then, it was okay. They sent out dozens of 5-element realm and dozens of Void Realm experts. Even if they were strong, it was useless. As long as they met them, they would be left here and wouldn't be able to go anywhere else. In the darkness, Lin Fan hid behind an old tree. He was far away and looked at the team in the distance. It doesn't seem simple. Chapter 286. He didn't act on his own and just observed the situation around. It wasn't that he was afraid, but some things weren't as simple as he thought. Who knew whether or not the Alliance was luring him out? He could only wait and see what the situation was like. There are so many of them. If a conflict breaks out, it will definitely attract more trouble. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Fan didn't dare to attack carelessly. He was worried that such a situation would happen. Based on the current situation, they hadn't noticed him yet. That was the best-case scenario. Lin Fan hid behind a giant tree and observed. Suddenly, he felt that something wasn't right. Those people who were far away from him seemed to be heading towards him. In the distance. We have noticed the target, he is with Team A, please support. He doesn't know that we have noticed him. Don't be too anxious and act like you are searching. Once we get close, we will attack together. The pitch-black night affected everyone. To notice a person in the black forest, as long as they wanted to hide, it would be tough. But what Lin Fan didn't know was that in the eyes of the other party, he was just a red light source. That was night vision goggles. The Alliance was a world where technology and martial arts were combined. Although peak martial arts suppressed technology, their equipment was really advanced. The night did obstruct their observation. But even if they hid their auras, their body temperature was still there. Especially the experts, their vital energy was boiling like boiling water. In the night vision goggles, it was like a ball of fire. Lin Fan thought about it, they haven't noticed me yet but they are heading towards my range. Does that mean that my territory is the only possible place? He suspected that. He felt that it was really possible. Of course, Lin Fan believed that they definitely didn't notice him. If they did, they wouldn't search aimlessly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in their intelligence. But that he felt that with his intelligence, he could beat many people. At least, he could beat the Alliance members. Very quickly. They were really close, just a few hundred meters away. Suddenly, a furious roar shocked Lin Fan so much that he nearly peed his pants. We found the target, attack together. At that moment, those Alliance members who acted like they were aimlessly searching were furious. A terrifying power swept towards Lin Fan like a storm. Trees were destroyed, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. What is going on? I didn't do anything. Lin Fan was shocked, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled out his blade and used the strongest move of the lightning blade 4 strokes. The saber light flickered and interweaved to form a large net, directly illuminating the darkness. Rumble. There was an expert on the other side who could shatter the saber attack and attack Lin Fan without hesitation. Fuck. Lin Fan just wanted to slip away. He couldn't figure out which bastard had betrayed him. Impossible, I don't know any bastards, okay? Thief, don't even think of running. Just surrender. The Alliance experts were really emotional. In the past, they looked down on the technology, but who knew that it would help them so much? If they had to rely on themselves to find it, it would not be so easy. Rumble. When Lin Fan left the spot, the aura of the Alliance expert landed and smashed open a deep hole. Swoosh. Lin Fan noticed that the surrounding Alliance members were all heading over. Fuck. This was different from what he had imagined. How come everyone's IQ seemed to be so high that they actually discovered him? I can't fight them head-on, I really can't. Who knows whether or not there are experts hiding around. If they sneak attack, then I will be unlucky. He definitely wasn't a coward. But because the enemy was too cunning and if he didn't, the outcome would be unimaginable. It was very likely that he would die. When the Alliance experts saw that he was fleeing, they were delighted. Brothers, we've subdued the bandits. Chase them. To them, as long as he fled, it meant that he was really afraid. Okay, chase. Capture the thief. The Alliance experts were all pumped up and chased Lin Fan. The 9-star general said that no matter who caught Lin Fan, they would be rewarded handsomely. Lin Fan fled in the forest. He turned his head and realized that they were chasing him. Suddenly, a bald old man with withered skin and hawk-like eyes appeared behind Lin Fan. He spread his fingers, and a ferocious eagle appeared behind him. It spread its claws and let out a low roar. Die. When Lin Fan saw those scenes, he was furious. He fled not because he was afraid of the people chasing him, but because he didn't know whether or not there were experts hiding around, which was why he fled. But now, a person who came out of nowhere suddenly jumped in front of him and shouted for him to die. Even a man wouldn't be able to take that. Arrogant. Lin Fan hollered. Power exploded from his body, accompanied by boiling hot air. He clenched his fist and threw a punch backward. The space seemed to be compressed and many cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The bald old man thought that he would be able to suppress Lin Fan. But in an instant, he felt an extreme sense of oppression. When the other party's fist struck, the pressure produced caused his face to distort. His eyes were filled with shock like he had seen a ghost and he exclaimed. How is that possible? Pang! Lin Fan's fist was really handsome and overbearing, causing the bald old man to fall to the ground. With a loud explosion, the old man smashed into the ground like a cannonball and formed a deep hole. Ugh! He spat out a ball of fresh blood. The old man held up his body with much difficulty. He looked at the back view in fear. Shortly after, rage burned within him. Rage points plus 999 inch. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Fan didn't care about him at all. Even if he was an old man, he didn't care. Was an old man strong? Young people these days were really fierce, so one shouldn't underestimate them. He had to flee. He really didn't expect that he would be noticed. That was just a sin. Suddenly, there were peak 5 element realm experts among the Alliance experts. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky. They raised their hands and the power of the 5 elements exploded. Illusory images of giant trees appeared, as if they were extending out from the ground. Every single tree was incomparably huge, as if they had gained sentience. Many tree tentacles emerged, covering the sky and covering the sun. They tore through the void, rumbling as they lashed out. The space broke and a huge amount of water surged in. It was as if it was 500 kilograms heavy. Even the space around him changed. With a kacha, the soil on the ground cracked open and giant stones shot into the sky. They were hundreds of feet tall and didn't stop. They continued to grow. A scorching flame appeared in the air, burning the entire sky red. Many golden energy formed into spears and surged forwards. Even if it didn't reach him, one could sense the terrifying aura. Lin Fan's path was blocked. This was the aura of peak 5 element realm experts. Moreover, there wasn't just one. Their appearance increased the intensity of the battle. Ah! He hollered in rage and all the power in his body exploded out. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Lin Fan used the source technique. 5 colors of light wrapped around his body. It was like he was drawing the power of heaven and earth. The true essence in his body was being consumed at a crazy rate. All of this required a maniacal amount of true essence to support. Destroy. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Although he didn't give off any shocking aura, the area shook like the source was being drawn in. The surrounding phenomenons clapped and then reached the extreme before exploding. Pang! 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 All the peak 5 element realm experts retreated. Their faces were filled with shock like they didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Demon Ape True Intent. Lin Fan stepped forwards and the space around him shattered like a mirror. He had already raised his god body to peak void realm and when he stepped down, the aura he gave off was really strong. Sweep. The moment he said that, a ferocious demonic ape that was several hundred feet tall roared into the sky and swung its massive arms through the air. Hung Long. A violent power exploded out and shot forwards. In a blink of an eye, it struck a 5 element realm expert's body. Puchi. That 5 element realm expert spat out blood. His chest was like dried mud as cracks appeared on it. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and his heart shook. How is he so strong? This was the only thought of the five-element realm expert. His injuries were really heavy, like a giant mountain smashing into his chest. His organs shook and showed signs of breaking. Old Joe. The people around shouted nervously. Be careful, he is really strong. Old Joe replied. Only by personally sensing his strength could one understand how strong he was. That strength was something even a peak 5-element realm expert like him couldn't block. That was enough to show how terrifying he was. Damn! The people around hollered in rage. They didn't expect that at such a time, he still wanted to resist. He was just asking to die. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Lin Fan hollered. He opened his arms and true essence spat out. All sorts of phenomenons appeared. Golden sun shining sky. A golden sun appeared in the sky. It was very, very large, at least tens of zhang wide. The golden light it gave off was so blinding that it was difficult for everyone to open their eyes. At the same time, they felt a faint pain on their skin, as if they were being burned by flames. At that moment, the golden sun slowly split apart and formed into many golden spikes. With a xiao, they covered the area and struck towards the surroundings. The Alliance experts were shocked. What a terrifying aura. But how could they just sit there and do nothing? They all used their strongest moves and clashed with the golden spikes, giving out a low explosion. Hung long. The area shook and a strong shockwave spread out, sweeping everything. It caused those Void Realm experts to close their eyes. Was such a battle something they could join in? As for God Essence Realm experts, they were blown away by the shockwave. Who knew where they were flying to? Chapter 287. At that moment, Lin Fan really wanted to point at their noses and ask. Did they see that? This was the outcome of bullying people. Did they really think that an honest person like him was easy to bully? He would use his strongest move to kill all of you fools. He retracted his technique. The golden sun disappeared and everything calmed down. He looked around and felt really proud. Did you see that? His aura was just so strong. Those God Essence Realm experts were strong, but under his attack, they were like kites. Even if they wanted to fly in the sky, it depended on whether or not their bodies were tough enough. Haze, this situation makes me feel helpless. Lin Fan was really confident in his own strength. Looking at those God Essence Realm experts, if not for the defense line battle, such experts would have been recruited by others if they were thrown somewhere else. But in a high-level battle at the defensive line, it was really not much. It was really not enough. Void Realm was the main force and 5-element realm was the main force. As for those above 5-element realm, they belonged to the higher levels or the decision-making level. This native is so young, so how does he have such strength? We can't let him live, we definitely can't. Those God Essence Realm experts were all injured. Although they weren't targeted, the strong impact was like a wind blade slicing their bodies, cutting many wounds. Guys, we can't let this person live. He is so young and has such strength. If we don't kill him, he will be a problem in the future. Kill him. A God Essence Realm expert had decent potential, but he had killed many young people with potential, so he was really sensitive to such things. Unfortunately. The moment he said that. Poochie. Under the shine of the white light, a black ball was tossed up and then landed on the ground. So much nonsense. Lin Fan said. He didn't worry much about those 5-element realm experts around, but he was wary of the surroundings. Those true experts were definitely hiding somewhere. Were they waiting for him to reveal flaws? That was possible. To him, he couldn't stay here for long. But these fellows were really arrogant. He couldn't suppress his temper anymore. Kill or not? He thought about it for a moment. Since that was the case, then he would try. He was really unwilling to let things end just like that. He looked around. A total of 15 5-element realm experts. As for those at the dimension-sundering realm, they were all far away, not daring to approach. Clearly, they knew that there was a huge gap between their strength, and if they were to approach, they would only be courting death. You scum came to find me. I want to ask you, are you prepared to die? Lin Fan looked at the Alliance members and said. His aura was boiling, as if his body was on fire, and the surrounding space began to distort. Rage points plus 333-inch native, you dare to behave so arrogantly here, do you think you can escape? The 5-element realm expert hollered in rage. For the Alliance experts, the fact that the natives of the rich land dared to act so arrogantly was a slap to their faces. There's no point in talking more. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. If he wanted to raise his rage points to the peak, it was too slow to argue. Why not just suppress them and leave them with one breath to slowly rage? After thinking it through, he didn't say any nonsense. Ha! With his body as the center, a white aura visible to the naked eye spread out at an extremely fast speed, covering everything in the surroundings. The Alliance experts raised their hands to block. The energy waves caused their robes to flutter and their expressions turned solemn. The strength of the native in front of them shocked them. I didn't want to use the sword, but unfortunately, it works every time. Lin Fan smiled. The sword seeds in his body shook and appeared in front of him. Shortly after, the true essence in his body surged and formed the sword seeds that couldn't possibly appear again. One after another, they covered his body. Each sword seed contained a terrifying sword intent. This was the true essence of the sword path. There were some Alliance members who cultivated the sword path. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. Now that the Alliance had light swords, they were extremely sharp and could be compared to god artifacts. But to the true sword path experts of the Alliance, they still used simple swords. That was the most primitive but also the best technique to train one's own sword intent. Among the Alliance members, a peak 5-element realm middle-aged man didn't move at all. He was like a sword that hadn't been unsheathed. His energy was at its peak and a white light shone on his body like a candle being lit. The flame was small, but slowly it rose and turned into a torch. It became stronger and stronger. Kang! A sword came out of its sheath and floated in front of the middle-aged man. The sword body was silver white and it trembled slightly. Extreme sword path, this trip was worth it. The middle-aged man's body shook. It wasn't fear but excitement, like the excitement of meeting a sword path expert. Wang Yaoer, what are you doing? Attack! The surrounding Alliance members said. Wang Yaoer shook his head, no, he is a sword path expert, so I have to fight him alone. His sword path makes me excited, maybe I can comprehend something from him. Crazy. The Alliance experts looked at Wang Yaoer speechlessly and felt like he was sick in the head. Now that he was right in front of him, he didn't even attack and wanted to fight him alone. Did he really think that he had a chance to fight him alone? Stop dreaming, okay? Wang Yaoer didn't bother about him. He gathered his own sword intent and hoped that when he fought him alone, he could raise it to its strongest level. He would fight him without any regrets at all. Go! His arm was like a sword as he waved it. Numerous sword seeds covered all around and swept forwards. The sword move felt good but he was still wary of the situation around. He was afraid that there were Alliance experts hiding around and waiting for him to be careless to kill him. This fellow. To Lin Fan, it was a normal move, but to the Alliance experts, it was extremely terrifying. His god body had reached peak void realm and his true essence had reached initial 5-element realm. He was a dual cultivator and the power that exploded out was really terrifying, one could even say that it was extremely terrifying. The peak 5-element realm experts who were prepared to kill Lin Fan panicked when they saw those scenes. To them, Lin Fan's move was the strongest move that he was prepared to use when he was at a dead end. Looking at him now, it didn't look like he was going to use life and death to solve it. It was clearly a very simple display, and its power seemed to be very terrifying. The God Essence realm experts retreated. Such a battle wasn't something that they could handle. The Void realm experts felt like they couldn't even protect themselves. If they didn't retreat and went head-on, they would definitely be beaten up. At that moment, the Alliance 5-element realm experts hollered and didn't dare to be careless. The power in their bodies boiled and the sky was filled with different colors. The space shook and cracks appeared. The power of the 5 elements was gathered in his palms. Block, stop dreaming. Lin Fan opened his fingers and all the special effects of his cultivation technique exploded out from his body, forming into a waterfall that buffed the sword seeds. Explode. Hung long. Everything exploded in all directions, the power too astonishing, directly tearing apart the void, forming a terrifying void flood domain that no one could enter. Lin Fan floated in the air and didn't move at all. He was really calm, like he didn't care about anything in front of him at all. Actually, he panicked a little. Increase stats. Consumed 7,000 rage points. Reverse heaven and earth, basics. Reverse heaven and earth, returning to true. At that moment, Lin Fan's aura became stronger. Although he didn't increase his cultivation, cultivating techniques naturally made his strength stronger. One cultivation technique consumed 57,000 rage points. Although it was a lot, it was worth it. He was most afraid of heart cultivation techniques and techniques that could raise the god body. Those were the true consumption and normal people wouldn't be able to take it. Luckily, he was strong enough. Although it was urgent to raise his realm, it was still necessary to increase his combat strength. He continued to improve. He wanted to improve a technique to cultivate the god body. True Heaven Body Secret Technique. This secret technique had a total of 12 stages, but the grade was a little high and it wasn't easy to improve. For people without the small support system, it was tough to improve. But to Lin Fan, it was only about whether he wanted to or not. There was no possibility. Improve. Consumed 30,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 1, Hung Long. He felt as if there was a muffled thunder rumbling inside his body. Suddenly, a ball of red flames burned inside his body. His internal organs were being burned by this scorching flame. Lin Fan's body turned red and then a white mist spread out. It was like something was being burned from his organs and then his body had a shocking change. Amazing, really amazing. Improve stats. Consumed 40,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 2, Suddenly, a torrent of energy appeared in his body. This torrent was dark purple in color, and it cleansed his body. Comfortable, it was really comfortable. If one didn't personally experience it, it would be tough to imagine. One wouldn't even know how to describe it. My body. He looked at his skin and a golden light spread out. Was he going to ascend to the heavens? No. This wasn't ascending to the heavens, but a terrifying power was brewing in his body. His god body was strong enough. It was time for his god body cultivation to step into initial 5-element realm. He looked at the rage points. Luckily, he had enough. Improve. God body 480 slowly increased. Consumed 50,000 rage points. There was a loud explosion. God body, 490, initial 5-element realm, Kacha. He didn't do anything, just the tremors from when his god body stepped into initial 5-element realm caused the space around to shatter. Black cracks appeared all around. The wind in the void torrent blew against his body. So strong, I feel like god body cultivation is even stronger than true essence. No, It's absolutely impossible. This is all an illusion. Special effects are the real power. He clenched his fingers. Just the strength of his body alone could shatter space. Not to mention the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the situation outside was a little different. Chapter 288. This explosion of Lin fans had the other party stumped. It was as if they had seen a ghost. So strong. How was he so strong? Even a peak 5-element realm expert's hair was disheveled. To put it more crudely, his shit was about to explode out. To put it more crudely, his shit was all over the ground. Pooh. The Alliance experts underestimated Lin Fan's strength. The dense cluster of sword seeds self-destructed and the aura was too terrifying, causing their organs to rumble. But they didn't spit out blood. Their faces swelled red and their eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. So amazing. They didn't even spit out blood. Lin Fan frowned and couldn't accept the current situation. With his cultivation, he would have no problem killing these people. But now, all of them were fine. This made Lin Fan doubt whether or not he was really that weak. What he didn't know was that everyone was bearing with it. In the Alliance, 5-element realm experts were people who cared about their face. When they were young, they didn't dare to say that they were top geniuses, but to many people, they were geniuses. The only difference was that there was a difference in strength. Long periods of flattery made them unwilling to lose face in front of others. This was why after the terrifying self-destruction, they really wanted to spit out blood. But they realized that no one spat first. This kind of behavior was very unfriendly. Didn't that mean that whoever spat first would lose face? There was a voice in their heads that screamed. We can't, we definitely can't. Even if we have to be the last. The Alliance experts looked at one another and no one said a word. Their throats were filled with blood. Blood surged in their bodies like it was about to burst out. Damn! It was really unbearable. Who can take the lead? Can't you spit out a mouthful of saliva first so that we can follow closely behind and not be too embarrassing? But everyone seemed like they were talking about it. If you don't spit, then I won't. If you want to spit, then you can spit first. Who? Are they all so strong? Lin Fan clenched his fists and the space around shook. This strength was just shocking and exceeded that of others. Although they were peak 5-element realm experts, it was useless. He was a dual cultivator and the strength that exploded out couldn't be described as just stacking. Moreover, with the help of the small support system, the number of cultivation techniques had reached more than 20, and all of them had reached the return to true realm. This realm had already reached the point where all things in the world return to one. This simple move contained an irresistible might. Instantly, he felt a sharp sword will. He looked over and saw a man standing not far away. In Lin Fan's eyes, the man was like a divine sword that shone with a sharp aura. Your sword Dao isn't bad. Lin Fan praised. It was indeed possible, looking at your age, to be able to reach such a realm. You are obviously a genius among geniuses. Today, the 5-element realm experts he beat up were all old men. Only this person looked like he was middle-aged. Even in some top sets, such an age would only be Grandmaster realm or God Essence realm. True enough. Talent was really hard to say. Sometimes it was really strong, so strong that people were a little afraid and fearful. So for this middle-aged man to be able to reach such a cultivation between No Doubt's realm and Knowing Destiny realm, it was really shocking. Thank you for your praise. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Yaoer. I learned the sword when I was 3 and my teacher was Sword Path Master Gu Yuan. Now, I have a sword, please teach me. Wang Yaoer focused, his eyes seemed to hide 2 swords, sometimes sharp and sometimes hidden. Pooh! The surrounding 5-element realm experts couldn't help but spit out fresh blood from their throats. Damn! It was too unbearable to hold it in. Half of their throats were filled with blood, and as expected, it felt much better to spit it out. But the scenes were a little shocking. All the Alliance experts raised their heads and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their postures were really mesmerizing. Wang Yao was attracted and looked at those people. He frowned and panicked. What was going on? Why did they all spit out blood? Could it be that his swordsmanship was really so terrifying? If one or two of them spat out blood, it would be understandable. But now that they all spat out blood, that was a little off. With his strength, he was confident that even if they were peak 5-element realm, he could use his sword intent to injure them. But now that there were so many of them, he shook his head and tossed such impractical thoughts to the back of his head. How could he think like that? He was actually afraid. That was impossible. His sword Dao shouldn't be afraid, it should be to charge forwards bravely and slash open the sky to train his sword Dao. Lin Fan looked at him. Okay, with your strength, naturally, you aren't my match. But since you are sincere, I will grant you your wish. I will use my sword to test your sword moves. He reached into the void dimension and took out a long sword. This sword is normal and can be broken by 2 fingers. It is called Repentance, and the master passed it to me before he died. There is nothing special about it, it is just a normal sword. Please. Lin Fan held the sword and waved it. His actions were casual, but he gave off a unique aura. Wang Yao didn't dare to be careless. Lin Fan's sword Dao shocked him, but to fight with a true sword Dao expert was something that he dreamed of. At that moment, Wang Yao closed his eyes. The sword intent, which was already very sharp in the first place, rushed into the sky with a rumble, breaking through the clouds and piercing the horizon. At that moment, the other party opened his eyes and shouted softly. He took a step forward and attacked with the sword in his hand. The Great Dao was the simplest. The other party's cultivation in the way of the sword was indeed very strong. At the very least, he had cultivated a few of his sword techniques to the level of returning to the basics. Otherwise, there was no way he could have such power. A cold sword light flashed. He didn't see any traces of the sword, but he could sense the terrifying sword intent. Lin Fan stood there and didn't move at all. He smiled, and when he was about to reach him, something shocking happened. Lin Fan didn't use the sword and hollered in rage. God body and true essence exploded. He clenched his fists and smashed down with a terrifying aura. Sword Dao 1-on-1, you dare to invade and you dare to make such a request. Are you even worthy? Hung Long. Kacha. Lin Fan's punch was simply too terrifying, causing the void to shatter. The long sword in the other party's hand was shattered. Lin Fan's fist then landed on the other party's body, causing some parts of his flesh to explode and fall to the ground, creating a huge crater. Kiki. Lin Fan laughed in disdain. Sword Dao 1-on-1, he was sick in the head. As for Sword Dao Spirit, he could talk to people who specialized in the Sword Dao. His Sword Dao was just a hobby. He didn't specialize in using the sword. Wang Yao laid on the ground and had no more energy left. He stared at Lin Fan with one eye that was filled with unwillingness. Go with unwillingness. How can I let you leave satisfied after sensing my sword intent? That would be too satisfying for you. Moreover, you are a genius amongst geniuses. Leaving you alive is a problem, so it is best if I kill you in the cradle. Lin Fan didn't think about competing with him in the Sword Dao. Only someone sick in the head would have such thoughts. The Alliance members around were injured. Some Void Realm and God Essence Realm experts had retreated long ago. They saw that the situation wasn't right, so why would they risk their lives to fight Lin Fan? To them, living was the most important thing. Although you can provide me with rage points, in case anything happens, it is time to send you all on your way. Lin Fan had thought about it. If he didn't kill these people, he would just be leaving them a problem. As for trapping their cultivations, it was a waste of time. To the people of Maigu City who sacrificed themselves, that was something they didn't want to see. All of you die. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and started to suppress those 5-element realm experts who thought they were strong. Maigu City Alliance Camp. In a room with many high-tech equipment, the equipment beeped with warning sounds. A bunch of Alliance technology members panicked. Not good, go out and search, their life signs are disappearing. They are in danger. Quick, inform the general. Their life signs are disappearing quickly and there are many casualties. Go help them. Instantly, it was a mess. Everyone was filled with disbelief. This time, the search team was made up of experts. When they gathered together, it was an extremely terrifying force. But now that their life signs were disappearing, it meant that they were in trouble. This was their territory, so who was so cruel to dare to behave so arrogantly here? Very quickly, someone ran out to inform the higher-ups. If this continued, then they would all be wiped out. Lin Fan casually tossed a corpse out and looked into the distance. What a waste, those fellows ran really quickly. 5-element realm cultivators were all killed. Those Void Realm and God Essence Realm ran too quickly, like dogs. Once there was any movement, they would run away with their tails between their legs. Of course, he had to ask the dogs to forgive him. He really couldn't find any other words to describe it. As expected, I overestimated the intelligence of the Alliance. There really aren't any experts hiding among them. Lin Fan didn't stop, leaving right away and hiding into the darkness. At the same time, he understood why they could find him. So they relied on equipment. How despicable. It seemed like he really couldn't come out in the middle of the night, otherwise, it would be too dangerous. But it was impossible for him to leave Maigu City just like that. Since he was here, then he had to waste a bunch of energy here. He wanted to let them know. Even if his strength couldn't suppress them, he would go all out. Like a wolf, he would bite off a piece of meat from their bodies. He would make them feel pain and make them cry. He definitely wouldn't let them off so easily. When Lin Fan left for a period of time, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area as a figure descended. Looking at the situation around him, his expression was one of extreme rage. Damn! 8-star General Xiao Hu, he had a huge build like a small mountain. Compared to him, the corpses around were really small and weak. The corpses around were all of the experts. This was a heavy loss for the Alliance. They didn't even know who did it and so many people died. No matter where one was, one wouldn't be able to calm down. Chapter 289. The next day, Lin Fan hid in the cave. He was worried that if he was too close, it would be easy for the Alliance to find him, so he went to a place further away. Maigu City Alliance definitely wouldn't let him off. They would definitely send a large number of people to search for him. It didn't matter. Search slowly. Once you're tired, it will be time for me to take revenge. At that time, all of you will regret your actions. King Wudong's main camp. In the cabinet, King Wudong held a piece of paper in his hand. He looked at the contents and his expression changed. Monster Emperor. He gritted his teeth in rage. He didn't expect Monster Emperor to do such a thing. As expected, he was a lunatic. His thoughts were too simple and he didn't even think about this step. At that moment, there were people paying their respects outside. Enter. King Wudong lit up the piece of paper and only after it was burnt to ashes did he open his mouth. Advisor Lu Xian bowed and walked in from outside. He knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, I have brought a helper for you, someone who can help you achieve your wish." "Oh, who?" King Wudong asked excitedly like he was eager to know. Lu Xian smiled to himself. As long as he recommended talents to His Majesty, once His Majesty overthrew the imperial dynasty, he would become a powerful official. At that time, his glory would be limitless and no one would dare to offend him. A person that you can't even imagine. Please wait, he is outside. Lu Xian turned his head and said, "Come in, we can't let you wait for too long." Very quickly, a guy walked in and stood beside Lu Xian. He cupped his fists. "Greetings, King Wudong." Since you are here to join me, then why aren't you kneeling?" King Wudong squinted his eyes and said unhappily. The guy took off his wig and smiled. "Wudong, please don't take offense. I am a secret envoy from the Alliance headquarters and am here on orders to discuss cooperation with you." Fong. A light breeze blew past. A dagger appeared on the guy's neck. Behind him stood a man with an extremely cold aura. It was like as long as King Wudong gave an order, he would kill him. "Wait." King Wudong waved his hands to stop them. "Alliance, how bold. As an Alliance member, you actually dare to come to my camp." He then looked at Lu Xian. "You knew that he was from the Alliance and still dared to bring him over?" Lu Xian lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is an opportunity." The Alliance agent said, "If King Wudong doesn't want to work with us, then just kill me." King Wudong looked at him and smiled, "Since you are here, why are you still killing me? Your Alliance actually knows that I am rebelling. It seems like your information source is really wide." The Alliance envoy said, "Respectable King Wudong, the Alliance has no ill intentions towards you. We even hope to work with you. You are a natural reformer, to overthrow the old system and introduce a new one. We respect your courage, but based on what we know, it is too difficult to overthrow the imperial dynasty with your current strength. We are willing to help you." Ha ha ha. King Wudong laughed out loud. "I am rebelling and you can say that I am so amazing. But how do I believe that you are helping me sincerely? So what if you are using me?" The Alliance envoy said, "It is as you worry. What if we use you? Actually, you can wait and you will see our sincerity. After all, we really hope to work with someone like you and not the imperial dynasty who is hostile towards us." King Wudong squinted his eyes like he was sizing him up. "Let me ask you something. Was Monster Emperor bought over by you?" The Alliance envoy said, "No, Monster Emperor wasn't bought over by us, but we are working together. But truthfully, Monster Emperor is really temperamental and isn't someone we want to work with. You are the one we want to work with." Advisor Lu Xian said, "Your Majesty, the Alliance is really strong. With their help, you can easily unify the imperial dynasty." He was eager for King Wudong to work with the Alliance. Overthrow the imperial dynasty and let King Wudong be the leader. He just needed to be the most powerful official under him. He didn't have high expectations and it wasn't good to think too much. At that moment, King Wudong was cursing in his heart. "Fuck your grandma. My royal brother. The Alliance has found me, what should I do? This is already out of my league. Why haven't I faced this in the past? Why do I want to work together now?" While King Wudong was silent, the Alliance envoy thought that he was hesitating or thinking about it. "You can see our sincerity and maybe you will know whether or not you should work with us," the Alliance envoy said. King Wudong felt that it wasn't good to continue thinking about it. His image was that of a lawless and rebellious King Wudong. "Okay. Just one simple word." He didn't want to say anything else. His meaning was obvious. "Let me see your sincerity. If it isn't enough, then don't blame me for not working with you. As for Lu Xian, very good, I will keep you. Let's see what else you can pull in. When the chance comes, I will wipe you all out. You won't regret this choice. Then, I will take my leave." The Alliance envoy lowered his head and left. A few days later, Lin Fan had been searching for a chance, but it was hard to find. He bumped into the Alliance's search team, but he didn't dare to attack. After going through it once, there wouldn't be a second time. Did they really think that the Alliance was stupid? They would definitely have experts following them at all times just to lure him out. Lin Fan snuck away and continued to hide. He was going to wait for the most opportune moment to bully them. Luckily, there were many caves around Maigu City. Next day, Lin Fan stayed in the cave and leaned against the wall. He thought about his home in Yu City. He didn't know how his father was and whether or not he was okay. He wanted to go back and take a look, but he knew that he couldn't. His current strength wasn't enough and he needed to continue working hard. He thought about how his father would be shocked when he saw how powerful he was when he reached the peak of his power. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But, pang! A giant palm smashed through the cave and then appeared behind Lin Fan's head. It grabbed his head and pressed it to the ground. The unstoppable power caused Lin Fan's body to pierce through the ground. The powerful impact directly flattened the small mountain. I searched for so long, so it is here. 8-star General Xiao Hu appeared where Lin Fan was. This place wasn't a cave anymore, it had been flattened into flat land. He searched for several days and flattened all the caves he passed. He believed that Lin Fan was still there and just hiding. Sure enough, he found this guy today. Pang! The ground in the distance split open and Lin Fan broke out. He was in a bad state and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the mountain-like person in shock. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How did he find him? Many questions appeared in his mind and he wanted to know who this person was. This person was so strong and nearly crushed his head. He had never felt death cover him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Wasn't it just death? He made it sound like it was terrifying. It wasn't like he hadn't died before. If not, he wouldn't have come here. Of course, luckily his cousin wasn't here, otherwise, he would have been beaten up. Not bringing his cousin out was a wise choice. But he didn't. Each step he took was really stable and he was also really cunning. He waited until the enemy was about to give up on him and relax before he would come out to teach him a lesson. But the situation now was a little complicated. Young bastard, you did everything near Maigu City, right? Xiao Hu asked. Lin Fan shook his head and said calmly, no, you definitely recognized the wrong person. Look at my looks, do I look like a bad person? Is that so? Did I recognize the wrong person? Xiao Hu touched his head and asked. Yes, I must have gotten the wrong person. I was just passing by. How could I possibly do anything bad? But a few days ago, I saw a perverted guy heading in that direction. I wonder if he's the person you're looking for. Lin Fan said. Xiao Hu looked in that direction and smiled. When he smiled, his eyes became a line. Oh, I am sorry, it seems like I recognized the wrong person. The moment he said that, he turned around and walked into the distance. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. So dangerous, he didn't expect this guy to be a fool. But suddenly, his hair stood up and a dangerous aura covered him. Xiao Hu lowered his head and gave a cruel smile. His eyes were dark and sunken. He moved and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was in front of Lin Fan. A giant palm slapped towards Lin Fan. Do you think I am a fool? You are a fool. Lin Fan didn't dare to be careless. He hollered in rage and pressed forwards with his palms. Pang! What terrifying strength! Lin Fan frowned. When he slapped, the surrounding air seemed to have turned into blades, slicing his skin. With his current god body cultivation, it was extremely tough but many wounds appeared. Hung long. Lin Fan flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing many pieces of stone. So strong. He bore with the pain. Not good, he met a true expert. Moreover, it seemed like he cultivated physique and had reached a really high level. Just as he was thinking about this, Lin Fan appeared beside him and moved forwards at the same speed as him. What a crazy expression. Xiao Hu's face was vicious and seemed really maniacal. He kicked Lin Fan's waist. Scum, you are so arrogant, I will beat you up. Hung Long. Lin Fan's waist was struck and his organs shook. Cracks appeared like they were about to shatter and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the air. Damn! Lin Fan hollered in rage. His body spun and his fingers landed on the ground. He grabbed the ground and pulled out 5 long marks before he managed to stabilize himself. So painful. Fortunately, he had cultivated the heavenly body secret art. Otherwise, that kick just now would have caused his internal organs to explode. He raised his head and looked into the distance. That tall body gave one a huge sense of suppression. His shadow stretched out like an ancient beast. That was a ferocious aura. A human-shaped beast. Chapter 290. This was the first time Lin Fan met someone who cultivated physique to such a realm. But he definitely didn't reach a high realm. If not, that kick would have caused him to explode. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't fear anything, reaching out and raising his thumb. He then lowered it, "You are trash." Then, he suddenly cried out in surprise and pointed into the distance. "Look, your mother is flying in the sky." Shua. Xiao Hu turned his head and didn't see his mother flying in the sky. Instantly, he was furious. Xiao Hu hated people lying to him. Especially when he really wanted to see his vicious mother fly in the sky. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense. If he could win, then so be it. If he couldn't, then he would flee. There was no need to be a hero, there was no need. Moreover, it wasn't worth it. Flee. He was really quick. He turned around and fled right away. He had to use all his strength to fight, so naturally, he had to use all his strength to flee too. He smashed forwards, shattering the space around him. But in front of a difference of 2 realms. If he could still escape, then his cultivation level would have collapsed into dog's hit long ago. Xiao Hu looked at the fleeing body like he was looking at an ant slowly moving forward. He was so slow. Kakik. He laughed, his smile was really dark and sunken. With a pang, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Lin Fan, blocking his path. Lin Fan was stunned, that speed is just too quick. Xiao Hu smiled, "Little scum, in front of absolute strength, everything is just wishful thinking. I am 2 realms higher than you. Oh right, you are 5-element realm, above is yin-yang realm, and above that is domain. Between us, there is a huge gap. Look." Xiao Hu snapped his fingers. The surrounding space shook and then a waterfall-like power covered the area. "Gather stone." Instantly. The stone on the ground cracked, turning into pieces that struck forwards, locking Lin Fan down. Instantly, Lin Fan was wrapped up into a ball. "Destroy." Xiao Hu stood there and didn't move, but the words he said seemed to contain some sort of will that was able to affect the surrounding things. There was a loud explosion. The ball exploded, forming a thick dust cloud in the air. Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. What a strong technique. It looked simple, but his body felt as though it was under some sort of extreme pressure. Your physique is not bad. To be able to withstand this move, I am slightly interested in you. Domains are things that don't belong to me. I despise it. Hence, I will use my own strength to tear you into pieces. Don't think that I'm going easy on you. My own strength will be the most terrifying to you. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Hu laughed out loud like there was something wrong with his head. Instantly, his smile stopped and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared once more, he was in front of Lin Fan. Charge! The other party growled and pressed his palms forward. He used his strength to crush the air and form a terrifying impact. Rumble! A shockwave swept through the air, crushing the space until it cracked. Motherfucker, is this how you bully people? How could Lin Fan hesitate? He roared and the power of dual cultivation burst forth. His true energy boiled and phenomenons appeared frequently. For absolutes of cold domain, Chaos Fist. Lin Fan did not dare to be careless as he fused 4 types of extreme powers together and slammed out at the other party. Pang! The 2 powers clashed. At the start, they were evenly matched, but very quickly, Lin Fan's chest was struck. With a pang, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. I won't die here, right? Lin Fan climbed up from the ground and was a little worried. It wasn't worth it to die in the hands of this person who was sick in the head. Sword Seed. Instantly, numerous sword seeds floated behind him. The special internal strength buff made the sword seeds even more terrifying. He waved his arm. The sword seeds were like arrows, covering the sky and covering the earth, attacking the other party in a dense manner. Small tricks. In front of absolute strength, any resistance is just a struggle. Xiao Hu smiled. But that smile was filled with mockery and he didn't care about Lin Fan's attacks at all. He allowed the sword seeds to strike him and appear beside him. Explode! Hung Long. The sword seed exploded, and the extreme sword intent tore everything around it apart. The space in front of Xiao Hu seemed to have been cut off from normal space. It was calm and wasn't affected at all. Lin Fan fled in another direction. Damn, where did this fellow come from? Till now, he still didn't understand where he came from. He was so low profile and never acted arrogantly. But now, even if he was so low profile, he was still found. Who could he talk to? Moreover, he was such an impulsive person. His strength suppressed him by 2 realms. Yin-Yang realm, domain realm. Was his ability to lock down a domain? He had seen the battle between Zhao Lishan and the 9-star marshal from afar. The 2 of them had indeed reversed the yin and yang of the 5 elements, forming a vast domain. Those with weak cultivation would not be able to control themselves if they entered that domain. You want to run? Xiao Hu smiled. He stepped forwards and the space around him collapsed. A crack spread out and the target was Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed the terrifying aura behind him. He turned his head and punched forwards, clashing with the power that tore open the space. Hung Long. A shocking aura exploded. Kid, feel the pain in your body. Xiao Hu instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan. He pushed out with a simple palm and the space around him collapsed. Lin Fan was shocked. Reverse heaven and earth. This was an extremely strong cultivation technique. When he punched out, it was as if heaven and earth were flipping. But General Xiao Hu was just too strong. That palm was like smashing a rock with an egg. With a pang, it smashed onto Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan was smashed into the ground and a giant hole appeared. The surrounding stones all flew into the air. Pooh! Lin Fan's body bled and at least a few of his ribs were broken. He got up. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. His eyes looked solemnly at the giant body in the air. I am not strong enough. When I face a true expert, I am no match at all. Just like those people I killed, they are so powerless against me. No, powerless will never appear on me. So what if you are strong? I won't fear anything. Xiao Hu squinted and felt that this native was strong. As expected, he noticed it, otherwise, things would have really happened. There was a gap of 2 realms. If he hadn't met Lin Fan, he wouldn't have believed it. But the reality happened in front of his eyes and he believed it. Because of that, he was even more determined to kill this native. Leaving him alive would be a huge problem. There were many geniuses in the world but some were too arrogant. Before they grew up, they were killed. Even if they were the top talent in the world, it was useless. Strength was the most important thing. Scum, you make me think about someone. The fellow who is publicly recognized as the top talent in the Alliance. He cultivated like drinking water and reached God Essence realm at 20. He was just too arrogant, scolding the general in front of everyone. Do you know how that kid died? Let me tell you, I crushed his bones piece by piece and killed him. Your talent is much stronger than his, but it is useless. You are too weak, so what if you are talented? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hu laughed like he was enjoying the joy of killing a genius. Lin Fan stood up from the deep hole and stared at him. Fresh blood flowed down from his brow and blocked his vision. Damn it, I'm a young master from a rich family with smooth skin and tender flesh. How could I encounter such a situation? How unlucky. But he wouldn't admit defeat. Rage burned in his heart as he activated all the cultivation techniques he had. True essence was being consumed at a crazy rate. Each second, he was consuming all the true essence of a peak void realm expert. He was still improving. 5-element realm true essence was thick, but when he burned it, it wasn't enough. Weng weng. The ground shook and numerous pieces of stone were pulled up into the air. Lightning fell from the sky and crackled like a dragon, spreading along the ground and through the air. Kiki, decent strength. Xiao Hu waited for Lin Fan to explode. Continue, let me see how strong you are. Although he said that. But Xiao Hu's heart wasn't calm. The strength that Lin Fan gave off wasn't something that normal 5-element realm experts could have. The strength that he consumed in each breath was terrifyingly strong. He couldn't let him live. He definitely couldn't let this kid live. Xiao Hu had seen many geniuses but this was the first time he had seen such a sick one. At that moment, Lin Fan's aura had reached its peak. His palm had the power to reverse heaven and earth, even the 5 elements were rumbling and spinning. He clenched his fingers and formed a fist. 9-dragon technique. Many dragons wrapped around his body. Lin Fan raised his head proudly, even if I am weaker than you, I won't back down. Let me see how strong you are. Hung Long. He instantly rose into the air and struck towards Xiao Hu. Interesting. Xiao Hu smiled. He didn't attack but this kid was the one asking to die. How interesting. However, if it was just, Xiao Hu frowned and felt a little surprised. The kid in his eyes was just trash but he wasn't normal. At that moment. This fist was Lin Fan's strongest, merging the power of God body and true essence. When he punched out, a long white energy wave appeared and the surrounding space shattered. Xiao Hu punched forwards. Pang! The two fists clashed and time seemed to have stopped. At that moment, the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet was squashed and a white shockwave spread out. The ground caved in and formed a deep hole. Not bad. Xiao Hu smiled. Lin Fan raised his head and was stunned. Pang! Instantly. Lin Fan felt like his body was about to explode. His entire body was pierced into the ground. But Xiao Hu didn't stop. He crushed the ground and grabbed Lin Fan. He tossed him, his fists clenched in front of his chest and then exploded forth. The fists were traceless and all of them landed on Lin Fan's body. Hung Long. Lin Fan flew backward and rolled on the ground. He laid there and didn't move at all. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the wounds on his body and it instantly turned into a blood hole. Kid, how is it? Xiao Hu smiled and asked. Lin Fan's fingers moved slightly and then he slowly climbed up. His body was covered in blood and he had turned into a blood person. Nothing much, it doesn't hurt or itch. Are you a girl? Maybe he was really going to die. Since that was the case, why not have some courage? He wasn't afraid of dying. Chapter 291. Of course. If he didn't fight to the end, then he wouldn't admit defeat. It was only his body that hurt. True essence and stamina didn't decrease at all. He could still continue. Right, he could continue. Should I refresh my stats? It wasn't enough. God body couldn't be washed away, as once he did, he would die. So, he could only wash away true essence. Cultivation techniques couldn't be washed away either. With his current situation, when he reached initial 5-element realm, he could cross 2 small realms to suppress peak realm. He could even cross an entire realm. Not only did he rely on his realm, but he also cultivated so many techniques. Moreover, each cultivation technique had to be raised to the highest, returning to true realm to have such an ability. His current situation was not normal. With so many cultivation techniques, if he didn't rely on the small support system, it would be a daydream to find a random genius to cultivate all of them to the return to true realm. It would be better to wash his face and have a good sleep. Perhaps he could achieve it in his dreams. But, he couldn't wash away all his true essence. Otherwise, without true essence as a foundation, all the cultivation techniques would be useless. If he washed them away and raised his god body cultivation, maybe he could raise a few small realms. Unfortunately, it was useless. It would definitely make his body weaker. Right now, cultivating both internal and external cultivation was the strongest path. But if he didn't test it out, he wouldn't be satisfied. Suddenly, the air shook. Lin Fan raised his head. His tightly clenched fists relaxed. He was finished. General Xiao Hu, why didn't you tell us that you found the target? Right, you made it so hard for us to find him. Don't move, this is my target. General Xiao Hu looked coldly at the people who came over. He told them to just stand there and not bother about anything else. Xiao Hu, you are too arrogant. Some other 8-star generals were unhappy. Xiao Hu raised his head and said in disdain, if you are unhappy, then come. Let's see whether or not my fists will make you feel better. The old generals in the air were furious. Xiao Hu was too arrogant, but he did have the right to be so. As for fighting with Xiao Hu, forget it. Xiao Hu was one of the top 8-star generals and was just a step away from 9-star general. Lin Fan felt that things weren't right. He was too careless. No, actually he wasn't careless at all from start to finish. He didn't even treat the alliance members in Maigu City as fools. After harvesting a wave, he left Maigu City and hid, not giving them a chance to find him. The other generals didn't find him, but Xiao Hu did. Perhaps, this is fate. When he didn't want to hide, even if he was right in front of him, the other party might not be able to find him. But if he wanted to hide, no matter how well he hid, he would still be discovered by the other party. Go all out. Refresh. Bug controlling technique peak. Gray true essence spread out. The highest profound, fusion. He hated the insects fusing with him, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He was already very lucky to be able to leave alive. More importantly, he hoped to use the special characteristics of the insects to escape this place at a speed that surpassed everything. Swoosh. There was movement all around. Xiao Hu was confused and then shocked. He still had the ability to fight back. It was the same for the generals floating in the air. This place was far from Maigu City and it was hard to say how dangerous it would be. He hoped that he wouldn't bump into native experts. But to them, General Xiao Hu was just wasting time, playing until now. What they didn't know was that Xiao Hu wasn't playing at all. With his cultivation, Even if Lin Fan was a dual cultivator, he could smash him with one fist. But even Xiao Hu was shocked by Lin Fan's potential. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique the other party cultivated. His physique was terrifyingly strong. It wasn't that he was strong but that he could take hits well. At that moment, numerous insects flew out from the depths of the ground. They were buffed by the gray internal strength and became terrifying. As compared to Lin Fan's control of the bug controlling technique, it was much more terrifying. The soil broke open. The pitch-black, malevolent worms wrapped around Lin Fan's legs and crawled. Slowly, they wrapped around his legs and didn't stop there. They continued to crawl. What cultivation technique is this? Xiao Hu frowned but he didn't move. He was interested. This genius gave him too much shock. What else did he not use? Let me take a look. Xiao Hu, stop looking. Finish it quickly. If you don't want to, then leave it to me. An 8-star general appeared beside Xiao Hu and said. He raised his hand and was prepared to give Lin Fan the final blow. Pang! Xiao Hu raised his hand and punched, smashing him away. He said viciously, I said that I would beat up whoever dares to move. His vicious eyes were like those of an ancient beast as he swept the people in the air. As for the 8-star general who was punched away, he was furious. Damn Xiao Hu! Lin Fan hollered. It was really unbearable. The insects covered his body, piercing through his skin and surging into his body. They merged with his blood and cells. That feeling was really unbearable. Am I going to become non-human? More and more bugs came from all directions. Within a radius of a few miles, tens of miles of bugs were attracted and all rushed into his body. Bug controlling technique was a special and terrifying cultivation technique. It was different from other cultivation techniques. As one's true essence got stronger, the insects he controlled would become more terrifying. At that moment, the pain that he was suffering from wasn't something that normal people could imagine. At the same time, it had high demands on his physique. If his physique wasn't strong, he wouldn't be able to support such an ocean of insects merging into his body. It swelled up. Lin Fan's body swelled up. Those insects merged together like they were one. Dozens of feet. Hundreds of feet. Thousands of feet. Ah! A sharp voice exploded from within the giant insect's body, resounding through the clouds. Shortly after, a terrifying shockwave spread out and swept the land. Pata! There was a loud explosion. A black tail covered in sharp teeth slapped the ground, leaving a deep hole. What monster is that? The 8-star generals who were floating in the air had their mouths agape. He was originally only as tall as a person, but now he had become a 1,000-foot monster. The giant body shocked everyone. Lin Fan was no longer Lin Fan. He had truly become a huge insect monster. His body was covered in pitch-black armor, and his 10 fingers were long and sharp. On the back of his hand, there were countless ferocious insect mouths biting, as if they wanted to devour all living things. Spikes grew out of his knees and on his arms, curved sickle-like blades grew out. His head was wrapped in black bone armor. Maybe it wasn't armor, but it grew out of his flesh. From his neck all the way to his tail, there were spikes protruding out. He wasn't a human anymore. Kong! It wasn't a human's voice but the cry of a weird insect. The sound wave tore through the air and caused a shocking aura. Amazing, I didn't expect such a terrifying genius to exist in the world. Xiao Hu's eyes opened wide in excitement. Instantly, a giant palm descended from above and was about to smash Xiao Hu into meat paste. Pang! The insect palm landed on the ground and the ground cracked. It was as if there was an earthquake and there was a loud explosion. So terrifying. Xiao Hu dodged and waved his arm. Dimension slashed and with a pucci, Lin Fan's wrist was sliced off. A sea of shrieking insects scattered all over the ground. It doesn't seem like much, Xiao Hu said in disdain. But shortly after, something that shocked him happened. Many thin tentacles grew out from the wrist that was sliced off. They formed a new wrist and then a brand new hand appeared. This, Xiao Hu was shocked. This seemed to have exceeded the limits of cultivation. Right after it was sliced off, it grew out. That was just too terrifying. But even then, so what? Without strength, everything was useless. Instantly, he felt the space beside him turn upside down. He turned his head. His strong combat awareness allowed him to raise his arms. A tail turned into an afterimage, breaking through the air and sweeping forwards. It smashed onto Xiao Hu's body and sent him flying. Lin Fan hollered in rage. His black eyes shone with a weird color. In the air, an 8-star general landed on Lin Fan's shoulder. He picked up the weapon in his hand and slashed towards his arm. Puchi. The weapon sunk into his arm and he thought that it would be sliced off. Who knew that it wasn't like that? Many insects appeared from the wound and covered the weapon. Numerous tentacles swept over. This. The 8-star general was shocked. He pulled out his weapon and retreated to avoid the tentacles. What monster? He looked at the huge monster and frowned. He couldn't figure out what kind of technique the natives of the rich lands were cultivating. Gene mixing. Did he merge the genes of various bugs? Impossible. It was possible to mix one, but if he mixed so many, he would definitely die. Ha ha ha, amazing, really amazing. You can actually give me some pressure. Kid, you are really strong. Xiao Hu's mouth was bleeding, but it was useless. It was just an external injury. Lin Fan hollered in rage. He opened his mouth and spat out a black pillar. Within the black pillar were those terrifying bugs. Xiao Hu punched forwards, breaking through space and forming a destructive force that shattered the black pillar. The force then smashed half of Lin Fan's bug face. Kachi! Kachi! Numerous bugs appeared in that half of the bug face. In the blink of an eye, that broken bug face recovered to its original state. Lin Fan hollered in rage and punched towards General Xiao Hu. General Xiao Hu hollered and with a loud thud, he jumped up from the ground and punched back. Hung Long. With the two of them as the center, the impact became chaotic, forming irregular wind blades that swept forwards. The 8-star generals around frowned. He is really strong, fast and has a terrifying recovery ability. How did he do that? Capture him alive and maybe we can study him. All the 8-star generals had such a thought. The Alliance headquarters' research ability was really strong. They dissected many natives and their organs, meridians, etc. were all the same. Even their cultivation methods were similar. But now, the person in front of them was different. Hung Long. Xiao Hu flew backward and smashed into the ground. Amazing, you make me excited. I think it is time for me to get serious with you. Do you really think that by using some terrifying technique, you can cross a few realms? You are just dreaming. I haven't even used my true strength. Then, let's experience it. Xiao Hu floated out from the deep hole and hollered. With a loud explosion, his aura increased and the space around shook. A thick aura exploded from his body. Lin Fan waved his fists and each fist shattered the space around him. But just as they were about to hit Xiao Hu's body, an invisible power blocked them. Xiao Hu has gotten stronger. Is he the first person from the Alliance headquarters to step into the 9-star realm? That is hard to say. His talent is too terrifying. It is hard to imagine how he could grow to such a stage in such a bad family environment. How did he do it? I heard that Xiao Hu spent a year in the Alliance's Forbidden Land. At this moment, The aura that Xiao Hu gave off shocked the other 8-star generals. To them, this was unimaginable power. There was a swelling sound. Xiao Hu's body was already really strong and now it became even stronger. His skin turned black and he was filled with terrifying explosiveness. Monster Kid. It is time for this to end. Xiao Hu smiled and then punched forwards. The aura was much stronger than before. Hung Long. Lin Fan's incoming fist was instantly destroyed, and his entire arm was broken. His 1,000-foot body retreated. Each step he took caused the ground to shake and left a deep footprint. But to Lin Fan, it didn't matter even if his arm was broken. It grew out right away. Bug controlling technique needed thick true essence to support it. If one didn't have enough, then it would end. This is a little problematic. It is useless to break it one by one, so do I have to break it together? Since that is the case, then I can only go for real. At that moment, Xiao Hu slowly raised his arm and moved it in a certain trajectory. Instantly, Xiao Hu stepped back and a white energy wrapped around his ankle. With a pang, he turned into a streak of light and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan. He hollered. Supreme Ultimate Technique, Fist God. He clenched his fists and punched forwards, smashing into Lin Fan's body. Pang! A terrifying shockwave wrapped around Lin Fan. With the two of them at the center, a circular energy wave spread out. The surrounding 8-star generals were blown away by the energy wave and they couldn't help but retreat. Shock appeared on their faces like they were filled with disbelief. Just this move alone had the strength of 9 stars. Hung Long. Lin Fan's giant body flew backward like a cannonball. His body shook like waves and a terrifying power struck his body. The bug body shattered and he died. Pang! He smashed into a giant stone in the distance and caused a thick layer of dust to rise up. Hu! Xiao Hu took in a deep breath and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed like he forced himself to use that move. But it ended. The dust dissipated. A person stood there. Lin Fan's bug body disappeared. His body flowed with blood and an unknown black liquid. His body gave off steam and his arms hung down. He lowered his head and didn't move at all. He allowed the blood to dye the surroundings into a blood river. Xiao Hu, stop. Bring him back to study. A general hollered. Kid, I admit that you are the strongest in the young generation. There won't be another one in 100 or even 1,000 years. Don't worry, I won't let trash touch experts. Go. Xiao Hu stepped forwards and disappeared from the spot. His fingers turned into a fist and he was prepared to turn Lin Fan into dust. Chapter 292. Lin Fan stood on the spot with his head lowered. Fresh blood dripped from his body. Tears seeped out from the corner of his eyes. Father, I am leaving. Although I am not your real son, I understand your love. I will repay it in the next life. He understood why his father wanted him to leave. He had thought too simply. The alliance was strong and they could kill ants. He really wasn't a match for true experts. He had gone all out and didn't want to leave just like that. But he didn't regret it as everything had meaning. For the sake of his safety, his father had borne everything alone. The grudge between them disappeared. He was Lin Fan. No matter which Lin Fan he was Lin Wani's son and that wouldn't change. He just hoped that his father was fine. His body had reached its limit and his willpower had collapsed. His stamina and true essence were at their peak but his willpower couldn't take it anymore. All the bones in his body were shattered and he was only able to stand here with a single breath. His pupils dilated and he slowly entered a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Hu was really strong, especially when he used all his strength. He used his strongest move that wasn't complete yet. He was already at his limit. Xiao Hu, you can't kill him. The surrounding 8-star generals wanted to stop him, but it was too late. They had to report to the headquarters. They were supposed to bring a top research subject back, but Xiao Hu didn't allow it. Xiao Hu didn't bother about them. A sure death fist struck. As long as it hit, Lin Fan would be finished. Go, I will remember you, the most talented expert in the foreign region. Xiao Hu said. The fist wind got close and the space around couldn't take it and cracks appeared. Lin Fan didn't move at all. He really didn't have any consciousness at all. To be able to last until now was something that was impossible in the world. 5-element realm fighting an 8-star general alone, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. To be able to last until now was already the limit of the limit. Pang! A giant body appeared and blocked in front of Lin Fan. Xiao Hu's fist struck his stomach, but it didn't pierce through. It was wrapped in fat and the fist energy slowly dissipated. You! Xiao Hu raised his hand. When he saw the person who appeared, he was filled with disbelief like he had seen a ghost. At that moment, Xiao Hu retracted his hand and retreated. His fist left a bloody hole on Monster Emperor's body. To anyone, such an injury was tough to take, but to Monster Emperor, it was just a normal injury. He didn't even need to purposely heal it up. Monster Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Hu asked coldly. Monster Emperor straightened his fat body and looked like he wasn't agile at all. But when he moved, he wasn't slow at all. Fan! The 8-star generals who were standing in the air to watch all landed. It was obvious that when they saw Monster Emperor, they knew that what was about to happen would go against their wishes. Nothing, I know of them. Of Monster Fan. Monster Emperor was a Xiao. And Monster of Emperor. Of Monster. 9 gang, Fan of he was used of King. If they were in 9 bug gang, naturally, no one would dare to reject him. But these were alliance experts, so how would they give Monster Emperor face? Are you dreaming? Xiao Hu frowned. Other people were afraid of Monster Emperor, but he wasn't. But if there was a conflict, naturally, he had to be careful. He was a vicious person and couldn't be easily dealt with. Monster Emperor smiled. He patted his fat stomach and laughed. Dream? No, I never dream. As long as something happens in a dream, it will become reality. Monster Emperor, although you are a native, you are working with the Alliance. If you save him, you will be going against the Alliance. You have to think about the consequences. You need our things, so don't you want them? An 8-star general scolded in rage. They really didn't expect Monster Emperor to appear. Based on what they knew, although Monster Emperor wasn't hated by everyone in the rich land, he had no friends. Moreover, he had many enemies. How could he have a friend that he wanted to save? Moreover, Monster Emperor was someone who would do anything to get what he wanted. Why would he fall out with the Alliance for a so-called friend? I have never failed to get what I want. Are you going to not give it to me? Monster Emperor squinted and looked at the Alliance experts. Although there were many of them, he didn't fear them at all. The person you want to save killed so many of us, so how can you take him away just like that? The bunch of 8-star generals scoffed coldly. They definitely wouldn't let Monster Emperor do whatever he wanted. Monster Emperor didn't bother about them. He turned his head and stood in front of Lin Fan. He reached out with his thick palm and touched Lin Fan's head. I once said that as long as someone is sincere to me, no matter who they are or what mistakes they make, I will forgive them. The sound of the waves you mentioned really made me feel that I actually have something that others don't. Ha 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 ha, Monster Emperor laughed out loud. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. But suddenly, his laughter stopped and disappointment appeared on his face. Unfortunately, there are too few people who understand me. Perhaps, in this world, you are the only one who understands. The sound of the waves, the appearance of the waves, they are all so beautiful. Why has no one told me these things before? Therefore, I will definitely not let you die. Pata. Monster Emperor grabbed Lin Fan's head and hollered in rage. His voice ripped open the space and a terrifying power opened up a path. He then tossed Lin Fan into the space. Go, live, we will meet again. When Xiao Hu saw this, he was shocked and hollered in rage, "You!" the moment he said this. He was about to block the space. However, the void between the heavens and the earth instantly exploded, and within it, there was a ferocious insect mouth swallowing, as if it wanted to swallow all the people blocking the void. Instantly, the space shook. Monster Emperor's fat body was really agile and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared once more, he blocked Mao Shintai's path. Maigu City 9-star General Mao Shintai stared at him coldly. Monster Emperor, have you considered the consequences? Or do you really want to die? Kiki. Monster Emperor laughed. The fat on his body shook. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound and many weird bugs appeared. He was reminiscing about it. So many years, I have never done it before. Maybe this is what the weak call a good friend. Am I weak? No, I am an expert, Come and fight, I am not someone you can humiliate. Monster Emperor hollered and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Damn fatty, you are asking to die. An 8-star general hollered in rage. Hung Long. The space around exploded. Monster Emperor raised his head and looked at that 8-star general. Disgusting liquid dripped from his teeth. I hate people insulting me. At that moment, the space storm exploded with Monster Emperor at the center. That 8-star general's heart shook and he actually felt like he was being stared at. 9-star General Mao Shintai's face was cold. He looked at the generals around and nodded his head. As expected, he was a crazy collaborator. If they allowed him to continue, did he really think that the alliance was easy to bully? Instantly, many experts attacked. Moreover, there was more than one and they all headed towards Monster Emperor. Let's fight then. Who have I been afraid of? I have never feared anyone. Everything is on my own, one step at a time, one footprint at a time, climbing up to where I am now. Ah! At that moment, the sky turned dark. It was so dark that it suppressed one's soul like something was pressing down on one's body. Although Monster Emperor was strong, facing a 9-star general and a bunch of 8-star generals, the outcome wouldn't be any better. But Lin Fan didn't see it and didn't sense it. If he saw it, maybe he really wouldn't believe it. The person he wanted to kill the most would save him. Maybe if he knew, he wouldn't need him to save him. That was because he was working with the Alliance to kill all the experts in Maigu City. A long while later, Monster Emperor's body was covered in wounds and the 9-star general was slightly injured. 3 8-star generals were killed, which infuriated the 9-star general. Monster Emperor, let me ask you, where did you send him to? Mao Shintai asked in rage. Kakik. Monster Emperor laughed with a dark and sunken expression. A playful smile appeared on his face. I don't know. Damn, the Alliance's cooperation with you has come to an end. Go and die. Mao Shintai's eyes spat out flames as he suppressed Monster Emperor. I thought that you were a strong person, but I didn't expect that you would betray our cooperation for an ant. To Mao Shintai, he was most afraid of people like Monster Emperor who were hard to control. If he couldn't control him, then he could only kill him. Especially when Monster Emperor swallowed 3 8-star generals in front of him. He decided that he couldn't leave him alive and could only kill him. Even if it was tough to kill him, he had to. Monster Emperor's expression turned calm once more, changing back and forth. No, all of you don't understand. He grabbed the fats on his body and then released his hands. Do you hear the sound of the waves? Do you see the waves? Hayes, I don't understand. Someone gave me a good reputation and I am going to hide it for the rest of my life. All of you can't destroy it. Lin Wani once said that Monster Emperor wasn't easy to kill. But there was something else, that Monster Emperor was really evil. He even guessed that Monster Emperor might not be a human anymore. Although there was no clear evidence. But all signs proved that Monster Emperor didn't have any human characteristics. At least in terms of personality, he was just too sick in the head. He even suspected it. Insect Valley not only closed because Feng Poliu killed his master, but a portion of it had to do with Monster Emperor. The specific truth. But in some people's hearts, it was really tough to know the truth. But this battle would definitely be intense. Chapter 293. In a valley covered in white mist, at the center of the valley was a naturally formed hot spring. White steam rose up from the surface of the water. At the same time, in the white mist, there were many snow-white bodies moving about. Although one couldn't see them clearly, they were all well-proportioned. Some were shocking while some were vast. Each had their own merits and they were all on the same level. Laughter spread out. Senior sister, your body is so good. Senior sister, why is your place so big and I am so small? Little junior sister, I drink Hainan coconut juice every day. That's why you're so small. In the hot spring, a girl sat in the hot spring, smiling as she watched her junior sisters play in the water. There was a faint smile on her face, but it had to be said that the water in the hot spring was very shallow, only half of her breasts were submerged. The other half that was exposed to the air was sparkling and translucent, and the water droplets that were naughtily glided into the hot spring. Suddenly, above them, a crack slowly opened up. A person fell down and smashed into the hot spring, causing a huge splash. Ah! Screams spread out. The girls in the hot spring panicked and stood at the side. They used their hands to cover their important parts and looked at the center of the hot spring in fear. Their reactions were a little slow. Logically speaking, when they faced such a thing, they would climb up right away and find some clothes to wear. They would be wary of the surrounding situation. But they didn't. Instead, they stood there and stared at the center like they were waiting. They really wanted to see what would come out from within. A red liquid seeped out from the clear hot spring and slowly dyed the water red. It looked really terrifying. The girls covered their mouths and panicked. They didn't dare to believe that the hot spring would turn red for no reason. Instantly, bubbles rolled in the center of the hot spring. Gulyalu. The bubbles were huge and they appeared on the surface before bursting open. Ah! Lin Fan's head popped out from the hot spring. He leaned against the side and panted. Cough, cough, cough. He spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. His body was covered in fresh blood and a black liquid seeped out from his skin. The surrounding environment was really silent. At the same time, he felt that something wasn't right. He raised his head and looked around. What entered his eyes were many naked bodies. His gaze swept across them and stopped for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and coughed. It was originally a place for people to relax and wash away their worries, but it had turned into a vast red ocean. I'm not dead. What's going on? Where am I? He felt the condition of his body improving. The true heaven body secret technique had saved his life. This was his father's precious technique. He was really lucky. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were no longer in a shattered state. Instead, they had solidified together, but there were still some cracks that had yet to be mended. Ah! Immediately, panicked voices came from the surroundings. Why is there a man here? Senior sister, save me. Ah! Our bodies have been seen by each other. To these girls, they were soaking in the hot spring comfortably. How could they accept the sudden appearance of a man? Lin Fan frowned. It was so noisy, so annoying. At this moment, he was in deep thought. What was going on? He also needed to recover from his injuries. The side effects of the bug controlling technique were just too huge. He felt that his body was a little weird. It was hard to describe the feeling. His blood and cells seemed to have changed. Suddenly, a strong wind struck him from the side. Lin Fan tilted his head, and a jade foot attacked him. With a pa-ta sound, it was caught in his hand. Between his legs, a spring light suddenly appeared. Senior sister's face was flushed red, and then she shouted in anger, "Lecher! Put on!" Lin Fan swung his arm and smashed her into the hot spring. He didn't have time to waste with these girls. Where was this place? Since he didn't die, then naturally he had to leave this place. It was tough for him to escape from such a dangerous place, so he definitely wouldn't enter the tiger's mouth. Lin Fan barely walked out of the hot spring. He was on the verge of collapsing. His injuries were much worse than he had expected. Senior sister. The girls around were all naked. Some were simply wrapped in white cloth, but due to the humid environment, one could see that their senior sister was being bullied. They all cried out in panic. But they were really afraid. That person was covered in blood. His sudden appearance caught them off guard. Senior sister is being bullied. We can't let him continue to bully senior sister. Let's go all out against him. Junior sister was afraid, but she mustered up her courage and rushed out with a loud cry. She opened her arms and the white cloth fell down. She didn't care at all that her body was exposed. She grabbed Lin Fan's neck with both arms and hung onto his back. Then, she bit Lin Fan's neck. When they saw junior sister hanging onto the back of an unknown guy, they were all really worried. They then charged up too. Lin Fan wanted to toss them aside, but suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his body. That was the side effects of the bug controlling technique. His blood and cells were secreting an unknown thing. Put on. Lin Fan knelt on the ground. It wasn't because of the pressure from the girls hanging on his back, but because the situation within his body was a little complicated. Poochie. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. With a loud explosion, his face fell to the ground and he didn't move at all. The girls around realized that the guy was stopped and retreated. Their faces flushed red. They were sure that he really saw everything. They then found some clothes and wore them. Haze, it is hard to say, but Yu City is temporarily fine. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani smiled, fine. Impossible, the Alliance wants me to die so that they will be happy. I will wait here for them to come and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. As for why Lin Wani didn't just sweep over, that was because he had his own concerns. The Alliance was similar to them and the war was only the thoughts of a portion of them. But if the war spread to the entire world, they would suffer a huge loss here. Although he wasn't sure whether or not the Alliance had experts, he didn't want to gamble. Being able to control the balance was the greatest help. Zhang Tianshan kept silent for a moment. I will continue to make some formations, there are still a few that I haven't made. After Yu City, Zhang Tianshan understood how weak he was. That feeling of helplessness made him regret not going all out when he was young. It was already too late for him to cultivate now. Even if he wasn't talented. As long as he was hardworking and cultivated well, even if he couldn't become a true expert, he wouldn't be like this, unable to fight at all. Do it well. Lin Wani said. He really didn't expect that Zhang Tianshan would actually have such ability. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, as though he had just woken up from a long dream. His body hurt a little. But with the true heaven body secret technique repairing it, his body slowly recovered. What is this? Lin Fan laid on the bed and realized that his body was locked up by many iron chains. His body was also wrapped in many bandages. Before this, it was like, a little blurry. Kacha! He didn't use much strength and the iron chains were broken. Chapter 294. Lin Fan looked around. It was a really warm room and it looked really ancient. At least, it meant that he wasn't in the Alliance. He wasn't captured by the Alliance. It seems like someone saved me. The situation was really dangerous and he tried his best. But that didn't mean that he could survive. Forget it. Thank you. No matter who saved me, I'll thank you properly the next time I meet you. I, Lin Fan, am not someone who casually owes favors to others. I have to repay them, especially since they saved my life. Haze. How annoying. Why did he owe people favors? Moreover, it was such a huge favor. It just made him feel helpless. But now wasn't the time to think about all this. He removed the chains on his body and got off the bed. He looked around and there was a light fragrance in the room. When he landed, he clearly remembered that there was a group of naked women who attacked him. He threw one away, and then another group rushed up to him. The situation was chaotic. He wanted to toss them all aside but due to his injuries, he wasn't able to. It was a little embarrassing. Not good. Lin Fan thought about a possibility. Harvesting yang to replenish yin and he became a bunch of women's cauldrons. Every day and night, he felt terrified just thinking about it. If that was the case, then that was a little scary. He pulled open his pants and it was dry. There was no wet and soft feeling which meant that he wasn't violated. He patted his chest and felt much more at ease. Guys had to learn to protect themselves when they were outside. They couldn't be careless, otherwise, losing their chastity was a small matter. If they were captured and used as prostitutes, that would be a huge problem. Of course. He didn't need to be too nervous. When he was at his weakest, they could have easily killed him but they didn't. So, maybe this place wasn't dangerous and it was possible that he was overthinking things. He pushed open the door. A beautiful scene appeared in his eyes. A breeze blew and the cherry blossoms in front of the house fell. It was really beautiful and made one feel relaxed. This really is a good place. Lin Fan walked in front of the cherry blossom tree and took in a deep breath. He thought about everything that happened during this period of time. The short moment of peace allowed him to relax. But, where is this place? He looked around and was slightly surprised. Was this some kind of sect? This was because he saw many buildings on the mountain peak in the distance. There were also many people walking around. Even though it was very far away, with his cultivation, it was very easy for him to see them clearly. And now, he was standing on a mountain peak. Unexpectedly, I ended up in a certain sect. Lin Fan shook his head. Just who was the one who did this? Why would they send him to some sect? Could it be that there was some hidden meaning behind this? If Monster Emperor was here, he could reply to him. Don't think so much, I just teleported randomly. The dimension tunnel didn't send you to a fixed location. If you were unlucky, you might even land above a shithole. It wasn't impossible for you to fall right into the shithole. Footsteps could be heard. Lin Fan looked back. He saw a petite girl walking over. She was walking happily, but when she saw Lin Fan standing under the cherry blossom tree, she screamed and turned around to run. He could vaguely hear people shouting. Senior sister, he is awake, he is awake. Lin Fan shook his head. He was so shocked that he couldn't keep calm. However, a scene appeared in his mind. It seemed like this girl wasn't wearing any clothes. Very quickly, he tossed those scenes out of his mind. What was he thinking about? So what if he was naked? Even if the top 10 beauties in the world danced naked in front of him, he dared to guarantee that he would be able to maintain a calm state of mind without blinking or blinking his eyes. He would definitely not experience the so-called congested state. You don't believe me? Okay, go pull the beauty over and dance in front of me. See whether or not I will be calm. A decent sect, it is several levels higher than Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan muttered. He wasn't prepared to have anything to do with this sect. Once his injuries healed up, he would leave this place. He still had to return. The border defense line might not need him, but with him, the situation would be different. However, he didn't know where he was and had no sense of direction at all. Very quickly, dense footsteps spread out. Lin Fan knew that the main character was here. Good, he could ask where this place was. Senior sister, he is awake. He is there. Junior sister Yuan Jojo said. With her senior sisters by her side, she had a lot of courage. Lin Fan looked at the bunch of girls. He felt that they were familiar but also a little foreign. Maybe if they weren't wearing clothes, he would be really familiar with them. After all, there was a huge difference between wearing clothes and not wearing clothes. At that moment, the girl who walked towards Lin Fan was expressionless and cold. She couldn't blame anyone. No matter who it was, when a guy suddenly fell from the sky while they were soaking in the hot spring, it wasn't a surprise anymore. It turned into terror. She didn't kill Lin Fan while he was unconscious. That was enough to show how magnanimous she was. Of course, she was indeed magnanimous and could contain a huge amount of people. Before she said anything, Lin Fan walked forwards and cupped his fists. I am Lin Fan, thank you all for saving my life. His actions frightened junior sister Yuan Jojo so much that she hid behind her senior sister. She thought that this person wanted to kill her, but this was the sect and he definitely wouldn't dare to. As the senior sister, naturally, Ning Shi was furious. Not only did this guy appear in their hot spring, he even grabbed her leg and tossed her into the hot spring. Just these things alone were intolerable. But as the senior sister, she couldn't lose face in front of them. She also couldn't lose the sect's face. Wanxiang Sect Dusk Peak Senior Sister Ning Shi, these are my junior sisters. Ning Shi said. Lin Fan smiled and cupped his fists once more. Greetings all of you, please forgive me for the inconvenience I caused. He is a little polite. Some girls teased. I am really grateful that all of you didn't attack me when I fainted. Thank you for not killing me. Lin Fan said. He was really thankful. If this happened to a normal person, even if they didn't die, they would have sliced off a certain part of their body. Wait. Isn't there something wrong with what I just said? It seemed like there were some parts that didn't suit him. The expressions of the 6 young ladies, who were originally fine, suddenly changed. Truth be told, these 6 young ladies could indeed be considered as outstanding beauties. Especially when their expressions changed, it was even more alluring. Forget it, why think so much? They weren't the same kind of people, they really weren't the same kind of people. Lin Fan didn't feel like there was anything wrong and asked, do all of you know where U City is? He just wanted to know where U City was. This place was surrounded by mountains with numerous peaks. He lost his sense of direction and it was tough to find an accurate location. No one said anything. He noticed that their gazes were a little off, like there were flames of rage. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. Such weak rage points, it was just too small. I don't know. Ning Shi's tone was a little cold. She brought her junior sisters and left. When they were about to leave, she replied, you can stay here for a few days, but after that you have to leave. Wanxiang sect doesn't allow outsiders to exist and you can't go anywhere. If others find out, you will bear the consequences. The moment she said this, the 6 girls left. As expected, it is hard to guess a woman's heart. She was fine and suddenly turned on me, Hayes. Lin Fan shook his head. Luckily, he had his own opinions and rejected the marriage that his father arranged for him. If he didn't listen to his father, then his life would have ended in tragedy. If he had another child, his status in the family would definitely plummet. Wanxiang sect, Dusk Peak. Lin Fan thought about it. He had never heard of this name before. He only hoped that it wasn't too far from U City, otherwise, it would be problematic. Senior sister, that fellow is so annoying. He definitely saw me, he definitely saw my pure body. How am I going to live in the future? Junior sister Yuan Jiujiu's eyes turned red. Junior sister, what is there to cry about? You aren't the only one who was seen. Didn't senior sister see us too? The other girls said. Yuan Jiujiu was silent for a moment, as if he had understood something. He said happily, that's right, I'm still so young, and there's nothing to look at. My senior sisters are all older than me, so they're definitely more eye-catching than me. He definitely didn't see me, he only saw the senior sisters. You scared me to death, I thought that I was seen. Now, I am at ease. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief like she was really at ease. However, the surrounding temperature had dropped. It was a little cold. She raised her head and noticed that the gazes that the senior sisters were looking at her with were a little off. Yeah. Yuan Jiujiu's ear was pulled and she stood on her toes. Pain, 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 junior sister, I think you need to be taught a lesson. Junior sister's words made them furious. It was okay if she didn't say it, but the moment she said it, they couldn't take it. They were also shameless. How could they question him in front of him whether he saw it or not? No matter what, they couldn't bring themselves to say such a thing. It was so embarrassing, okay? In particular, what the other party had said earlier made them feel that something was amiss. At the same time, they hoped that she didn't see it. But now it seemed like they were really thinking too much. They couldn't tell the sect elders as that would be purposely telling others about it. This guy fell from the sky and landed in the hot spring. We were all bathing and he saw us. Even if they were beaten to death, they couldn't reveal it. If others were to find out about it, even if nothing happened, the gossip would still ruin their reputation. Within the room, Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and channeled the true heaven body secret technique to slowly recover from his injuries. After this battle, he knew that he had many weaknesses. For example, his lack of strength. A serious comprehension. Chapter 295. Who? He spat out a mouthful of air. Father's collection was really strong. His organs had mostly recovered and it was normal for there to be some flaws. He didn't have to worry too much about it. It was just that the side effects of bug controlling technique were a little overbearing. He felt that maybe it wasn't the side effects, but when he turned into a bug body, his body was pierced by a terrifying power. It caused the bug body to disintegrate before he could retract it. His circulation wasn't smooth and it left behind a problem. Analyzing it, that was definitely the case. There was no other possibility. If there was, then it was definitely wrong. Wanxiang sect. Who knew whether or not this sect was a top sect? Looking at the size of the sect, it seemed decent. But those naked girls that were blessed by his eyes didn't have much cultivation. They were slightly weak. With the small support system activated, his cultivation rose too quickly and his standards became higher. Those people of the same age were just too weak. Today, they told him not to leave, so he wouldn't. Before he understood the situation of the sect, naturally, he wouldn't be careless. Anyway, he had nothing to do for now. He would heal up and find a chance to raise his cultivation. He would return to the border and fight the Alliance. If he didn't chase them back, he wouldn't stop. If his strength allowed him to, he really wanted to sweep them over. That night. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Lin Fan opened his eyes and got off the bed. There was no one outside. When he was about to close the door, he noticed that there were dishes on the ground. There were 2 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 bowl of white rice. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled and looked around. He noticed that there was a pair of sneaky eyes looking at him from the corner of the wall. Oi! He shouted, scaring the owner of that pair of eyes out of his wits. He ran away with his tail between his legs, disappearing without a trace. How cowardly, what can I do to you? Although these people are not bad, I can't be careless. There will always be danger. Lin Fan carried the dishes and closed the door. He returned to the room and ate casually. Eating too much at night wasn't good for his stomach. The dishes were clean and the soup could be seen. He licked it and it was clean. It tasted good. Junior sister Yuan Jojo hid in another corner. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. So dangerous, she was actually noticed. If she was pulled into the room, she really didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Close your eyes. The scenes that happened in her mind shocked her so much that she opened her eyes abruptly. Sweat dripped down her fair forehead. In her fantasy, she was stripped of her clothes and thrown onto the bed. The other party picked up random things and stuffed them into his mouth. He carried her slender legs that could not be broken at all. Yuan Jojo's face turned pale, and he burst into tears as he ran away. It was too scary. If Lin Fan knew of his opponent's fantasies, he would definitely use a left hook, right hook, and a set of descending dragon dream fists to beat the crap out of his opponent. I'm lodging here, but you want to seduce me? Is there any justice in this? In a dark cave 8,000 miles away from Maigu City. Monster Emperor's fat body took up half the space in the cave. Fresh blood flowed from his body and there were many pieces of flesh on his body. One could even describe him as a hornet's nest. Originally, such injuries weren't much to Monster Emperor. However, there seemed to be some kind of strange power entangling his flesh. Every time his flesh moved to repair his body, it would be destroyed by this force. His blood kept flowing. Alliance 9-star General Xue Du, what an infuriating fellow. The fat on Monster Emperor's body leaned against the wall and his breathing became really heavy. General Xue Du's appearance and the 2 of them working together with those 8-star generals made Monster Emperor feel really pressured. It was obvious that he could escape, but the price he had to pay was huge. Did he regret it? No. Monster Emperor only had 2 choices in his heart. Whether he wanted to do it or not, there was no such thing as regret. Ha ha ha. Monster Emperor laughed. His injuries were really heavy, but for some reason, he started laughing. Even if someone asked him the reason, he wouldn't be able to reply. Maybe he grabbed the fat on his body and then released it, allowing the blood to flow. He just wanted to listen to that voice that made him happy. Fong fong. There was movement outside, followed by many insects carrying wild animals back one after another. Monster Emperor grabbed those beasts and sent them into his mouth. He bit them and they were covered in blood. His gaze became really terrifying. The bodies of the beasts were too huge, and when his limbs touched the fat, there was the sound of waves. Instantly, Monster Emperor squinted his eyes. To others, it was really terrifying, but to him, it was a happy smile. He needed to swallow large amounts of meat and blood. Which bastard is hiding here? Suddenly, there was a furious shout from outside. A monk held a demon descending pole and many experts from the city gathered around him. Monster Emperor moved the meat and he didn't try to hide anything. Naturally, It attracted attention. To some people, it was time to wipe out the demon. Maybe they could even gain something. Hung long. The cave shook and a terrifying aura surged out. Eh! The monk with the demon subduing pestle was stunned. He sensed a dangerous aura coming at him, and he had a bad premonition. What kind of monster is that? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Monster Emperor. They were stunned and their legs trembled. They didn't even have the courage to run anymore. The meat that I desperately needed is here. Monster Emperor was pumped up. Numerous tentacles struck and covered everyone. Ah! Screams exploded. The screams spread far and wide. Birds flew out of the forest and the low sound spread out before slowly disappearing. A few days later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He had mostly recovered and there were no more problems. The side effects of the bug controlling technique had been removed. That was the danger in his blood and cells. If he didn't get it out, it wouldn't be good for him in the future. Time to go. He was just a passerby here. He wouldn't have any interactions with Wanxiang's sect as they weren't familiar with one another. There were many dishes placed on the table in the room. Apart from breakfast, it would be sent over at noon and night. Each time he searched, he would see those sneaky gazes behind the walls. When he noticed them, those gazes would disappear. He ran away dejectedly. He pushed the door open. Lin Fan looked around and remembered Wanxiang's sect. In the future, when he had the chance, he would come to thank them. What a waste. He didn't ask them where they were. But it didn't matter. After leaving this place, he would find a city and naturally, he would be able to find out some things. Before that, he wanted to say goodbye to the other party and leave. This could be considered as settling the matter. If they were fated to meet again, they would have a good chat. He left the courtyard and walked into the distance. Dusk Peak was a little different. There were many female disciples and he couldn't see any male. Apart from him, he didn't see anyone else. When the female disciples passed by, they would look at Lin Fan in shock like they were filled with disbelief. What kind of gaze is that? Am I too handsome? Lin Fan thought about it. That was possible. After all, handsome people would attract attention no matter where they went. However, he hoped that the other party was not attracted by his appearance, but by his inner strength and strength. After all, looks were just too shallow. At that moment. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Ning Shi frowned and asked. Lin Fan walked around Dusk Peak and that annoyed her. Although Dusk Peak didn't have any restrictions, there was no need for him to come out from her room. Was he trying to tell everyone that he came out from her room? Lin Fan smiled, Lady Ning, sorry for disturbing you these few days, so I came to say goodbye. Now that he was speaking so seriously, he wasn't used to it. But he had no choice. He wasn't close to her and he didn't want to suppress her. If he spoke too casually, it would make her feel like he was taking advantage of her. It wouldn't be good if there was a conflict. So, since his injuries were pretty much healed, it was time for him to leave. As for whether or not he saw her body, that wasn't important. He was even afraid that if he stayed too long, she would think that something was wrong. She would kill herself to prove her innocence. That wouldn't be good. Although the possibility was small. But it was best if he left. Ning Shi looked at this guy who she only knew by name and nodded, okay, follow me, I will send you down. Remember, no matter who you meet, you can't say anything. Also, you can't say how you came here. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Her words made it sound like he would rely on her. Was he such a person? Don't worry, I won't say anything. Moreover, nothing happened. Lin Fan said. Sometimes, the more one explained, the more helpless one felt. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but to others, it was easy for them to misunderstand. Ningxi took in a deep breath and warned herself that he didn't do it on purpose. She had to bear with it, she had to bear with it. Let's go. Ningxi turned around and led the way. Some female disciples greeted her respectfully. At the same time, they looked curiously at the guy behind senior sister. They were really curious. Who was this guy? Why was he on Dusk Peak? What was the relationship between senior sister and little brother? Why did it seem like they were close? Very quickly, they reached the foot of Dusk Peak and continued forwards. Before they reached the entrance, Ningxi felt that it was good to send him away in case of any misunderstandings. He was quite obedient and really stayed in the room for a few days. That made her heave a sigh of relief. If he casually came out and caused a misunderstanding, then it would be tough to say what would happen. Junior sister Ningxi. Just at that moment, a voice spread from afar. A guy brought a few disciples and walked towards Ningxi. Lin Fan looked over. The man who was walking over was handsome and gave off a high-spirited feeling. It was as if there was something joyous that he couldn't hide and wanted everyone to know about it. When Lu Bin saw Ningxi, his eyes lit up. Although the two of them weren't from the same peak, he entered earlier than Ningxi. Thus, it was okay for him to call her senior brother. Senior brother Lu. Ningxi didn't want him to speak. At the same time, she frowned. Why did she bump into him at such a time? This was a little problematic. Chapter 296. Lu Bin was a genius disciple of Wanxiang sect and the top genius of Cloud Ocean Peak. Since a few years ago when Lu Bin noticed that junior sister Ningxi was really beautiful, he started to pay attention to her. After these few years of development, junior sister Ningxi became even more outstanding and he couldn't shift his eyes away. During these few years, he would appear in front of junior sister Ningxi to show his existence. At the same time, he was filled with regret. If he knew that she entered Wanxiang sect when she was young, why didn't he notice? If he noticed earlier, he would have tried to get close to her before she grew up. Maybe it would have been much easier than now. Just fantasizing. Brother Lu. Junior sister Ningxi's soft voice. Aya, his body shook and his hair stood up to show respect. He really couldn't take it. Ningxi looked at Lu Bin's weird expression and frowned unhappily. Although she didn't hate Lu Bin, she definitely didn't have a good impression of him. The person behind LV Bin gently touched his arm, reminding him that his senior brother was daydreaming again. They all knew that LV Bin liked Ningxi, but he couldn't show such a perverted expression in front of her. Lu Bin instantly reacted and felt that it wasn't appropriate. He coughed. To get rid of the awkwardness, the fantasy was too scary, but it was really nice. Lin Fan stood at the side and didn't say anything. He felt like this scene was similar to the one in his mind, like what was going to happen next was that someone was going to act cool. He didn't mind other people acting cool. Wasn't acting tough a very normal thing to do? As long as they didn't act on him. Junior sister, where are you going? Lu Bin asked. Although they were in the same sect, they weren't on the same peak, so they didn't have many chances to meet. He couldn't just keep running to Dusk Peak, otherwise, he would be slashed to pieces. That would affect him greatly. Senior brother Lu, I don't need to report to you where I am going, right? Ningxi said. Those words were a little irritating. Lu Bin actually didn't know how to reply. He could only use an awkward smile to cover it up. You don't have to report to me where junior sister is going. Lu Bin replied. Shortly after, he noticed Lin Fan standing beside junior sister Ningxi. He was stunned and frowned. He had a bad feeling, junior sister, I have never seen this person before. Which peak is he from? In the past, men had never appeared beside junior sister Ningxi. Now that one popped out, Lu Bin felt a sense of danger. Lin Fan smiled, I'm not a disciple of your sect. I just happened to come here. Oh. Lu Bin thought about it. It was okay if they weren't from Wanxiang's sect, but who was it? Why would they come to Wanxiang's sect and why would they be together with junior sister Ningxi? He had to be careful and couldn't be careless. Junior sister was young and didn't know much about the world. If she was tricked, then as her senior brother, his heart would definitely hurt. From the eyes of the other party, Lin Fan could sense a sense of hostility, or perhaps, vigilance. Are you treating me as a rival in love? Towards this, he could clearly tell him that he couldn't treat him as a rival. He didn't care about the quarrel between kids. He had more important things to do. Lu Bin didn't care about Lin Fan and smiled, "Junior sister, let me tell you a piece of good news. I have finally become a Grandmaster Realm expert. Looking out, there aren't many people in the world who can reach such a realm at my age." This was what he was most proud of. Cultivation was the most important. Although Ningxi didn't like Lu Bin, when she heard that he had become a Grandmaster expert, she was shocked. 3 months ago, he was just peak master. Who knew that in such a short time, he would break through? That was just too shocking. Congratulations, senior brother. Ningxi said. As someone from the same sect, she had to congratulate him. LV Bin held his head high like a proud little rooster. He then looked towards Lin Fan and said proudly, "Little brother, what do you think about me reaching Grandmaster realm at my age?" Lin Fan smiled, "Not bad." The moment he said that. Rage points plus 111. Lu Bin was a little unhappy. Not bad, he said it like there were many. Forget it, forget it. Looking at him, he knew that it wasn't much. Maybe he couldn't understand what that meant. But the lackeys and junior brothers behind him weren't so easy to deal with. "Kid, you look like you don't understand. Let me explain it to you. My senior brother is like that." The disciple behind him raised his thumb and continued, "There are so few people who can reach Grandmaster realm at my senior brother's age. Anyway, I haven't seen any. Looking at your age, you should be at grade 7 or 8. If your talent isn't good, the possibility of reaching Grandmaster realm isn't high." Lin Fan looked at the people in front of him. He was helpless. It was like a kindergarten kid showing off a spicy strip in front of him, telling him how delicious it was, how expensive it was, and how hard it was to buy. Could he take out a box of spicy strips and show it off to a kid? That wasn't something to be proud of. People might even say that he was bullying kids. He was lazy to bother about them. "Lady Ning, since you have things to do here, then you don't have to send me off. I can leave myself." Lin Fan cupped his fists. Ningxi said, "Okay." She wanted him to leave quickly. It wasn't good for him to stay in Wanxiang's sect. Moreover, she didn't expect to bump into Lu Bin here. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. This wave of rage points was just that. Maybe because he didn't support them, causing them to feel like they lost face. That should be the case, otherwise, it didn't make sense. Suddenly, a sneaky gaze came from afar. Even though he didn't see it, Lin Fan was very sensitive towards gazes. He found the target with a single glance and looked into the distance. However, the owner of the gaze slipped away with a swoosh. Lu Bin didn't have a good impression of Lin Fan. He actually ignored them. To him, he knew that he was strong and knew that he couldn't compare to him. He didn't want to be compared to him, which was why he wanted to leave so quickly. That was understandable. He was a young man, so who didn't want face? However, that was good. He could let junior sister see what a truly outstanding man was. As for such a person, he wasn't good enough for her. Just as Lin Fan was prepared to leave, a voice spread out from afar. "Little friend, why did you leave so quickly? Did Wanxiang sect do something wrong?" The voice came from afar, but it also felt like it was right in front of him. Lin Fan turned his head and saw an old man walk over. The surrounding disciples were shocked and knelt on the ground. "Who is this?" Lin Fan muttered. Was he here to fight again? He didn't offend anyone, so he had to be careful. Looking at the situation, he couldn't be underestimated. At that moment, Ning Shi and Lu Bin saw the person who came. They all knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Old ancestor." They didn't expect that the old ancestor who lived in the back mountain would actually appear here. This shocked them. Who knew what could have attracted the old ancestor over? "You are?" Lin Fan asked. "I am Wanxiang sect's ancestor Wanshan. From the first day you came to Wanxiang sect, I have already noticed you. I thought you would stay for a while longer, but I didn't expect you to leave in such a hurry. I came out to meet you." Old ancestor Wanshan told the juniors to get up. His eyes locked onto Lin Fan and his heart was filled with shock. A space crack appeared on Dusk Peak. Old ancestor Wanshan sensed it right away. When Lin Fan recovered in the room, the aura he gave off shocked old ancestor Wanshan. To have such cultivation at such a young age was really rare. No. This wasn't just rare, he had never seen such a thing before. So, old ancestor Wanshan didn't come out to meet him. Sometimes, an unknown fate came from a misunderstanding. Maybe this genius that shouldn't exist had a relationship with a female disciple. Be it for the female disciple or the sect, it would benefit them greatly. But now that he wanted to leave, that was a little off. Was his sect's female disciples not good-looking enough or was someone too arrogant? Yi Futian looked at Lu Bin. Just now, this little fellow had blocked his path. He seemed to have said something to his little friend and made his little friend unhappy. Lin Fan wanted to say something but old ancestor Wanshan spoke first. Old ancestor Wanshan said, "Friend, did my sect disciple make you unhappy? If that is the case, I will give you an explanation." The moment he said that, Ning Shi, Lu Bin, and the others looked at Lin Fan in shock. Ning Shi was shocked. Who was this person? Why was the old ancestor so polite and friendly to him? No matter what, Lu Bin was the senior brother of Cloud Ocean Peak, one of the top geniuses in the sect. Now that the old ancestor wanted to punish him for an outsider, it was a little unbelievable. Not only was Ning Shi stunned. Even Lu Bin was dumbfounded. "Old ancestor, did you make a mistake? I am a genius disciple and also the senior brother of Cloud Ocean Peak. No matter what, I can't lose face in front of an outsider." What he said next nearly made Lu Bin spit out a mouthful of blood. "It is okay, it is just a joke between kids. I don't care and won't stoop to their level." Lin Fan smiled and then looked towards Lu Bin. "It is not bad for you to reach initial grandmaster at such an age. Work hard and don't be arrogant." Rage points plus 222. Oh my god. What happened? Lu Bin was about to spit out blood. Were those words even something a human would say? Why did it feel like a senior was talking to a junior? Also, looking at you, you are much younger than me, right? Even if the old ancestor has high hopes for you, you might not be stronger than me. Arrogant, really arrogant. How could this person be like that? Where did junior sister know him from? Was he the son of a sect leader? Which was why the old ancestor had high hopes for him. If that was the case, he was unhappy. Chapter 297. In front of the old ancestor, he didn't dare to act rashly. But even then, he wasn't convinced. Strength said everything. So what if he knew many people? Am I, Lu Bin, the kind of person who would submit to status? No. He wasn't such a person. But with the old ancestor here, even if he was unhappy, he had to act like he was. If he made the old ancestor unhappy, then even if he was the senior brother of Cloud Ocean Peak, it was useless. The old ancestor would definitely beat him up. Old ancestor Wanshan smiled, that is true. To you, such cultivation is like a kid who hasn't grown up. Please come to my back mountain. Lin Fan wanted to leave, but since he invited him, if he didn't go, he would be slapping his face. Moreover, he was stronger than him and was so polite, so he had to agree. Then, I will disturb you. Lin Fan hesitated and agreed. He felt helpless. He wanted to leave. He had stayed here for so long and didn't expect that he still couldn't leave. Old ancestor Wanshan smiled, little friend, please follow me. The moment he said that, old ancestor Wanshan rose into the air. Lin Fan followed closely behind and chased up. Ah! Lu Bin was really unhappy, but when he saw Lin Fan fly up, his eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. That can't be right. Martial artists couldn't fly. Only when one reached God Essence Realm could one fly in the sky. Didn't that mean that his cultivation was above God Essence Realm? How was that possible? How old was he? Pa. Invisibly, LV Bin shook his head. It was as if there was an invisible slap on his face. This slap was really painful. In the distance, there was a sound. I see that you are really energetic, so your cultivation must be really high, right? Old ancestor Wanshan asked while walking. Lin Fan said, I am not talented, just 5-element realm. Pata. Two sounds. Old ancestor Wanshan stumbled like he had fallen. Lu Bin knelt on the ground, his eyes opened wide and he was totally stunned. In his mind, those words echoed, I am not talented, just 5-element realm. To LV Bin, these words were like 10,000 critical hits to him. Why do I feel like a clown? Suddenly, such a thought popped up in Lu Bin's mind. Thinking back to how he seemed to be proud of himself, it turned out that in the eyes of others, he was just a clown. The more he thought about it, the more devastated he felt. He covered his face and ran away dejectedly. The blow was too great. He really couldn't take it anymore. How could it be like this? The joy of breaking through completely vanished. He really wanted to find a river and drown himself in it. That was the end of it. Why did I have to meet this person? It really felt like slapping myself in the face. Couldn't he have appeared a day later? Ning Shi looked into the distance and her pupils constricted. How terrifying. Then, she looked at LV Bin and shook her head. Maybe he kicked a metal board and LV Bin didn't stoop to his level. How did he manage to cultivate to such a level at such a young age? Even if everyone racked their brains, they would never be able to figure it out. Back mountain. Lin Fan smelled something fragrant and realized that this was a medicinal field. There were many spiritual herbs planted here. At the same time, many intelligent animals appeared. Little friend, what do you think about this place? Old ancestor Wanshan smiled and asked. Lin Fan said, not bad, it can be said to be a celestial realm. Ha, I planted all of these when I was bored and slowly accumulated to such a level. Old ancestor Wanshan was really proud of his achievements. He was just playing around to kill time, but who knew that it would get bigger and bigger? He started to pay attention to it. Lin Fan really wanted to know what old ancestor Wanshan wanted to say when he called him over. Or maybe he just wanted to show off. If that was the case, he was willing to support him. After that, he would leave this place and head to other places. Amazing. Old ancestor Wanshan's medicinal field is a priceless treasure. Any spiritual herb left outside would be a treasure that people would kill for. Lin Fan supported one and looked at the situation. If he really wanted to support him, he didn't mind. He was an old man and he hoped to meet someone who understood him so that his old heart would be happy. Old ancestor Wanshan smiled and looked at the herb field proudly. He then said humbly, "No, no, you are exaggerating. My herb field can only be considered average. In a few decades, maybe it will be able to grow. Come, let's not talk about all this. Little friend, please sit." Lin Fan sat there and waited for old ancestor Wan Shan to brag. Then, he would do the perfect thing and he would be able to leave. Old ancestor Wan Shan thought that Lin Fan was only at Void Realm and didn't expect him to be at 5-element realm. This shocked him. After all, he was just too terrifying to have such cultivation at such a young age. When he was at his age, he was still playing around at Master Realm. But he didn't know that Lin Fan was a dual cultivator at 5-element realm, otherwise, he would have been terrified. Lin Fan wasn't good at acting cool, and even if he was, he wouldn't know how to. He just wanted to leave and there was no need to act cool in front of him. "Till now, I still don't know your name." Old ancestor Wan Shan asked. Lin Fan said, "My name is Lin Fan, Lin Fan." Old ancestor Wan Shan thought about it. There weren't any sect disciples with such a name, so he shouldn't have remembered it wrongly. But old ancestor Wan Shan didn't ask too much. One had to be good at talking and he couldn't ask too much to scare him. "Little friend, when you appeared in Wanxiang's sect, I sensed it. I wanted to appear, but when I thought about Dusk Peak's hot spring, I felt that it wasn't appropriate. The place you fell into was..." Before old ancestor Wan Shan finished, Lin Fan continued. "Yes, that is indeed the case. I fell into the hot spring and saw your 6 female disciples bathing. But the path of martial artists is full of thorns. The more I cultivate, the more I feel that all roads lead to the same destination. There is no difference between men and women. To put it simply, it is just a little more or a little less. Flesh drumming points or flat points, at the end of the day, it is all flesh." Lin Fan sighed. Don't think that he was dumb, he was actually really smart. How could he not think of such a small plan? You didn't even need to say it and I knew what was going on. Aren't you just hinting that there are female disciples bathing in the hot spring, blah 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 blah, and then you want me to be responsible for 6 of them? Dream on. Even my father wasn't able to arrange a marriage for me. Even if you are an ancestor, you can't have this kind of face. Otherwise, if my father finds out, he will definitely find you. I want to see what kind of face you have that I can't even help you get married. You can get 6 in one go. You are so shameless." So, he just said it out directly and then used cultivation as the ending. Let's see how old ancestor Wan Shan would react. He said that this was the reason why Wanxiang sect's old ancestor would come to find him. He saw that he was young and had high cultivation, so he wanted to rope him in. This little trick was nothing. To him, if he really wanted to play, the best way would be to lock him up and then tie him up. When he had kids, he would let them walk around in front of him every day. Papa, calling him Papa might really get him tied up by the other party. Of course, he wouldn't tell others about this method in case he really tried it, that would be a tragedy. Old ancestor Wanshan's hand that was touching his beard stopped. His smile froze and he looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. Waves rose up in his heart. Don't be fooled by his age. In fact, when he was younger, he was also a ferocious hatchet man. Oh my God. He had lived for so long and had never seen such a shameless person. He fell into his disciple's hot spring and saw her naked body. To be able to say such things, how shameless did he have to be to say such things? If not for his age. He wanted to press Lin Fan to the ground and rub him against it. Show off, show off. Old ancestor Wanshan coughed and smiled awkwardly, such words do make sense. Lin Fan smiled. He had to be so direct, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress him. Oh right, others didn't know but he definitely did. Maybe he could ask. Old ancestor, do you know where Laoshan City is? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to head back now. There was no point in staying here. Fighting with a bunch of kids was just too embarrassing. Following a bunch of old men, it was easy to make one look too old. This was why it was better to fight and kill. There wasn't much to talk about, just say a few words and then fight. How comfortable was that? Laoshan City. Old ancestor Wanshan said with a weird expression, "You came from Laoshan City?" Lin Fan didn't hide anything, right? I went to Maigu City from Laoshan City and was badly injured by a bunch of alliance members. Someone saved me and I ended up here for no reason. Now that my injuries have healed up, it is time for me to head back. Suddenly, old ancestor Wanshan laughed. It wasn't because Lin Fan was strong but because he actually came from a border city. He was so righteous at such a young age. Little friend, Laoshan City is far from here. If you head east, you will need at least a month. Old ancestor Wanshan said. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that he would need so long. Naturally, he knew that old ancestor Wanshan wasn't talking about riding a horse but flying in the air. If that speed required a month, then wouldn't it take a year? That was just too far. Who was the one who saved him? How did he send him over? Actually, even Monster Emperor didn't know how Lin Fan came here. The dimension was really mysterious and there were many hidden nodes. If one wasn't careful, one would get lost and end up in a random place. Thank you, old ancestor, for telling me. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Lin Fan said. Little friend, please wait for a moment. Old ancestor Wanshan said. The herb field was flipped upside down and all the herbs were separated from the fertile soil and floated over. Little friend, although these herbs aren't top grade, they are still useful to the border cities. I want to follow you over, but please take a look. Old ancestor Wanshan lost a leg and at the same time, his right sleeve was empty. The missing leg was formed from true essence to make it easier for him to walk. 20 years ago, I led the entire Wanxiang sect to fight. Except for me and some of the elders and disciples, the rest stayed there. Now, the Wanxiang sect seems to be doing well, but in fact, it is only me who is supporting it. Therefore, I hope my young friend can understand that I have to take care of these young disciples. Lin Fan was filled with respect. He didn't expect old ancestor Wanshan to pay so much. Let's not talk about all this. Little friend, you have something important to do, so I won't keep you. If you have a chance, you can come to Wanxiang sect and I will definitely accompany you. Old ancestor Wanshan smiled. Lin Fan cupped his fists in respect. Goodbye, thank you, old ancestor, for your kind intentions. I will definitely pass it on. Chapter 298. Old ancestor Wanshan looked at that person who left and muttered. It is good to be young, but there is no romance. Based on what he knew, the 6 Dusk Peak disciples weren't ugly. There was even a petite one, if she was a little hot-blooded, then, Io. Old ancestor Wanshan covered his face with one hand and scolded. I am such a shameless old thing, what am I even thinking about? Is this something an old person can think about? Lin Fan left in a hurry. When he flew out of the Wanxiang sect, his sneaky eyes looked at the sky again. This time, he was not discovered until he disappeared without a trace. I am finally safe. Junior sister Yuan Jojo patted her chest and relaxed. She must have delusions of being raped. A few days later, Lin Fan rushed out of Wanxiang sect. He was really annoyed and helpless. Actually, Wanxiang sect was a decent place and old ancestor Wanshan was a decent person. At that time, he wanted to say that he should give a speech to the sect's disciples. Then, he would say that everyone here was trash. But thinking about it, it wasn't appropriate. Wanxiang sect had been through the Alliance War and sacrificed many people. Maybe many of them were the descendants of those people, so what right did he have to say that they were trash? Suddenly, there was movement in the distance like there was a battle. Many trees collapsed and birds flew up. Lin Fan didn't dare to be careless. After the Maigu City battle, he became more wary. Or rather, it was more suitable to describe him as cunning. Sigh, once bitten, twice shy. How could I have gone through this and left a shadow in my heart? He regretted leaving a shadow in his heart for no reason. That was such a bad thing. Huan Ji, follow us back to be punished. At that moment, a girl was surrounded by 4 guys. She wanted to flee but her path was blocked. She could only face them head-on. The 4 of them were really sharp. Although they didn't go all out, their attacks were really vicious. Keep dreaming. If you want me to follow you back, let's see whether or not you have the ability. Huan Ji said coldly. Her fingers shook and a pink mist spread out. Be careful, that is Huan Ji's demon illusion footprints, don't fall for it. Someone warned. So it's just rookies pecking at each other. Lin Fan watched for a while and lost interest. He thought that it was a fight between experts, but thinking about it, it made sense. How could he be so lucky to be able to meet experts so often? It was already good enough to meet some weaklings. Originally, he wanted to leave and let the rookies peck at each other. Perhaps in the future, the rookies would grow into experts, and at that time, they would understand a bit more fun. However, he stopped. Shidao sect? This sect's name sounded familiar. He didn't recall it but after thinking about it, he recalled that when he wiped out the 9-bug gang division, he met 3 Shidao sect disciples and he hammered them to death. For example, these 5 people were having a good fight and didn't offend him, so why did he have to deal with them? He could tell them clearly. He didn't have any reason, he just didn't like Shidao sect. It was just so simple and there was nothing complicated about it. The 5 of them were from Shidao sect and their cultivation wasn't at God Essence realm, so they couldn't fly. Naturally, they couldn't have come from far away. Maybe Shidao sect was not far away from him. But with his current situation, there was no need to take the risk. There were so many experts in large sects, it was unimaginable. If he faced the situation at Maigu City, he wouldn't be so lucky. No matter what. He had to at least raise his cultivation to peak 5-element realm or yin-yang realm. At that time, as long as he didn't meet a top expert, he might be able to fight. Even if he couldn't win, they wouldn't be able to catch him if he ran, right? If he was forced into a corner, he would rip open the space and flee. If they weren't happy, then chase. Let's see who could outrun who. Young master, we have no grievances, so why are you doing this to me? Let me go, I am innocent. Huan Ji begged. Lin Fan frowned, don't beg, rage me. If you dare to beg, I will beat you up. If she begged, then who would give her rage points? Huan Ji was furious. She didn't expect to meet such a lunatic, she really didn't expect it. Rage points plus 999. If it was possible, she really wanted to pull out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys and stomp them into dog shit. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely exclaim. What a violent woman. After a period of time, he noticed that the 5 of them didn't give him any rage points. What a waste. He increased his speed and dived down. When he was about to land, he waved his arms and smashed the 5 of them to the ground. There was a loud explosion. They were ripped apart, the scene was gory and indescribable. To Lin Fan, he didn't bother at all. He didn't waste time and just left right away. Chapter 299. I know too little about this world. Lin Fan didn't hide his weaknesses. He didn't understand the distribution of sects and cities at all. Apart from remembering a few places that he had been to, he knew nothing else. He didn't know where the imperial dynasty was. It was the same for the top sections. It seems like I have to think of a way to get a map, if not, I will easily become a person with no sense of direction. Lin Fan thought about it and agreed with his own thoughts. What was the saying? Fools weren't scary, but fools who didn't know the way were scary. He wasn't a fool, but he was even scarier than fools. He was someone who didn't know the way. Xiedao sect was his enemy. Although Xiedao sect didn't offend him, he would leave it for now. Once the alliance matter was solved, he would play with Xiedao sect. He was thinking about something. If those top sects sent experts to help, would it reduce the pressure on the border cities? Moreover, the alliance would feel some pressure and slow down their attacks. Actually, one didn't need to think to know. That was something that had to happen. But during this period of time in Laoshan City, he didn't see many sects willing to help. The world is too huge and I don't understand it at all. This is so awkward. Lin Fan felt that the time he came to this world was a little off. Speaking of which, it was indeed a little early. Speaking of which, it was also a little late. The alliance matter exploded and the sense of justice in his heart made him unable to retreat. If he waited for the alliance matter to pass, no matter what the environment was like, at least he wouldn't be so busy. If he had enough time, he wouldn't care about the alliance. If they continued to be arrogant, he would smash their heads. Just like those few before, he would smack the ground and instantly explode. It was simple and there was no conflict at all. Yu City, outside the Alliance main camp. A killing aura covered half the sky. Lin Wani stood on the walls of the Alliance's main camp with numerous experts following behind him. In the distance, the arrival of the Alliance's subjugation army was obviously to force Lin Wani to retreat from this place, but they didn't attack. Instead, they set up camp there and watched covetously. Lin Wani, I think you should leave and return to Yu City. To deal with Lin Wani, the Alliance headquarters sent the strongest general on land, Gang Xiong. The one who spoke was 9-star General Gang Xiong. His muscles were as tough as steel but his true essence was really weak. In the Alliance headquarters, there were a few peak experts who only cultivated the body to such a realm. Honest people don't act tough in the dark. Come over if you have the guts. Lin Fan was disdainful. He hooked his finger at the other party. It was impossible for him to leave this place. General Gang Xiong looked coldly at Lin Wani. Come here. That was impossible. Do you really think that I, Gang Xiong, am an idiot? Setting up a stage to shout is one thing, directly fighting is another. Lin Wani, as long as I, Gang Xiong, stand guard here, you can forget about taking another step forward. Gang Xiong roared out furiously. His voice reverberated through the entire world. What a fucking loud voice, it's making my head explode. Take it a step further. I'll show you a step further. Come on. Lin Wani jumped down from the top of the wall, took a big step forward, and stood with his hands behind his back. Come on, didn't you say that you wouldn't let me take another step? Now I've walked quite a lot. Gang Xiong squinted his eyes and cursed in his heart. The person he didn't want to see the most was Lin Wani. But he had no choice. The Alliance headquarters sent him over to stop Lin Wani. If he wanted to continue, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to stop him. Gang Xiong was really helpless. Sacrifice his life? Actually, that was a really unfriendly action. He would head out to block Lin Wani but he would definitely flee. He wouldn't really stay here and sacrifice his life. General, we are prepared to chase these natives out of our land. Gang Xiong didn't bother about him. Pitiful people were brainwashed by the Alliance to sacrifice their lives for the Alliance. For who? It should be for those in power in the Alliance headquarters. He was a smart person. The Alliance was invading other people's homes, but there was no reason for that. Only some stupid people believed that the Alliance was saving them. But the Alliance's resources were about to run out. It was normal for the Alliance headquarters to want to occupy new land. Now that the Alliance was prepared to use all their strength to fight the rich land, it wasn't like before when they were fighting on a small scale. Lin Wani, you are really something. Now that Maigu City has been broken through by the Alliance, the other defense lines will be broken. Even this place will be the same. Now, you have two choices. One is to fight the Alliance to the death and in the end, all of you will be wiped out. The other is to join the Alliance. I can ensure that you will definitely be a 9-star general in the Alliance. Gang Xiong wanted to recruit Lin Wani. That was what everyone in the Alliance wanted to see. Although it was really difficult, many people had hoped that if Lin Wani was recruited by the Alliance, then everything would become much simpler. Nonsense, if you have balls, then say that in front of me. Let's see whether or not I will stuff your head into your butt. Lin Wani scolded Gang Xiong. He didn't care about his identity as a 9-star general at all. Look behind, do you recognize those corpses? 9-star general, I turned him into 9-star jerky. If you want to take his corpse, let's see whether or not the Alliance has balls. The Alliance people looked at the corpses on the wall and their expressions were really ugly. Those familiar and respectful corpses were Alliance 9-star generals. It was as if their faces had been slapped by someone. Who could understand the pain in their hearts? Some hot-blooded people's eyes turned red and they hollered in rage. They wanted to charge up and fight Lin Wani to kill all the natives in the world. These hot-blooded young people were all from the college faction. They were taught their thoughts and perfectly inherited the thoughts of those in power in the Alliance headquarters. After coming here, they couldn't enter the battlefield and could only do some manual labor. A true battle required true experts. Naturally, Gang Xiong was furious but he was really calm towards Lin Wani's provocative actions. Anyway, the people who died weren't his family or people he was familiar with. It didn't matter. Lin Wani, I heard that you have a son and you have sent him out of the city. If your son comes to the Alliance as a guest, will you come? Gang Xiong smiled and asked. Since they couldn't attack Lin Wani, then they would attack his son. Lin Wani squinted and looked at Gang Xiong before returning to the main camp. Old Master, they are attacking young Master. Old Wu was worried. Don't worry, even Zhang Tianshan doesn't know where that kid ran to. With just these Alliance people, they can't even enter, so how would they be able to find him? Lin Wani was really calm. It was obvious that he didn't believe that the Alliance could find his son. Today. They were not far away from the Alliance experts but both sides didn't move at all. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight. It was that they temporarily couldn't move. Lin Wani really wanted to wipe them out but if he did, the Alliance would gather a large number of people to suppress this place. Yu City was weak and naturally couldn't fight against the Alliance. But it was good now. Both sides didn't disturb one another and formed a balance. General Gang Xiong was ordered to defend against Lin Wani. As long as he didn't attack, both sides would coexist peacefully and no one would offend the other. The Yu City experts all understood that this battle couldn't be solved rashly. They needed a chance. At the same time, if more experts came to help, then things would become much simpler. What a waste. Those people only cared about their own benefits. There were even many top sects that wanted to welcome the Alliance experts. That was because only then would they have a chance to change the current situation. Hell Mountain. This was a dangerous place, or rather hell. The sky was dark and there was no light at all. A black mist floated in the air and occasionally, there would be ear-piercing noises. Evil god Jin Ming was smashed into the void current in Laoshan City and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The experts who followed him were all dead. This was something that Hell Mountain couldn't accept. Especially evil god Jin Ming, who was one of the higher-ups of Hell Mountain. Now that they lost a higher-up, it was a huge blow to Hell Mountain. They had to find the Alliance headquarters for an explanation. They couldn't let their men die in Laoshan City for no reason at all. Did they think that Hell Mountain was easy to bully, or were Hell Mountain people just cannon fodder to the Alliance headquarters? Those people from Ocean Emperor Island were much more fortunate. Especially those people who were chased back by evil god Jin Ming. They all felt that they were so lucky to be able to avoid such a thing and let them take the blame. If they went too, maybe something would happen to them. Maybe something would happen to them too. In the end, they had to thank evil god Jin Ming. The Alliance headquarters wanted to gather all the powers to occupy rich land. Evil god Jin Ming chased people from Ocean Emperor Island away, and that was the exact opposite of what they wanted. To the people from the Alliance headquarters, they were furious too. Why did he have to act cool? If Ocean Emperor Island people went too, things might not have turned out like this. Now it was okay. To act cool, he even sacrificed his life. What a waste. They even had to give Hell Mountain an explanation. That night, Lin Fan landed on an endless sand dune and rested for a short while. The journey was long and it would take a month without resting. It was really a little far. Bug controlling techniques, special internal strength spread out. Peng peng. Scorpions attacked from the distance. There was nothing to eat, so he just had to eat some roasted scorpions. The wind at night was not small, and this area was still quite dangerous. To others, it was naturally dangerous everywhere, but to Lin Fan, it was just like home. Frying was the essence. But there was no oil here and he could only use fire to roast it. Not long later. Kachi. Kachi. Lin Fan placed the scorpion in his mouth and bit it. It was crispy and it tasted good. Chapter 300. The sand dunes environment was really bad for others. The wind at night was a little cold. Rage points, 93539. What a pitiful amount. Lin Fan pouted unhappily. He had worked so hard to accumulate, and this was all he got. He was really arrogant. 90,000 was too little, why didn't he just head to the heavens? Did he forget about the tough days in the past? When he accumulated 10 to 20,000, he cheered. Wow, he had so many rage points that he couldn't use them all. Now that he had so many, he said that it was pitifully little. People were just so greedy. True essence and God body's strength. He really didn't want to admit that true essence was weaker than God body. Right. He must have made a mistake. What a joke, how could God body be stronger than true essence? Improve. God body 490 jumped, each jump consumed 5,000 rage points. God body, 500, middle 5 element realm, instantly. He felt a terrifying power surging in his body. There was no power in heaven and earth, it relied on one's own potential. The door in his mind had opened long ago. To put it simply, he had already opened the door to God and he had to rely on himself for everything in the future. Based on the current situation, dual cultivation is necessary. I can't give up on one side because of the double consumption. That would affect my own development. To raise God body or true essence, he couldn't cross realms to fight. At the same time, he also had many cultivation techniques. He could even search for more cultivation techniques. When he had enough uninitiated cultivation techniques, he could rely on refresh to find the most suitable cultivation technique for battle and combine them together. So he had to consume what he needed to cultivate. At that moment, sound spread out from all around. It was really dense and heavy like the sound of horse hooves. Who is here? Lin Fan was very curious. This was a place where even birds wouldn't poop, so who would stay here and block the road to rob others? That shouldn't be the case. In the distance, a bunch of people rode horses over. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands and were really aggressive. The leader was a fierce-looking bald man with a braid. He held a scimitar in his hand. The scimitar shone with a white light under the moonlight. He was riding a black horse. Very quickly. When they arrived in front of Lin Fan, the horses put down their hooves and breathed out hot air from their nostrils. Yellow Mountain Fortress sent you alone. Do you not respect our blood-vengeful fortress at all? The leader hollered angrily. There was a scar at the corner of his eye that slanted downwards. This scar made him look even more terrifying. Yellow Mountain Village. Blood Evil Fortress. Lin Fan was a little confused. Was he involved in something that had nothing to do with him? I'm just a passerby, taking a short break. The current situation was a little baffling. I don't know you. Lin Fan replied. There were some things that he didn't want to get involved in too much, but for some reason, he felt a little excited looking at these people. He really wanted to do some happy things with them on this beautiful night. Kid, I am the 5th leader of Blood Vengeful Fortress, Zhou Fengwang. People call me Crazy King. You don't know us, but I know you. You little thing from Yellow Mountain Fortress actually dare to behave so arrogantly in front of us. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Zhou Fengwang was really domineering. His words were like a machine gun and he didn't give Lin Fan a chance at all. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the curved blade in his hand spun along his wrist. He leapt down from his horse, his footsteps crisscrossing as he attacked Lin Fan with a trail of yellow sand. Kid, don't be so frightened that you pee your pants. Zhou Fengwang gave out a cruel smile and the curved blade in his hand struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan blinked. This person came for no reason at all. He was a low-profile person and rarely offended others. Now that he was in such a deserted sand dune, he was able to face people who came to find trouble. If he told others about this, who would believe him? Ah! Instantly, a bright light flashed and he heard a heart-wrenching scream. My hand! My hand! Zhou Fengwang screamed as he held on to his bleeding wrist. What happened just now? Lin Fan stood there and didn't move at all. It was like he was doing acrobatics, waving the blade in his hand and even spinning it. Then, it was really simple. When the other party got close, he grabbed the hilt of his saber and slashed it down without saying a word. Lin Fan opened his palms and said helplessly, I really don't know who you are. Rage points plus 999. Zhou Fengwang sat paralyzed on the ground. His legs stepped on the sand and he retreated. He hollered in rage, kill him. Take revenge for 5th leader. The ants that followed were furious. They didn't expect that this person would dare to hurt their 5th leader. He was just asking to die. But suddenly, they stopped and looked at the scenes in front of them with their mouths agape. Lin Fan stood there and many swords floated behind him. The sharp sword intent covered all of them. His calm expression was one of helplessness and at the same time, he didn't know what was going on. No one dared to move. Zhou Fengwang was terrified. There was an expert in front of him. Who are you? Are you sick in the head? You don't even know who I am and you want to fight me. I said that I didn't know you, but you said that you knew me. Now, you are asking me who I am. Damn, there is no need to say any more. Although I am low profile, I don't want to play with fools. Since you all bumped into me, then you can't blame me. Lin Fan was a reasonable person. He had long been annoyed by these people and wanted to accumulate rage points. Now that he found a reason, he definitely couldn't let it go so easily. He pressed his hand down. Xiao. Many divine swords swept out with a whoosh. Their targets were precise, and they directly chopped off one of their wrists. Ah! Screams rang out continuously. Rage points plus 22. Rage points plus 33. Rage points plus 33. Lin Fan was stunned as he looked at these people. What was going on? Where did such small numbers come from? They weren't even as strong as his guards, right? They were just a little higher than normal commoners. Nowadays, some of the gangs were just there to make up the numbers. It was really possible to find some random people to make up the numbers. The blood-vengeful fortress members cried out. They didn't know what had happened. A bright light flashed and they realized that their wrists were sliced off. It was so painful that they felt like they were about to die. Small existences, they have no value at all. Lin Fan shook his head and felt slightly regretful. He was really disappointed in them. If they could provide him with enough rage points, maybe he would treat them as important people. As for now, it was best if he did what he needed to do. He wasn't interested at all. You jerk, do you know who is behind Blood Vengeful Fortress? Xiedao sect, have you heard of Xiedao sect? Zhou Fengwang hollered in rage. He wanted to mention the person behind Blood Vengeful Fortress to let him know that Blood Vengeful Fortress couldn't be offended. Now that he injured them so badly, didn't he have anything to say? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to your Blood Vengeful Fortress. Lin Fan opened his fingers and true essence formed into a whip. He whipped the bunch of people who were crying out. What were they talking about? He didn't think much about it, but looking at the situation, it seemed like he was unknowingly getting connected to Xiedao sect. But all of that wasn't important. The main thing was that he didn't want to waste anything. Since he met them, naturally, he had to have a good chat with them or take a look. Zhou Fengwang was about to become a mad king. He whipped them. Although it hurt on their flesh, it hurt in their hearts. They lost all their face and were actually treated like that by a kid. Rage points plus 999 wait. What did he say? He wanted to head to Blood Vengeful Fortress. This shocked him as if he had seen a ghost. Were the young kids so fierce now? It was okay that he bullied them, but he even said that he wanted to head to the main camp of Blood Vengeful Fortress. Was he looking down on their Blood Vengeful Fortress? But that was good too. He was delighted. They weren't his match, but since he sent himself over, there was no reason for him not to lead the way. As long as he was happy, he would let him know how terrifying Blood Vengeful Fortress was. Pata! Lin Fan waved the True Essence whip in his hands and whipped the bunch of them. All of you get up, stop wasting time. Let's go. Pailai Pala. The whipping caused their flesh and blood to split apart. Rage points plus 44. Rage points plus 44.